half of the group stage for the road to the international. And Liquid right now, they pick up that Primal Beast. So, PB, we've been seeing this hero quite a bit. It's been played by Nisha in the past, so maybe this is their mid coming through. But EG respond with going to the Pangolier.
Oh, Pangolier, the most contested hero of the tournament so far. Like this hero, even after all these nerfs, the hero still feels amazing because of like what he brings to the table. We try to nerf him, but still everything around the hero is extremely good. Especially like I think if you remove the Fusel Blade, the hero would not be as popular, but he brings like a lot of burst damage, great scaling, comes online early on, and also burns mana, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Like we've seen in our previous series that was just played, like how potent some of these like earlier diffusal blades can be. Like on Lone Druid, you go in, you take one fight, it looks really good. Even though they lost the game, like you can still feel how powerful the item is.
Yeah, so we'll see what they want to do to line up with both these heroes. Primal Beast, usually see like an early BKB for him. He wants to be able to get that Pulverize out. We've seen this hero, especially throughout the DPC. I know there were a couple games that we covered where Primal Beast was just going all over the map and making things happen early, where you can kind of take advantage of that.
Primal Beast is one of the few heroes who can rotate from the mid lane without having level 6. If he's not having a good time in the lane, he can easily rotate to go for this like 3-4 minute bounty rune in the enemy jungle and gank the safe lane. This hero like doesn't really need levels. I would say he's pretty similar to mid Earth Spirit. If he's playing into bad matchup, he can easily rotate and make something happen in the side lanes.
That onslaught, as well as that trample, making it all possible. And right now we go to the bans for both sides as they ban that Spirit Breaker, the Invoker. Brew's been a very popular pick. The Dazzle, I think priority-wise coming into the bans is finding its way towards the top for sure, because that was that first ban from Evil Geniuses. And we've got TA, Kunkka, Grimstroke, Shadow Demon, and Phoenix banned out by the side of Liquid as well. And they've been favoring this Warlock maybe a little bit, or if they want to go for that for the side of Evil Geniuses, as they see that Grim and Shadow Demon banned out, Phoenix has been a pick for them as well. But one of the things that I want to point out is about Matthew. He's played a different hero every single game so far, that including the tiebreakers. He has picked 10 different heroes.
Yeah, he's that type of a player that can pretty much play anything. He's going to play some of these like weirder heroes as well. He's going to play some bounty hunter if necessary, be super annoying. And we can see, judging by the bans, that we're in this heavy like meta where heroes become super tanky early on. These are like Blade Mail, Heart Buyers, Kunkka gone. You see like a Brewmaster, he becomes super annoying early on as well, especially in the late game, becomes extremely tanky. Primal Beast is also that one. And some of the heroes that they removed, I was not sure if EG wants to remove Bloodseeker from the pool since they have Pango. They also use this Grimstroke ban, which has been on the rise for a really long time, ever since we changed how the Inkswell works, where you can detonate it manually. But still removing Bloodseeker, I would say that Mickey is like top 1, top 2 Bloodseeker players in the world. Because I've seen him rotate so many times, he becomes extremely active. And when we're talking about the active players, in terms of kills, Pakaz is in top 3, and that's pretty impressive because he's very like explosive as a player. Sometimes he'll play these slower type of the carries like Troll, something that builds into Battlefield like Terrorblade, but still gets involved in a lot of the kills. And that's also while having 4 and 6 score in this road to the international, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, so Liquid, they go to the Ancient Apparition and the Dark Willow, and Ancient Apparition has been Insania's hero 3 times throughout the group stage in that first part. So going to something that maybe he's a little bit more comfortable with on this. And the Dark Willow is something that we're seeing on the rise. I've been saying it a lot, and I know it's not something that's been done too much, but there was the game during the Asian Games where Mongolia went to a 1-position Dark Willow.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. This is most likely going to be a position 4. There's some, maybe something to play Dark Willow from the mid lane, but, you want to use this Primal Beast, use his strengths, and it's a ton of damage. Like, it's also a relatively easy setup for Ancient Apparition to use the Blast Onslaught into Pulverize, or
Right.
just Bramble Maze. Even like Terrorize can set things up relatively good. Curse Crown as well. We saw how potent Ancient Apparition pick can be against some of these like healers, like Lone Druid in the previous series. So you now have Treant Protector, you have Pangolier who wants to be like getting in and out of the fights multiple times. If they just lock onto Pango, they do have damage to kill him from 100 to 0.
EG, they're going to be thinking about what they want to go against this, and quickly on, well, they go into the Venge, and then second pick a Phantom Assassin. Venge has been Panda's hero 4 times already. They have really loved this high Venge, but we'll see if it ends up sticking that way. Treant's been for Matthew just once. As I said, he's picked a different hero every single time.
Vengeful Spirit has been the most picked hero of the tournament so far, but the win rate is like not the greatest. It's sub 40%. So considering the nerfs that did happen, you know, we could see it happening, but also some of the heroes didn't get nerfed, and the reason why we see some of these heroes being picked. So this is now this Bloodseeker ban also makes even more sense. You know, it's been a traditional counter to Bloodseeker, but it's also a hero that the Phantom Assassin doesn't like to play into. Like, you can get vision of her, and also she can't use the Blink Strike because of Rupture. She's also not the hero that wants to buy into Lincoln Sphere. So very good ban, very good read. EG coming with the plan in this first game.
Now, it's still on the board. It hasn't been picked too much, only twice by Mickey, but does Muerta fit the build here right now?
Potentially, but then again, you're playing into like a swap. Treant Protector can reset relatively easy.
Right.
Mickey, he has you know, pretty big hero pool overall, I would say. Maybe not so much in this tournament, but they only dropped like 1 game. Mickey has been, you know, self-critical about some of the performances during the Riyadh Masters, but he is a top-tier carry. Mickey is insane player. If he's off to a good start, Mickey can solo carry the game. He's also, again, very active. We talked about Pakaz, but now with the Earth Spirit pick, they might swap things around. They're not revealing anything yet, and we can see that this Primal Beast could potentially go to the off lane. Could be even Boxy's hero. Boxy does play the hero, and not revealing anything yet. So they still want to see like how things are gonna go, because unfortunately they don't have the last pick in this first game, so they're gonna need to reveal the hand. But you can see this Muerta that you mentioned, and CK has been also very popular ever since the changes to his strike. 0.3 extra damage to creeps makes a lot of difference, increases his farming potential so much.
5 seconds remaining.
Banning the Centaur, and then of course, you know, Evil Geniuses, they ban out the Muerta as well, like you said, the CK, so definitely focusing Mickey's heroes here as they ban the Dark Seer and go to the Terrorblade for Team Liquid, and now you're up against TB. What does this scream for you for Evil Geniuses? What does this last pick need to check in terms of the boxes that they need?
They need some like magical damage. The only damage that they have, like Treant Protector and Vengeful Spirit, are very limited. This is a really good Terrorblade game. You know, against Phantom Assassin, TB is not afraid to buy like earlier Butterfly. He also doesn't mind building into MKB against Templar Assassin, even Silver Edge. So these are all like items that he can buy. And also, speaking of Pango, Pango does not like to play into Terrorblade in a lot of these situations, but there's a BKB piercing ability, so with the Pulverize, they can hold him in place, and with the overwhelming damage coming out from Terrorblade, they could take him out relatively easy, even during the roll.
You know, maybe not feeling so strong, maybe they shift him somewhere, but maybe his best spot is certainly mid. In terms of what we've seen from the off lane, I mean, Tide is definitely one of those heroes that EG has liked.
Yeah, EG likes that. I know Doom is not the most popular hero, but I could also see them picking it up just so they have some extra control against this Terrorblade. This is also fine. I think they needed something, you know, just some kind of a control. It's also another tanky hero, another hero that builds into Blade Mail, and it's also Blink Initiator, something that they did lack. This is why I mentioned Doom as well. Once you pick up the Blink Dagger with the War Stomp, you can be the one joining the fight first, allowing your Pangolier to find the right target.
So they did end up going to Anisha on the Earth Spirit, putting Zai over on the Primal Beast. Senya, of course, back on that Ancient Apparition, leaving Boxy on the Dark Willow. And how much does this axe do for you? This final pick, is it percentage changing? Does it move the lines here for the side of Evil Geniuses, or is it still kind of, with how the results have been, heavily favoring Liquid in this first game?
I think they needed a pick like that, but it's also a bit of on a slower side. I think Pango will, I think C-Smile needs to be super active. Want to see how the bottom lane is going to go, because this is Primal Beast into Vengeful Spirit, not the best hero that deals with Primal Beast. You have one stun, Phantom Assassin can use the Blink Strike, run away from it, but then again, there's also Dark Willow, so this is a killer lane. Not just a killer lane overall, a killer lineup coming up from Liquid. You have mid Earth Spirit, one of the heroes that comes online the fastest, I would say, and also Pangolier. I think it's going to be how many rotations C-Smile is going to be able to make, and also in terms of stacking, Boxy has been pretty amazing so far at this tournament, because he managed to stack in one game when they played against Bedboom 16 cams when he was playing Shadow Demon. You know, Shadow Demon, one of the better stackers in the game. Same goes for Vengeful Spirit, but Panda's playing position 5 Venge, which means that he's not going to be in triangle. And Matthew on this Treant Protector, I don't think you can stack as many cams as some of these heroes that I mentioned. It's going to be much more difficult.
This definitely seems to be shifting into a little bit of a stack meta. Like, there are definitely more teams that are taking advantage of heavy stacks. Like we saw Tundra, and that game is always the one that's coming to mind to me throughout these first couple of days, with 35 stacks within their game. And you're talking about how, you know, you had one player getting 15 stacks in a game. It's giving that extra gold on a map that already has so much gold to be had, right?
Yeah, you need to have someone to clear those stacks with, because you're creating gold out of nothing, experience. So very, I would say this meta, very oriented around the stacks in general. Sometimes if you feel like there's always something to do. And we can see EG trying to smoke, count to 5, go through the gates. And let's see who they can find. Very good move. I like this a lot. Smoke is gonna expire in a couple of seconds. Not sure if they're gonna find anyone.
And McKay and Senya up towards the top lane, but not seeing anybody just yet. We've seen this move a couple of times. We saw it by LGD. They made a smoke and all went through the twin gate. They tried to invade and find somebody. I think they ultimately ended up getting first blood, but it was from an already stable position that was up near this bounty rune. And we're starting to shift back on Liquid, and Senya might find himself in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't exactly march the steps of the high ground.
It seems like it's being pinged out. Yeah, Nisha, I believe he scouted one of the heroes, so he immediately pinged it out.
Now he definitely
gonna drop down Observer Ward, and look at this deforestation in the top lane. AA starting with the Quelling Blade. Know that he's playing against Treant Protector, so he's gonna remove most of the trees. And Mickey, he's very dead here.
Yeah, blood grenades there. They've got the Battle Hunger on him. They're even gonna add a +1 to Matthew, who's gonna come over just in case. It's first blood going the way of Evil Geniuses as Whisper grabs it.
Whisper's like, sorry, but not sorry. I also want to get to my Ring of Health as soon as possible. He did not want to take it, but they also lost the vision. Phantom Assassin could not attack, but yeah, he's going to use that gold wisely. You get to your Vanguard early on in this lane, Terrorblade, he really can't touch you.
So really looking for that Vanguard just to maintain in this lane. And of course, you know, the TB going to that early level into the Metamorphosis, try to secure that early farm, maybe put some damage out there and see what he can do once he does get that meta the second time. That's usually when you will see something maybe killer, but against a tanky Treant and potentially a Ring of Health Axe on that second Metamorphosis that's going to come, I don't know if they really have the damage potential coming into the later minutes.
Yeah, usually we see him starting with like Reflection and then playing the lane, but he wanted to secure some of the earlier CS, and Matthew gonna pull the creep wave back between tier 1 and tier 2 tower. Also, a lot of the times you'll see Treant Protector starting with Orb of Venom, but you're playing against Reflection, so you don't want to get slowed. So starting instead with the Magic Stick. Problem is, there are not many trees to work with in this top lane, because again, Insania started with the Quelling Blade.
Very standard AA item pickup right there.
Oh yeah. Before, it would mean, you know, you're griefing, you're turning into carry, but against Nature's Prophet, against Treant Protector, you need to have it on the supports. Matthew, thinking about maybe...
Bottom lane Onslaught. Coming through as well as the Bramble Maze. Not going to catch anybody, but into the Shadow Realm and throwing that shot over to Pakaz. And it looked like they might get Boxy Hughes down to about 200, 175 health, but a good onslaught coming through from Zai, pushing them away and keeping them alive. Good matchup so far, 10-2 for C Smile. We got a couple, but Zai bottom and Pakaz, onslaught in, looking for the right click to get the kill, but he'll die first. They do end up getting the Phantom Assassin, but they lose that Primal Beast to Pakaz before he gets that kill.
At least Pakaz got that last hit. If he didn't get it, that would be very bad for EG, but overall, not a bad trade because we're already low on HP and you have a massive, this is double wave we're talking about, and he's keeping it close to the tower. As Phantom Assassin, you should be able to farm those. Oh, look at this slow in the top lane.
Going for it, looking for Insania, trying to get this Ancient Apparition, gets back towards the tower. Now the eyes are on Matthew as they need one more shot to get that kill. Mickey gets it, and we'll have a Battle Hunger on him. They're down kind of low on the side of Liquid. They can't kill Whisper, but getting a kill there is everything that they kind of want at the moment in a lane that's kind of tough to find some kills. As Nisha rolls in onto C Smile, and C Smile needs to be very careful about his positioning.
Mid is pretty even as expected. You know, this is Pango against Earth Spirit, so both heroes are gonna do well. Especially in this patch, I think you need to know how to play these two heroes. Kick underneath the tower, C Smile will swashbuckle away.
And you should try to put some pressure on a C Smile and throw him under that tower. I've seen that attempt a couple of times. The cooldowns aren't exactly that high. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with anymore for it, but see how both heroes adjust as they're sitting level 4. And bottom lane seems to be a pretty back and forth aggressive lane. There is that stun. Of course, there's the onslaught to get on top. Maybe a Bramble Maze. If they get that extra lockdown on Liquid, they could get themselves a kill. Whisper can kind of be by himself at this point, too. He's already got that Ring of Health. And they do leave him over alone. And Nisha, in Nature's Grasp, Matthew's over mid, making this Earth Spirit's life a little bit uncomfortable.
They might try to go for Whisper in the top lane before he gets Vanguard. I believe they do have enough damage. Might need a Blood Grenade for some extra slow. Reflection, Metamorphosis, level 2. It's ton of damage, so Whisper, he wants to stay slightly less greedy right now. Pick up that Vanguard, because he's getting very close to it, just 100 gold away.
Already has that courier over at the secret shop. Pick up that Vitality booster, and then Vanguard should be good to survive in this lane. Couple of kills early on, things quieting down as everybody's getting their first few levels under their belt. See, maybe Mickey making a move where he's got this Metamorphosis. Nobody coming through the Twin Gates just yet. We've seen a couple of teams utilize that, but Cold Feet, Whisper, slowed up, gets out of the range, so he's not going to freeze over. Meanwhile, C Smile over mid. He's out of mana, and he's only got 200 life to live with, so he's got to walk all the way back to base as he's got an empty bottle, and this leaves the lane open for Nisha.
This will push Nisha closer to level 6, even though Earth Spirit's not the hero that needs level 6 by any means, but he's also a hero that once you get that level 6, you can easily make a rotation, especially with the 6-minute rune.
Cold Feet's on to Matthew, but not before he dies. Is that going to have him freeze over? The Nature's Grasp is down. They've got some spins coming out from Whisper. With the Metamorphosis, he'll get the kill on Matthew. It ends up being a trade. And again, Whisper is kind of the one who can stand his ground, help out with some damage from that counter helix. And okay, sitting low, but he's A-okay for now.
As Terrorblade, you should be pretty happy with these trades because Ancient Apparition can come back to lane, bring you some extra region for you. You got the solo XP, you got the last hit gold. I want to see this 6-minute rune rotation. Boxy, he's already in the river. It's gonna be for Nisha. Regeneration, that's a big one. C-Smile's not gonna find anything, but might find Insania. No rune, however.
And Insania's kind of in this really good spot for C-Smile because he can bounce off those steps and try to get the kill. But now the kick from Insania,
still gonna get the kill.
So with the Swashbuckle gets the kill, the Bramble Maze is down. C-Smile in some trouble, but he does have the help of Matthew. The living armor, he's able to really just take a beat down and not really lose a lot of life.
This leaves both offlaners with Vanguard. Not your traditional item on Primal Beast, but
Right.
I think in this situation, you want to tank up as much as possible. We already talked about like limited damage that they have. Unless they rotate Pango or Axe early on, I don't think Primal Beast is dying.
4-3, and I was taking a look. There will be another stack. Ooh, trample on top of Pecans, but not really doing anything. Trying to clean up some of these creeps, and this is a triple stack on the Ancients. Got a stamp of the big camp over in the triangle for the side of EG. I'm just, you know, we were talking stacks beforehand, and there's no stacks made for Liquid in their own triangle.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of the stacks. One of the reasons why Panda moved to the top lane, because Vengeful Spirit can stack multiple camps. There's 5 against 0.
Right.
Treant Protector can, like, he's super slow. He can stack 1, maybe 2, but you need to use mana, and it's not like you have some extra mana to spare. It's 90 mana
eyes
from
on
Nature's
Mickey.
Grasp. We talked
Missile,
about this.
and going through the Twin Gate, gets the Sunder off. Whisper comes over. 4 heroes here for the side of Evil Geniuses. They have the control, but is it going to be enough? He's low on Mickey. There's the Culling Blade. They'll chop him in half, get the Terror Blade out of the fight to start. But Pekazi's working with a lot of health here. He does have a Living Armor, throws a Stifling Dagger over onto the Dark Willow, who goes into the Shadow Realm. Throws a shot over on a Panda. The Culling
another
Edge
dunk.
lands on a Boxy. Has a chance at another Culling Blade, and will cut Boxy in half as well. So a good fight for Evil Geniuses as they look even further for Nisha, who's going to try and get through the Twin Gate. As it's a long jump over, and Paul was on cooldown for another 2 seconds once he got through.
Yeah, some good early rotation from EG. Not just like supports coming through the gates, but also Pakaz showing up as level 5 Phantom Assassin. Like, we've seen that from LGD quite a lot. Shiro being super active, going through the gates, especially when he's playing Luna, and Panda will go through the gates, get the D-Ward.
But they look for the roll. They've got Panda.
It's the roll, but should still be a kill.
Yep. Nisha getting that kill, and he's not sitting too high with CS, but net worth-wise, he's middle of the pack. He's ahead of the Pangolier for now.
Dire structures are fortified.
You get anything you can, and look at how deep Evil Geniuses are.
While they were killing Terrorblade, they placed down this deep Observer Ward. Might get devorded later on, but they might find Terrorblade again. Mickey, he's in trouble. They know he has no Thunder.
Yeah, they've got the call.
It's another dunk.
This is a problem for Mickey. This is not just one death, but it's going to be a second one here.
Never mind.
Oh.
I think it's fine if Pakaz, just grabs the kill there, because when you're playing with Axe, most of the time you will not get any of the kills. He wants to take all of them, and you can't really blame Axe players.
It's good kills for Pakaz, right? But is it a worry that he's getting too involved right now? Or would you rather him be sitting back and farming more, as Rolling Thunder was used over in the river? Got a magic missile. They'll bounce up Nisha again, and with the swashbuckle, they're going to get another kill. See Smile looking perfect with that Rolling Thunder, but now can he survive? With the retaliation coming up for Team Liquid, they get the kill to see Smile. They look over at Panda. They've got the trample. Some Metamorphosis shots coming in from Mickey. And running away, Bramble Maze down, doesn't wrap around anybody. Liquid only come out with a Pango kill. But it looks
that
like
Pango kill is pretty big. I mean, he had double damage. So one of the reasons why they got the kill on Anisha, had that swashbuckle. It took them down to like 70% HP. Zai will pick up the bottle from Nisha, use Haste Rune, and they're immediately going to smoke. Whisper is super farm, just 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger, has Tumbler's Toy. Not just
it might go in there, though.
Vanguard, it's also Phase Boots. A lot of the times you will not see it, but right, make it a move using that haste.
Yeah, Bramble Maze, that holds him down. He's got a call, but it's only extending the inevitable death of his. This is a 4 times killing streak going the way of Zai, giving him a good chunk of gold on this Primal Beast. He's second in the net worth now. He's going Vanguard, Phase Boots, Blade Man.
You can disassemble Vanguard, get into Heart later on. It's just become extremely tanky. In terms of like damage that they have on the ground, it's not the best. We already talked about Vengeful Spirit, Treant Protector not dealing the most damage early on. Both of these supports are very defensive based early on with the swap, with the Overgrowth, Living Armor, but there's going to be always this threat against Phantom Assassin, this Blade Mail, and they might pick up 2 of them. For now, Nisha is going for full Spirit Vessel to reduce some of the healing, have extra damage. We've seen Nisha use Magnetize and completely whiff it, but only another one. Like, that's going to be a ton of damage. Has those are no shadow charges, Spirit Vessel is being delivered as we speak.
Is that going to be an item where they make a move right after he picks it up, smoke up, and go? Try to get something?
I could see it happening. I just want to see if they have, but they don't have any smokes at the moment, not on the heroes, so might just need to farm up a little bit more. Makaz also having a decent time on Phantom Assassin, didn't invest his gold to upgrade into Orb of Corrosion. Instead, he's just farming with the casual Blightstone, and Whisper farming some gigantic stacks here in the outer ring.
And this should be pretty good timing on this Battle Fury, as he only sits about 700 gold away from it. The map's been pretty open for him. He's been involved in 5 of the 8 kills that EG have. He got the credit for the kill on Nikkei.
He mentioned that Makaz is very active, and we saw him rotating as a level 5 Phantom Assassin, getting early involved, which gave him some, good chunk of gold. They did manage to kill the tower in the top lane.
Soul Ring's next for him. A little bit of mana sustain for his Primal Beast. He's been doing all right. He only has 1 death, 1 kill, but now he's come over. He's got that blade mail. He has a stack to take. Boost up his net worth going forward. He's sitting top of the net worth for the side of Liquid, and with the game slowing down for the last few minutes or so, it's also giving Mickey an opportunity to kind of farm out too.
Yeah, I could see EG getting a smoke and maybe smoking into enemy Tormentor area, try to snatch the XP rune, because Pango just finished off the Defusal. This is the big timing for Pango. A lot of minus armor, and of course he found himself a Lance of Pursuit. You turned it back on Pango. This is Ricky is this is upgraded Ricky. 1 swashbuckle from behind, extra slow from Orb of Corrosion, a lucky shot, the minus armor. These swashbuckles are gonna hurt. They need to take him down instantly.
So is Ricky at home better than Ricky in life?
Yeah, Ricky at home. This Pango might do the trick.
Liquid. It breaks. They go to the Rolling Thunder immediately from C-Smile. Bramble Maze down. Overgrowth soon to be used here by Matthew. They're bumping up Boxy into the air back and forth as he's on the edge of those steps. Magnetize placed on a Matthew as well as C-Smile. The Swashbuckler to get and try and get the kill on a Boxy. They've also got the Battle Hunger and the Wave of Terror that gets it. They get Boxy, but they look over. Pulverize. Ice Blast coming in with the Spirit Vessel. Down goes C-Smile. And 2 heroes are dead on the side of Evil Geniuses. As the smoke was broken, it looked like a good retaliation from EG, but Liquid come out ahead.
Axe was not in that fight. I'm not sure where Axe Gold went, because he was very close to his Blink Dagger a couple of minutes ago.
He's got this
Vanguard. He died once, but
he's...
Yeah. This was supposed to be the big timing. They only smoked with 2 heroes, Dream Protector and Pango, and Liquid was so ready. Liquid with some moist moves, ready to counter smoke into enemy jungle, finding the right targets. Finally, they have Blink Dagger on Axe. 15 minutes into the game, a bit... he did purchase a Blade Mail. Sometimes you'll see just immediately into Blink Dagger if they lack initiation, but seems like he prioritized some more farming and also clearing the ancient creeps. It's not like you don't have counter Helix to deal with it, but
Nisha?
Nisha scouting things out. Rest of the team a bit far away.
Not jumped yet, but everybody's here for EG. Link Call trying to roll. That's an easy one for EG. Whisper actually missing the Culling Blade, so that's going to be on cooldown for 100, but they get this kill. Nisha just on the opposite side of the map, away from the rest of his squad. Whisper as well as Panda all nearby on Insania and Zai. Might look to make another move as Whisper blinks into the lane, and now they've got the Onslaught, the Trample, the Ice Blast. The swap was only on a Zai. It doesn't save Whisper's life, and now the Pulverize. That means 2 die. C-Smile trying to get something out of this with the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Nature's Grasp down. Overgrowth committed to lock down Zai and make sure that C-Smile can stay on top of him, but the Onslaught bounces them up into the air, and now he's able to run away.
No way he's getting out of this one.
Swashbuckle in a second, but the distance isn't there, and it's off the mark. He just TP's out.
Oh man, Zai, what a player. All of these items that he invested into, having this Blade Mail, having Vanguard, Magic Wand, Older Axe, upgrading this Ring of Protection into Soul Ring 13 minutes into the game. He becomes super tanky, gets Onslaught on sliver of the HP and manages to survive. Zai is carrying this game really hard for Liquid.
Still looking to fight bottom. Terrorize. That lands. The fear is there, but the battle hunger ticking him out. So Insania not able to be saved, and they're still coming over, but a TP away from the Dark Willow, and the rest of Liquid have evacuated the area. Zai going into the BKB. We talked about how important this item is for a Primal Beast, and he now sits tied atop of the net worth with his own Terror Blade, so his item timings have been quite good. Ooh, roll blocked with the blink coming in from Whisper. He's not able to get out of this one, and now they've got the magic missile, the Nature's Grasp for control, but he'll roll away from this side of EG. Maybe he can look up to initiate. He drops down, gets the roll. They've got the onslaught. Now they go in onto the Venge. Panda low, magic missile. Shield crash through. Matthew's low as well. He'll be the first one to fall on the side of Evil Geniuses. They're still chasing Panda, trying to find him with a Magnetize on him. Nisha, Shield Rune's only got a sliver left. Only 8 available on it. Tumbler's toy. Panda away from Nisha. And he TP out the roll, not connecting yet, but finally gets the vision to put the Spirit Vessel on him. Puts himself into the corner, and Nisha eventually, the swap will get the kill.
Will reduce some of that damage taken, but the ward that Panda placed, I believe, is going to get devorded because Nisha caught a glimpse of it, and yeah, he's going to go in there and devord that one, get some extra gold for Boxy, experience for himself. Team Liquid, they have two of the best initiators in the game that don't require Blink Daggers, who are super tanky. You have Primal Beast, you have Earth Spirit, who can easily roll in, onslaught in, find the right targets, and they have this thing to reduce your healing, not just with the Spirit Vessel, but of course Ancient Apparition. If they lock onto a target, Ice Blast, like there needs to be immediate swap from EG to try to save the hero that's being focused by Liquid.
Yeah, the swap that happened top was onto the Primal Beast. Maybe they would be able to save Whisper, yeah. If they had gotten him with that swap. Now he's got that Blink Dagger. He's also over for BKB on the Axe. Only a 2,000 net worth lead here for Liquid. Evil Geniuses, I think some would say with the first phase of the group stage performance that EG had, this should have looked more one-sided, but they are really holding their own. You have that sigh of relief getting through that tiebreaker, and now you can kind of reset, right? Like, you have a chance to be in the upper bracket.
Granting that second life. But they could be potentially in the upper bracket, as you said, so a lot at stake here. They also have Phantom Assassin, one of the strongest late-game carries in the game, and it's only 2k gold lead for Liquid at the moment. Nikkei has been like very silent going into Mantis style to amplify some of his farm, and you know that these e-gamers, they love to build Mantis style against Treant Protector every single time they play against it. They don't want to purchase into early BKB. This is my problem with like Treant Protector position 4, where you can't really do as many things. If you're like snowballing the game, the hero is going to shine because you can get to those items. For now, you have Arcane Boots and you have your Shard. It's relatively annoying to deal with it because you can like break your smokes, you need to carry dust, put a lot of sentries down. But in terms of scaling, like getting to your second, third item can be very difficult. One of the reasons why Matthew has Hand of Midas queued up. He thinks, you know, that this game might last long enough for him to get the value going from that Hand of Midas, but it's very, very far away.
Yeah, he's not.
You would be happy about this. You would be like, yeah, he's halfway there, 200 gold.
I knew you were gonna say that. I sensed by the way you said he's only got 200 gold.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe I just say he's close to this Midas to see what the reaction is. But
close to Gloves of Haste.
Yeah, he's almost got the Gloves of Haste. Maybe he could get that Blink Dagger. By the way, as you were talking about all that, Pakaz's got his BKB. We'll see how they react with that. Swashbuckle Magnetize. That comes in with the 3-man silence. Now they're going to onslaught. They've got the swap, but it's on a Matthew with the Spirit Vessel on him.
It's on all of them.
Magnetize will take them out, and now they've got the kill on the 3 with Panda falling. That BKB proving useful for Zai, and they clean up 1, 2, 3 heroes on EG and should be able to take a tier 2 tower.
Water roll in from Nisha, Magnetize onto 3, I believe. AA Blast connected onto 2 of them, plus Spirit Vessel, and also amplifying all of that damage. Ancient Apparitions, Ice Vortex, it's maxed out. That's extra 25% damage increase. Plus also an item that usually we don't see. Boxes with Veil of Discord is going to amplify some of that damage. Boxes is not playing for himself, you're not going for Hand of Midas and then trying to get Aghanim Scepter maybe later on, but for now he understands that most of that damage is going to be magical, and look how fast they melt.
3-man Geomagnetic Grip with the Magnetize. I mean, that is perfect play from Nisha. silences made it impossible for them to leave the fight. And the swap really didn't do anything either. With finding a stride and really flowing into a lead here, they've got themselves a 6K advantage. Tormentor picked up for the side of EG. They do get that shard for Pangolier. Smile's got that roll up now. He's looking to get himself a Lincoln's, try and survive and not get himself pulverized into the ground, Yamcha style.
You need some kind of a defense against that. Also, you're playing into Terrorblade, Sunder. EG has been like relatively quiet. They're still farming. Phantom Assassin is level 17, finished off BKB, about to finish off Dessa, holding Orb of Destruction, so that's going to be a ton of minus armor coming up from Phantom Assassin. Liquid going for their own Tormentor, Boxy dropping low, but he's fine, and because he dropped his HP dropped lowest, he's going to receive the shard. I wish it worked that way.
That's the secret, though.
That's the secret sauce, yeah.
If you lose the most HP going for Tormentor, your chances of getting that shard just escalate. So now he's got that upgrade of the Cursed Crown. Bramble's making things very difficult, and it'll force these heroes into having perfect positioning, truthfully.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be so much stuff on the ground from Liquid, like a random Ice Vortex, Bramble Maze now with the Cursed Crown upgrade, the Magnetize, Reflection, Primal Beast running in. It's going to be a very difficult game for EG to, like, they need to be the one starting the fight. Otherwise, I feel like if they get initiated on, damage has already been done and they will need to fall back.
Roll.
Server Ward, Nisha, he's in as Blade Mail, has another Shield Rune, so he's really not afraid to jump in.
How many times has he had Shield Rune already?
I don't know. After 3, I stopped counting.
Extra 1,277 effective HP. That is a lot. I'm over like 3,800 effective HP. For an Earth Spirit, 24 minutes into the game makes you feel pretty invincible, as he's also almost got this heart. Shows up on your screen for a second. The Primal Beast pick win rate, but they go in with the Pulverize and the quick damage with a Bedlam on top of this Zai Primal Beast. Doesn't even need to use the BKB. They kill off Smile with ease. They'll go right into Roche off that.
And this should secure them Roche. Primal Beast having this level 15 talent and the spell mechanic off his own if necessary against a lot of this stuff, like we're talking about Wave of Terror, Trim Protector ulti. What are you laughing about?
The onslaught into the Roche pit, knocking Mickey out of it. Thank you. See, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, Zai wants to the Aegis for himself. He's the real carry for the first 25 minutes.
Yeah. So immediately moving towards top. See that Matthew is pushing in the creep wave.
Round regeneration.
Dota plus win probability is quite up there for Liquid, and they are going to find Matthew at the end of the day. He gets a kill there, and Liquid with another one under their belt. Goes bottom, Ice Blast coming in, and this is going to be another top bottom.
Spirit leaves your
You know that things are not going well for you if you're losing heroes in the bottom, in the top lane. They're also holding the Aegis. Feels like Team Liquid might be ready to go and take out these last tier 2 towers. Not sure if they want to like commit to a high ground. There's nothing in the bottom, but if they find another opening, they might go for it. Now look at this magical damage coming out. It's mostly magical. Everything except Terrorblade. And we still haven't seen Mickey hit heroes because he's been jungling for the good like 15 minutes pretty much. And something that we did mention, like Terrorblade, he is also not afraid to get Scotty, become super tanky. He's sitting at 34 armor at the moment. And another hero that kind of likes to buy MKB. Another combo.
Yeah, look at Smile forced to roll out. He does survive. I mean, that's something. Now they're going to go to the swamp. They've got themselves the call. Zai's caught. Terrorize comes in, but it's not going to be enough to save the Primal Beast. Battle Hunger onto Earth Spirit, but Nisha makes the roll up onto the high ground and escapes the grasp of EG, who kind of use a lot just to get that kill. Those BKBs going to be on cooldown now if Liquid maybe attempt with the next Metamorphosis to take a fight soon after. But without Zai at the moment, they'll probably stay at their distance.
AG probably happy with the kills that they got, even though they traded 2 9-second BKBs. They still managed to get a kill, and also Pakaz getting last hit, getting closer to that level 20 talent, as he has a ton of damage coming out. Also finding a tier 3 token. Let's see what he's gonna get from it. Talon Tunic is afraid of Terrorblade, his right clicks before he gets MKB.
That BKB now has that Basher. Deso, only 2 charges on it. It was a later Deso after he went Battle Fury BKB into the Desolator.
Yeah, it wasn't Deso now, it was Deso later. That's why. They're still gonna go and try to take this tier 1 tower top. Couple of minutes left on that Aegis.
What? No.
Bramble Maze. Gonna connect.
They're still going. They want Panda. They'll get themselves the Pulverize and the kill. Okay, with another. And did it look even further? They do. See Smile actually taking a lot of damage. The roll from Nisha all the way in. Stifling dagger. Can he get the kill though? Uh-oh. They'll take out C Smile. Down goes Matthew. Pakaz not doing enough damage. He doesn't have enough health either, or help.
Nisha
in, call on Nisha.
Into tier 4s, but this heart regeneration, Dragon Scale, keeping him alive. They're super tanky, and something that we did mention is Pangler, he's never gonna feel too comfortable rolling onto the top of Terrorblade. If he used meta, like, he can just shred him, so needs to be careful. This is not also Pangler that does have Lincoln Sphere, Aghanim Scepter. It's a Blink Dagger for now, Dandelion Amulet, so a little bit of a magic resistance, but still physical damage coming out from Terrorblade is insane. He's having his MKB finish, going into BKB next, but they're still gonna respect this high ground defense from EG.
Because Divine Rapier queued up.
It's a bit of an early one.
Let's see if he can make something happen with it. Ooh,
got the White Mel off again.
Now Ice Blast coming in. BKB's gonna wear out in just a moment from Whisper, but they've got the bash. They'll have the right clicks. Matthew is the one who gets that kill. He'll pick up a good 699.
Some good initiations from Whisper, finding Nisha 2 times in a row, blocking his roll as well. Going into Refresher next on Axe. They feel like they lack this control, so with Refresher you will have 2 BKB charges, 2 calls available where they can actually burst people down. It's all it takes, Phantom Assassin, someone to hold them in place. I want to see if Pakaz actually wants to commit to this Divine Rapier. It's a bit of the riskier side. This is like 30 minutes we're talking about.
Right. I would say maybe you want one more item before that, something that makes you more survivable in a fight like this, but he's been trying to pick off and get in and out of these fights.
This is also pre-Shard, pre-Aghanim Scepter, even though like Aghanim Scepter got nerfed relatively heavy in the previous patch. We'll see if Pakaz wants to commit to it. Might buy Relic after selling Wraith Band and then like have potential Nullifier if he doesn't want it.
What's the is it just a straightforward, like you want Whisper and have Pakaz to get the damage out as the game plan for EG? Like, what's a more detailed look for them is, they are starting to get down by quite a bit. It's 9,000 now, but with one more fight, it could be quite a formidable deficit on them. Oh, overgrowth from Matthew holding them in place. And now they're starting to come over. They've got the call, they have the Ice Blast, but it's not enough of a deterrent. Kaz has the kill. Ghost Scepter used by Insania. Now, I asked for the details, but EG would rather show me because Insania's dead. 2 heroes gone. They have buyback available on the Ancient Apparition. They go to the Magnetize as well as the They're looking for the roll on a Whisper. That's a kick. That's a kill onto Whisper. Down goes the Axe. They've got control of the Phantom Assassin with the BKB trying to TP out. Terrorize Throne, but it's not going to matter with the close. BKB lasting a second long enough.
Panda? This has any reveal, Insania. Nothing around him, but
no.
Zai's gonna find him.
Ambitious.
Insania used buyback in that one. Very, very greedy Manta from Terrorblade. All the heroes were missing. He pops the Manta style to farm, and they catch him. The power of Treant Protector being Invis holding the gem, and then he couldn't get out of Overgrowth. Still no BKB on him.
They see him.
That's gem. This is massive. So they're going to be able to D-ward and also see this annoying Treant Protector who just set things up to kill Terrorblade.
That's going to mean that they need to find a pickoff in a much harder way than just having Matthew in deep to get that gem back. And Insania's going to be holding it, but we'll see if he continues to hold that. Otherwise, maybe they get a pickoff on the Ancient Apparition to get that gem back in their hands.
And Pakaz, after seeing Yule Scepter, Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Capes, Aeon Disc also in Dark Willow, he's gonna change his mind and go for Nullifier. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. Because if you commit to Divine Rapier, this is also a nice play. Like he still got stunned by Onslaught, but Boxy also very quick to find him with the Yule Scepter. Matthew with the smile.
Almost. So they're gonna put pressure on over bottom. Boxy, he's got Yules, like you said, has the Aeon Disc to survive. With the Nullifier now in the hands of the Phantom Assassin, maybe they could take that away and clean up the Dark Will, who's got that Veil as well, but landing a good Terrorize and or having the Bedlam on top of Zai really does add to the fight for them, so taking Dark Will out might be a bit of a priority going forward. See how they fight, to see how they hold, because it's also not that easy, like you said, for Matthew, because of the fact that they've got the gem in the hands of Liquid. And that's being held by Boxy at the moment. So see how much that works, because it's not like Dark Willow is deep into the fight, right? Like, he's usually sitting on the back.
Yeah, you want to keep the distance. Zai might be the one holding it, but seems like he's prioritizing having Soul Ring as his mana tool, because Primal Beast, he does consume a lot of mana, especially when there's nothing happening. You want to be farming those camps as fast as possible and then getting out of trouble.
For that fight, things quieting down a little bit for Liquid, but they are also setting up for the next Roche. They're not trying to lose anybody before this Roshan respawns, and McKay out for a second, but back in, sees that Roche is available. And this should favor Liquid, but they're not taking it immediately, just at maybe looking to see if EG come their way.
I don't think EG is going to defend this one, because all three lanes are pushed in. Terrorblade causing a lot of problems. They don't have that one hero who deals well with TB illusion. Sometimes you'll see like supports picking up some Dagon, but they're really not close. Matthew again.
Spotted, yeah.
Well, he already lost his gem, so can't lose it twice.
That's true. Now they kind of know where the side of Liquid is, but like you said, they're not going to be defending this one. They're trying to get their next items or so, and Pangolier trying to get into the Octarine core. You know, he's 500 gold away from that. Because I believe finished he has the Abyssal Blade, so he's gonna have that extra little touch of lockdown, and he's got a double damage now bottled up. So that could be a different
taking fight with that.
And in a rough spot, Yules from the Dark Willow. They have the Bedlam, a Shadow Realm Strike from Boxy to get the kill on a Panda, so now both supports are dead on EG. Right off that Roche.
Yeah, having a hard time pushing the high ground. Like one swap, one call from Axe could cause a lot of issues. And also you can't deal chip damage to the towers because of living armor.
And it does not make it easy to just put a little bit of chip damage on. But this top tier 3 not being healed at the moment. 1,000 health. He's working on mid. Okay. Matthew out far. He's going Axe, so...
No, he's going Midas. Midas is being delivered on Courier. 35-minute recovery Midas.
So he ended up getting the blink before the Midas too. When he had that queued up originally, I thought maybe he'd go Midas first, but ends up going into the blink dagger, then the Midas, which now at 35 minutes, if they can hold, might pay itself off, but we'll see.
That's a long ways out. Terrorblade meta still up and running for another good 30 seconds. EG gonna smoke, double damage. Popped by Pakaz, level 23 Phantom Assassin with Nullifier, full Abyssal Blade, and now has Divine Rapier queued up.
There's the
Like,
swap,
initiation, can
Nightwing
they burst it?
Dagger. They're going to look at trying to get the kill here out of the Terror Blade. They get the Ice Blast coming in. That's going to land on the 3 and the 0. They got Nick Wall, but can they get the kill? They'll take out his first life because Whisper and Panda all gone. Pakaz bought out. He does not have buyback. They got the kill on the
this is
Terror Blade, but this
massive.
is terrible as they'll lose his smile.
This might be the game. Insania with some like good plays, landing Ice Blast, I believe, on pretty much all of them, and also Zai jumping in, Pulverize, grabbing the target, and this might be the game. 65 seconds with no Phantom Assassin. You're gonna be playing against
On the
Mega
tier
Creeps,
fours.
or if they're gonna fish, see if Pakaz does have buyback. Uh-oh, this is very dangerous territory for EG. They're going for the throne.
Can you potentially make a move here, trying to throw these magic missiles out with the shard to stun up a couple? They're still going for the tier 4s. You have Matthew to try and give it living armor to hold on longer, but that's not working out right now. And Whisper, he's gonna start farming, maybe thinking that they can hold. He left the base. He's out of there. Now they've got the swap. Oh. Fountain's not going to do enough.
last
They've got the roll, they've
70
got the
seconds
glyph, but they
without him.
still call GG. And that will be game 1 going the way of Team Liquid over Evil Geniuses.
Team Liquid getting the jump and getting the kill on Phantom Assassin, who invested everything. This was the best shot that EG had, pretty much, because Phantom Assassin had double damage. They managed to burst Terror Blade, but he was still holding the Aegis. Even without Aegis, I still feel, you know, that would be a really good fight for Liquid. EG, a bit on the slower side. Like, we've seen some teams picking up this Treant Protector plus Vengeful Spirit duo and then lacking damage. I think Liquid utilized this perfectly, finding the perfect pick pretty much for the game. All these 3 heroes, they don't really do much, and then they picked Terror Blade.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Geniuses turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil Geniuses, turn to pick.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. We are here with the third series of the day, game number 2. It's Liquid against Evil Geniuses, and game 1 went the way of Team Liquid, but we're right on into the second draft. Taking a look, Lacoste, take all this information in. What do you got for me so far?
Well, there's one hero that has not been banned, because Team Liquid, they banned out Phantom Assassin. Templar Assassin in the previous game, and this has to be like top 3 heroes for Pakaz. He's insanely good at the hero. We saw throughout the first 2 days of the tournament how well Templar Assassin can farm and how much damage this hero can deal in short period of time if you can keep this tempo. I want to see some changes from EG. I want to see, some more aggressiveness coming out from their position 4 and 5. They picked Phoenix. So far, they haven't played Phoenix on support role. It was only Whisper who played it once, so they have this flexibility. I'm pretty sure that Matthew and Panda can play it, but already liking how they're switching things up here.
Yeah, last game, Panda was on that Venge, and it's the 5th time throughout the event so far that he played the Venge. It wasn't exactly the best performance from him overall. Maybe we'll see him on something a little bit different going forward if maybe he goes back to the Grim that he liked a couple of times. He even, he's gone to the Marcy once, but now Liquid, they go to the Bristleback, and this has been a very popular hero up to this point. And, Zai's only played it once, but we'll see how he does, or if he's on it with the Nature's Prophet in their draft already too.
Bristleback is super strong right now. Like when I first saw changes to Aghanim Scepter, didn't really like it until I saw some good players actually utilize that. He becomes almost unkillable, and I think EG, they might have been up to something, banning out this Ancient Apparition. Team Liquid coming with a strat, picking Bristleback in the second phase immediately after seeing Ancient Apparition ban, because AA caused a lot of issues in the previous game. We also mentioned that we wanted to see Doom in the previous game, and now they're going to pick up this Grimstroke that you mentioned, having double Doom. Doom doesn't mute items anymore, but it's still, anti-healing, so something that is going to be super good against Bristleback, because Bristle builds into Bloodstone. He also wants to get the Vanguard to become, unkillable, sit in the middle of the fight. So this Doom could come in super handy.
So this is shifting most likely the Phoenix down to 4, Grim 5, right? With the Doom coming into the 3 position, or is there a different way that you would play this?
Most likely. I think you want to give farm priority to Doom. They also haven't played it on position 4. I know some of the teams love to play position 4 Doom. 9 Pandas, definitely up there. It is a flex pick for them, but I feel like things are going to be, pretty straightforward in this one. Doom 3, Grimstroke 5, Phoenix 4. They might also switch between them. Depends like which carry they want to pick. If they want to use the carry that utilizes this Inkswell, they might go for the killer lane, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and if that Phoenix ends up being a 4, it's a little bit different from EG overall in the draft, because they are yet to pick their 4 position in that first slot. That's not really been the priority that they've been giving or showing. I know it's a small sample size at the end of the day, but it is something a little bit different when it comes to those kind of dynamics in the draft for EG.
I'm just thinking like what Liquid can pick here. I like Spectre a lot. I feel like this hero is super good right now, being on low cooldown. 20 seconds less on her ulti is pretty massive, and also just want to see some other guys that can jump Grimstroke, can jump Phoenix, having a bit of a global presence from Nature's Prophet. So whoever shows on the map, Spectre is not like exclusively late game hero anymore. She comes online super fast with the Blade Mail, and we've seen in some of the games that this hero farm stacks extremely fast, and it's all about stacking. Team Liquid didn't stack as much as they usually do, because they were like constantly running at AG in the previous game.
This time Liquid go for the Venge, and we'll see what they want to do to pair up with that in this phase of picks. They've got the Nature's Prophet, very mobile hero. Could potentially see something a little bit more global from them if maybe they want to go to like a safe lane Spectre and have Nature's Prophet TP in with a Shadow Step. contribution.
5 seconds remaining.
And we can see the items that Insania went in the previous game. I really like this Blink Dagger on Ancient Apparition because it's not your typical AA item, but I've seen pro players picking it up from time to time where you just like jump on top of the target that is stunned. Like you pretty much become a guy that is following up on initial stun. There's going to be like Primal Beast running in, Earth Spirit, you blink in, right on top, immediate AA ulti, and they can't dodge it. They will pick up CK and Vengeful Spirit, so this is going to be strong lane. Seems like Team Liquid, they want to fight in the lane, and also having some kind of a save against Doom. So you get Doomed, you get swapped instead, and also CK. If you're the one initiating the fight, if you have your illusions going, you're going to have a hard time finding which one is real for Doom to find the right target.
And not looking like the easiest Doom game in the moment, and now EG probably thinking about what's been shown to them and how they kind of have to react with Phoenix, Doom, and Grimstroke on the board for them already. And it's looking like they are going to want a match here with something, but...
I'm down for some Sven or something like that.
All right, as you say it, it becomes a reality. Kind of has something else for us.
The reason why I like it is just you want to be the one like finding the right target, going in and being the first initiator. We saw in the previous game that EG wanted to do that, but had a hard time finding the targets, and also having Cleave against CK and the illusions, plus also having
5 seconds remaining.
item that like you build into Silver Edge, so you can break Bristleback and you have enough damage to kill him.
EG focusing the mid
Team Liquid's
bans, they
turn to
ban that sniper, ban the Earth Spirit and Pango, because both teams looking for a mid, so you're kind of getting down to slim pickings here. Invoker was already banned as well.
Sniper, not a traditional ban by any means. Team Liquid did run it once. This like a new build with the Diffusal Blade. And also in this game could be really good because you have extremely good frontline. You have Swap to save you, plus extra damage that you get from Vengeful Spirit later on, and extended range where you can kill Phoenix Egg without actually going close and getting in range of it.
So pretty much everything's been banned that Niche has played mid so far in this group stage, except for the Queen of Pain. The one thing still on this list.
Evil Geniuses turn
They ban
to pick.
Puck. So let's see what EG want for their final pick. Liquid having the ultimate last pick, and EG are the ones who go for Quab. So now Niche, everything he's played is out.
Yeah, I like what EG drafted for themselves. Like this CK, he's gonna have rough time dealing damage with his illusions, because now you have like this Grimstroke, you have Phoenix as well with the protection, Sunray on top of them, Queen of Pain with the bounce back from the ulti. Not sure if I like the changes to Queen of Pain. This overtime damage rather than the burst damage is a huge nerf to Quap, but like it can be good in some situations where it's the blame longer, but overall I think it is a massive nerf.
15 seconds left for Liquid. Pair up with the CK Venge Bristle MP, and it will be the Wind Ranger. So Wind Ranger, I know I saw New play it in the off lane for LGD, but they're going to be playing it here mid for Team Liquid. And how do you like this matchup, Wind Ranger against Queen of Pain mid?
Oof, I think they didn't have many options left. As you said, like Nisha needed to play a new hero because most of these heroes have been banned or picked Queen of Pain, so they needed something. I'm not sure if like you need to carry hard as Wind Ranger in this game. I feel like you need to be slightly more active early on because Bristleback can carry, and we saw that Zai can carry for the good 20-25 minutes early on if he's on this hero that becomes super unkillable. And this time, Team Liquid will have Vengeful Spirit, they will have Bristleback, so be aware of those stacks. What I want to see from EG potentially is invading enemy triangle and setting up some vision early on, like between 7 and 10 minutes, and go in with Pakaz. We know that Pakaz tends to get active early on, and maybe steal some of the stacks that Team Liquid's going to make for Bristleback.
Yeah, when you're going up against a team that really does make a lot of stacks, there is opportunity to steal them. We'll see if they can cover that ground, maybe get good vision up there and move over as a team to force Liquid into a position where maybe they feel uncomfortable making those stacks and or just leaving them open like that and forcing them to react into not only defending their stacks, but a fight that may not be beneficial for them. It will be interesting as we're going to be getting into this game number 2. The Wind Ranger, the last pick on this one, it was Swim Pickens, but Is it everything you wanted in a last pick for Liquid?
Prepare
It's
for
a
battle.
like good control if you're joining the fight slightly later on. If you get initiated on by this Doom, Sven, you're gonna die unless there's gonna be swap coming out. Like they definitely need to swap out the Doom target. So positioning from Insania is gonna be the key, and we already know that, you know, Insania on some of these saving supports, his positioning is top tier. Nisha gonna scout things out in the mid lane. He already placed down observer ward. Being on the other side. Oh, there's been a huge nerf, like indirect nerf to Wind Ranger, because the item that she wanted to buy was Road of Atos, with build-up was 2 crowns. Since you're being Universal Hero, that gives you a ton of damage. But ever since the changes to Road of Atos, the build-up, like you don't want to buy Vitality Booster. I've seen Wind Rangers picking up Power Treads, some going for Dragonlance, some going for Maelstrom, and then scaling, getting Aghanim Scepter. I think Lincoln Sphere in this one is going to be the key, playing against Doom, playing against Grimstroke Sven, so you can't get initiated on.
Taking a look at the game so far, as they were trying to get a D ward here in the mid lane, but they placed that sentry off to the other side. They know where it is now. They've pinged it out. And they also have a sentry that sees the obs of EG down in the bottom area of the map, so they might be getting 2 obs out of here immediately. See how they progress. Is going to be 2 bounty runes apiece. Nothing really doing before that, and you can see Boxy coming over with Nisha. Secure this D ward.
In the end, they're going to swap things around. Have Whisper play Phoenix. He's really mean. Whisper is like one of the best offlaners in the world. He's like super stable. He's been stable for years in terms of his gameplay. I think, like, for me, he is the best South American player because he's just like that good. He can play anything, and we're gonna see Phoenix again. They did play Phoenix once so far in the group stage, and he did extremely well. Matthew, this is gonna be a fire lane. They wanna, but you're playing against Liquid.
Whisper, dousing the fire, extinguishing it out. Insania gets first blood. Matthew looking for a trade, not going to get it in immediately. Just with the minus armor, the Wave of Terror, the early Chaos Bolt, they were going to shut down Whisper in the lane early.
Power of Nature's Prophet, getting that early ward.
They're going
setting
ahead.
things up.
They want Matthew. I mean, look at the damage that they put on, and it's not like these spells have these ridiculous cooldowns, and if level 2 is going to come around, they're going to have another stun to go with it. This is dangerous for EG. See if they go again, because Insania, he's still just level 1, but Creeper 2, and he'll have that magic missile to throw.
Matthew needs to be careful. He's very low. What is he bringing? Healing Salve, another Blood Grenade. They do have a lot of minus armor in this lane. Not so much early on, because CK wants to put another
boy.
his Chaos Strike.
Well, that's not gonna stop Zion.
He's
Boxy
gonna
will get
dive.
the kill. Whoa, already 2
Box
kills.
is going in again. Box is thinking about maybe picking up the water rune, so C-Smile can't refill it. He wants to see where Nisha's going, or maybe TP top and try to set things up on Matthew again.
Insania's just gonna run him down. If there's a TP, I mean, the help is potentially not needed, as Insania is just gonna get a kill here onto the Doom, and it's already 3 kills for the side of Liquid and a 1,000 net worth lead.
And there it is, Boxy.
Out of control.
He was thinking where he wants to go. Do they want to kill Matthew? And I assume Matthew TP's mid, refills bottle for C-Smile, because he just got his loon snatched by Boxy, and Boxy's back to the bottom lane again. This also leaves some solo XP for a short period of time for Bristleback, so Zai managed to get to level 3, and I could see them playing aggressively. But you also want to get to your Vanguard timing, then Sven can't really hurt you in the lane.
Already at a pretty significant deficit. I mean, this is 3 minutes in. It's a 1K net worth lead. They control both Lotus pools, so they're going to get that advantage there of the heal. Mickey, though, losing his courier to Matthew, who's in deep once again. He's also going to pick up a bounty rune, so doing whatever necessary. And Matthew, with that Treant Protector last game, was really trying to do everything that he could to save the game for
Boxy bottom. They're playing super aggressive Ink Swirl. Should be enough to kill him.
Pakaz getting that kill, a little bit too big for his britches, as they get the kill on a Boxy, and as well as Pakaz getting at least something on the board for Evil Geniuses.
Insania, he's really feeling himself. Double bracer on Vengeful Spirit. He has 83 damage. He might have the most damage in the game right now.
Matthew's dead. Icarus dive, but the Chaos Bolt's there. After the dive, the Blood Grenade, Whisper, one more, and it's with the Wave of Terror. They get both kills in the top lane.
Get Hand of Midas. Just kidding. I mean, he has Boots of Speed, Double Bracer, Fairy Fire. Universal Hero, by the way. Really enjoying it. Look at him. Like, they're gonna come back to a lane. He has also Lotus, the one that you mentioned, and lanes are falling apart. The mid lane is also not doing too hot because of that rune that they managed to steal from C-Smile.
Right.
Queen of Pain really relies on runes to be able to play active. Constant Harassment. Nisha, level 5.5. C-Smile about to crack level 5, so big difference in the XP.
Not only that, he's holding onto a water rune and 2 charges on that bottle, so he's ready to just kind of have the sustain here and force C-Smile, who's got an empty bottle himself, out of the lane. It's a rough position to be in. You could see Nisha, well, they're on the power shot. Maybe Boxy comes in, Sprout go and get the kill. And he's up on the high ground. That's exactly what Boxy wants, but high ground maybe not the right positioning for it. Turns off the Watcher.
Even Insania is making a move towards the mid lane. Box is going to pull off the creep wave. Yeah, there's Catapult coming. So this is going to be some big damage onto it. Let's see if C-Smile manages to drag the creep wave off his own. Nisha probably thinking about going in. There's still Fairy Fire and Magic Wand available. Power Shot misses. So Box is going to drag the creep wave back towards the mid lane.
Top lane again. Matthew taking a lot of damage. Insania still here. He's got a Wave of Terror in 2 seconds. Matthew, one more shot till he's dead. Pops a salve, but Wave of Terror off cooldown thrown at Matthew to get another kill. And it's 6-1. Panda even shows up top, but there's not much he can do here. And now you're just kind of leaving Pakaz to his own accord over bottom.
We said that Insania, he really shines on these saving heroes, but he's the one dealing damage 5-0-0, 5 minutes into the game on Vengeful Spirit. This has to be the best start you can ask for.
Embrace, Inkswell, Sunray. Insania, he's got to save his carry. They've got to Sprout, but Whisper's going to burn right over it. However, he's going to lose his life in doing so. Mickey survives. The Phantom's Embrace runs out, thrown back over onto the Chaos Knight. Mickey, though, slaps it off, and Panda going to lose his life as Boxy's got a double kill. Insania,
it's the snowball effect. I could see Team Liquid also going in, trying to steal enemy XP runes, because they put so much pressure in the top lane, means that the bottom XP rune or the XP rune on their side is going to be free to be picked up. Box's bottom again.
They have not stopped moving around the map. I mean, they have teleportation, but just the utilization of these twin gates too. And forcing the Grimstroke to go over mid to refill this bottle, it's not been fun.
Dire are scanning.
Zai gonna lose.
No one is in the bottom lane. Yeah, they just spreading them out so much because Zai has Vanguard, which means that Sven can kill him. Queen of Pain is level 6. Does not have a point in ulti yet, saving a point for now. Boxy will get that Wisdom Rune.
Phantom's Embrace, Inkswell, maybe they get the kill here over mid. Scream used, Inkswell pops, Sonic Wave, that's a kill on Anisha, desperately needed. But if they lose more than just Panda on this retaliation, it would be bad. They don't lose anything so far. The back end of a God's Strength from Pakaz coming over mid. He gets the kill on a Boxy too. Big kills to stabilize the game for EG, just a touch. I mean, the lanes had just dissolved for them, and they're lucky. Pakaz is there as he was farming the jungle with God's Strength.
A very important kill for EG. They definitely needed that. The lanes were bleeding way too much. Zai, complete free farm in this bottom lane. How many stacks do they have? 2 stacks. Insania already in the triangle, trying to make some more for Zai so that he can pick them up. Gotta get that stack going. On the other side, there's some stacks being made right now by Matthew.
Inkswell trying to stay out of it. They've got that Shadow Strike on Anisha. Box coming over. Scream, Sprout, sprouting himself, putting himself in an odd spot, but the power shot comes in. They get the kill to C-Smile. They look over at Matthew. Whisper trying to Sunray down this Wind Ranger. Doesn't get it. The Shadow Strike might take him out, but they got the Magic Missile to get the kill on a Whisper. They look over at Matthew. 4 heroes down to the side of Evil Geniuses just like that.
Oh, Nisha surviving as well, toggling, using the magic wand, that extra regeneration from Bracer. Whisper used everything. Like, he threw whatever he could, but he's like, if they had Supernova there, that fight is completely different. But since they got dumpstered in the lane, he's sitting at 0-4-0 at the moment. It does make a lot of difference. So he manages to survive. They get a couple of kills, and Zai again, off lane enjoyer, farming for himself. I believe he has mana boots coming, clarity as well, going into Aghanim Scepter next straight after finishing off that Vanguard.
Boxy in with the Stormhammer, God Strength pop for this Infernal Blade and a kill there. So Pekaz gets himself onto a killing spree through dying early.
I said I wanted to see some aggression from EG, where they like go inside the enemy triangle and tries to steal some of the stacks with Sven. I don't think it's happening. Like, it sounds like a great idea, but there's also Bristleback available, who's going to be farming those stacks pretty soon.
See Smile, he's got to blink away. They put the Phantom's Embrace on him. They're looking for the Ink Swell, but now trying to blink out of range of the swap. Instead, he'll focus his attention on the Panda. Wave of Terror, the damage with the magic missile. Matthew getting low. Stroke of Fate comes in. They land the Shackle Shot. Sonic Wave. Insignia still ticking down, but they'll end up getting the kill on Insignia. Pekaz is dead at the same time, thanks to Boxy coming in and helping out Zai. Nisha in too far. Inkswell's there, and he'll end up dead.
Oh,
Still
that's a big one.
Zai. Supernova, down he goes. So
that's
two-pronged attack all over the place. Wrath of Nature. And Zero's low, but not gone.
Ooh, Matthew picking up Purge Creep. Like, the range, the cast range on it is like very small, but Tumbler's Toy coming in clutch, jumping on top of the Wind Ranger, dispelling her, which did result in a couple of kills. 20 kills in 10 minutes. I don't think you can ask for anything better.
Man, 2
this
kills.
Bloodbath Dota, always fun to watch.
So, I have an idea for blood grenades.
I'm listening.
Do you think blood grenades should restock quicker with each death in the game?
And it's not terrible. I heard worse ideas coming out from you throughout the whole DPC season. We had some bangers, though. You had some bangers for sure, but this is...
That one was TI caliber, I think. I don't know. I think maybe. Might implement that one. Maybe the Frog agrees. 2K lead, though, for Liquid right now. Zai, yeah, he died, but he's working on an axe. He's almost got 2 components of it already.
And you're not lying this time. He actually does have 900 gold saved up. Ogre Axe. Ooh, this is a big kill.
Yeah, down goes Whisper. He's been trying to find some safety. He's 1 in 5 already in the game.
Insania has 105 damage on Vengeful Spirit. Going into drums next. This double bracer allowed him, and look at this cool play. Going through the gates from the bottom, and
he got the stun on the box. He was TPing up on the cliff. So everybody's going to come over. Blink, just trying to get the vision. Who's going to get it? Scouting, but uh-oh. Trying to be a tree up on a cliff like that, but he'll end up dead. Wrath of Nature not doing any damage, really.
C-Smile has 2,000 gold saved up, thinking about what he wants to buy, whether he needs like some kind of Orchid or it's just going to be, you know, casual Kaya for now. Maybe Witchblade, it's also an option. You're playing against Wind Ranger, so you want to have that True Strike.
Well, I want to say I don't see that item as much anymore. The Witchblade.
Buying Blitz Knuckles for now? Okay, it's going to be Witchblade in the end. He bought Blitz Knuckles, thinking about maybe he wants to turn that into Orchid, then send his courier back. Smoke from EG. This is a big kill. Matthew got the Doom off.
Yeah, so they're looking to land the Sinkswell, but just out of range. Stroke of Fate, C-Smile coming over. They've got the Phantom's Embrace. That was a silence with the Doom throwing it back on. And
5
there's
seconds.
the Sun Ray. They got him, but here's a turnaround. The Shackle's going to connect on the C-Smile, but they've got the silence. So now he's starting to run. Link away from the fight. Supernova in the middle. This is really nice. Nisha's going to end up dead. Zai trying to get the kill here with the help of Insignia. They'll blow up the egg, but they've got the Sonic away from the low ground. Zai on the run. He'll get a Viscous Nasal Goo on a Panda, throwing them up and trying to get him with that Quill Spray, and will finish him off with the help of Insania. Matthew also falls. It's a 3 for 2 so far. Blink, TP attempt, Wave of Terror. Insania can't get the magic missile.
No swap, no magic missile. Just got the glimpse of it. They survive. I mean, we've seen the power of their lineup. This is also without Pakaz joining. He's farming on the other side, has Blink Dagger being delivered to him, but some big damage coming out from Whisper. As we see, he managed to get those Spirit Vessel charges. Fire Spirits are maxed out. 2 points in Sun Ray. They still killed Supernova, but he got the job done. Also needs a little bit of recovery.
Going Midas.
Going for Hand of Midas. Yeah.
He's not that close to it. 1,600 gold. I was thinking what I wanted to say. He's got half the components. Almost there. Zai, meanwhile, 200 gold away from the axe. So that's going to be a big upgrade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look at Insania where he's at net worth-wise.
It's illegal. He has almost the same amount of farm as Nisha.
Whisper. He's under this ward. Tumbler's toy, magic missile, another kill on a Whisper. There's nothing he can do. The supports are so farmed on the side of Liquid, keeping up with the cores on EG.
Radiant's top tower
Level
is under
10
attack.
on Vengeful Spirit, same level as Wind Ranger.
Radiant structures are
Got that cast range talent on level 10 and going for Aghanim Scepter. I feel like Boxy, they're actually doing it. I see Boxy buying some of the sentries, placing observer wards. They want to have Insania to scale where you can use this, swap aggressively, save a Doom target, die, and then respawn with that Aghanim Scepter. Because when you get these smaller items on Vengeful Spirit, you're gonna farm a lot. You're also very good at fighting because they can't burst you down. He's sitting at 1400 HP right now, 7 armor, has drums, has Tumbler's toy.
Matthew. You saw him do this with a tree and trying to farm out as far as he could, but now Boxy's here with Insania, magic missile, the minus armor coming in as they've got a solar crest on Boxy. And again, it's just easy damage for Liquid.
Grimstroke plus Doom is like very strong support duo if we're talking about like post 30-minute, also if you can execute the combo. But look at the amount of farm that Liquid supports have. Insania, he's at the front lines.
Blink
Here
trying
comes
to get
Crystal.
the top. They've got Zai, who does have this Ag Sonic Wave. Insania only dying for the second time, but they end up losing C Smile for it. Whisper's in pretty deep, but they've got the God Strike for because the damage is out. They get the kill on the Nature's Prophet. Now, Soulbind, but the Quill Spray. Zai ends up
There's
taking
the
out
double
Panda.
doom.
They've got themselves the Soulbind. They have the double doom. Do they have the damage to get the kills? They'll end up blowing up the egg. Now they let the second shot on him because he's sprouted up and killed off by Nisha. Matthew on the run. Mickey ends up falling to Matthew, as now Nisha at least trying to get the finishing touches to this team wipe. They bought back on Boxy. They'll get the kill on Matthew, and it's so many heroes dying in the fight, but EG are team wiped.
EG executed. Like, this was the pretty much the best fight that they had so far. This was Pakaz joining with the Blink Dagger, with his ulti, but the damage coming out from Bristleback, his new shiny Aghanim Scepter. You can see how much damage it deals. And now going into Aghanim Shard, also, like, I like the way, you know, they're going to need some Lotus Orbs, they're going to need some Lincoln Spheres on side of Liquid. One of the reasons why Nisha is going for it is, you know, you're playing against Doom, you're playing against Sven, they're going to cause you a lot of issues. And just like Doom early on has a Blink Dagger with this Purge ability, so your win run is not going to go off.
Taking a look at the fight again, Pakaz.
Look at the damage now from Bristle.
It's so much damage from Bristleback. They end up at the end of the day, like, they do get this kill. Like, Zai is already doing so much. They do have Pakaz though, top of the net worth. Like, he is their saving grace right now.
They're gonna take another fight
as well.
Once Doom is up in 50 seconds, I can see EG having BKB on Sven and be ready to go. Maybe even threaten Roshan, smoke into this top area. But speaking of Roshan, Team Liquid, they're not gonna let it go. They understand that EG have a really strong timing, so they're gonna go in, use all of this minus armor from Solar Crest, from Viscous Goo, and Vengeful Spirit to get it. And look at that, Insania, almost Ags, as you like to call it. 2 components already done.
They're gonna give that up. Wave of Terror, Shackle connects, Matthew dead, Zai. Credit with another.
Dota Plus, 83% already for Team Liquid.
By the way, Insania 8-2 and 12, 20 of the 25 kills here for Liquid. Despite the fact that it's a bloodbath, again, 6Ks, maybe not as high as you thought it would be. EG
they're,
after the
like,
laning phase kind of
I think the like
on that.
because it's well distributed
Yeah.
amongst everyone. Look at the cores, look at the supports on EG. Sven, he has like the highest network. Phenoplanes in the middle, 2 supports in the bottom, and they're gonna die again.
Whisper though in deep. They've got the Doom. They're trying to get a kill here onto Zai, but he's got the Aegis. Have they lined up the Supernova correctly? Oh, it's just a touch early, and here comes the turnaround. Ranavitos, the Shackle connects to the
big
Sprout behind him from
combo.
Boxy. They get the kill on Matthew. They were only able to take 1 life out of the hands of this Bristle, and Liquid take advantage again.
I mean, you can still see damage coming out from EG as soon as Sven jumps in. And they want to get him, but he just showed bottom. So Team Liquid, they want to run at them. Nisha, new shiny, Lincoln's here.
Whisper standing in the Sprout.
He's gonna be dead for a really
Power
long time
shot.
now.
Get the kill on
70
Box, though.
seconds.
Yeah.
Bought back in the previous fight.
Moving it up to 8,000 net worth. Kaz still getting involved in these fights, not dying in that last one, and he's going into the Silver Edge. So they really want to make sure that Zai eventually isn't just allowed to be here in these fights and output so much damage. But even with 1 hero checked off the mark from Liquid, if they're able to get the Silver Edge and everything, there's still a lot going for them on this Dire team. It ain't that easy with just getting rid of the Bristle.
Shard, Aghanim Scepter, Bristle with Bloodstone. They need to focus him down. Like he needs to die immediately, otherwise they're gonna have massive issue. But Mickey, he's been farming. He's like very close to Bristleback, very close to Sven. Going into Blink Dagger, Lincoln's here next, finishing off his BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Viscous Nasal Goo is just vicious.
Yeah,
Fusion.
I called it vicious for a good 10 years.
Oh, a long time. But I mean, you look at it with the combined power of Hairball and everything, it really is vicious. It could be thick, it could be viscous, but it is vicious as well. And they're going to use this movement.
How do you take this fight? They're gonna take their Tormentor XP rune as well, available in 20 seconds.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Bristleback can pretty much solo it.
Yeah.
7 goose stacks. Who's gonna get it? Insania, of course, because why not? So now you have extra magic missile. It's not like it got slightly nerfed because it's 75% of magic missile's current cast range. But you also have that level 10 Talon.
Go for, but they've got Sea Smile in. Stormhammer's gonna land onto the Wind Ranger. Icarus dive. Oh, they've got the stun. Whisper though, Sunray, Spirit Vessel on him. Supernova Sonic Wave all coming through with the Sunray from Whisper to get the kill on Anisha. Now they pop the BKB. They've got the Inkswell. They'll get the kill on Insania. They'll take it a second. They'll blink forward trying to get the CK, who pops the BKB in time. TP's out and away from EG.
Not a bad fight for EG. They managed to pick up the XP rune on Sea Smile. He blinks in aggressively. And there was also Whisper so ready to take that fight. Dives in, gets the Supernova, because they have really good heroes to protect the egg with. We were talking about Sven jumping in with the Stormhammer, the pushback from Sonic Wave.
Got another Tormentor as well, by the way. Shard for Mickey. That one's kind of annoying.
Almighty money.
Agreed to that Chaos Bolt.
More illusions. Also, you can farm the creep wave, use Chaos Bolt on a creep, and then go back if necessary if you don't feel comfortable.
Right.
As we see what Mickey is doing right now.
He's looking Lincoln's Lake later. Survive Matthew's Doom, which has shown to be putting complications in there for the side of Liquid. Lotus next for Zai. His courier's dead though at the moment, so he's gonna get that farm and eventually get there. And we were talking about the Silver Edge from Pakaz earlier, and not too far away from that.
Level 18. At level 3 ulti in God Strength, it's massive damage. Like, these heroes are still gonna die. Everybody on side of Liquid building pretty much same items. Blink, BKB, Lincoln's here. We're gonna see what Bristle decides to go for. The Lotus Orb that we talked about, very important against Sven, Grimstroke ulti, Doom, Queen of Pain, like removing all of these stuff, the overtime damage from Shadow, Strike from Witchblade, like even Phoenix, Spirit Vessel could cause a lot of issues.
smoke was used, and they finally get it onto 4 of these heroes. Whisper, meanwhile, he's off away from the fight, trying to catch up. Maybe they're able to get something going here if they can find Zai, who just activated the Bristleback. Just missed them like ships in the night. Well, instead, back into the jungle and continue to farm. They didn't quite have everything there, but Liquid doing a good job with their Sixth Sense to avoid it. And from here, Liquid, they smoke themselves. They're going to try and make something happen on their own.
Both teams feel super strong about taking the fight. Whoever gets like first initiation, if they can maybe take out this Doom, take out Grimstroke before anything can happen.
EG
See
split.
Smile, he has regen.
Looking for a swap.
Has that haste rune as well. Bit of a status resistance as well from newly purchased Kaio Sanj.
Look at Insania. Not afraid to aggressively swap, looking for someone. He's got the Ags now, so they want something. They look at C-Smile again. He's just on the cusp. Maybe top lane might be it. They are pinging away at Kaz, who shows himself in the lane. Kaz being greedy, farming these camps, and he's going to be spotted, but no, he doesn't get it spotted at the end of the day. He feels it.
So
He's out as well. That
Nisha
was real
pinged it out.
close.
That was like 2 seconds too late. If they get that kill, that would also potentially secure them Roshan.
Yeah.
Roshan's going to be
Big point of
on
contact.
Dire side. Nisha going through the gates. He still wants to use this invis, try to get a kill. There is Deep Observer Ward scouting Matthew, who's farming underneath the tier 2 tower right now.
All nearby for the side of EG. They're showing Pakaz in lane. They smoke up. Again, another smoke coming in from EG. C-Smile going to be left unsmoked over mid. He's going into the Ags. Wrath of Nature gets used. And now they set up, I believe, Panda trying to get the smoke on C-Smile. They need to try and find something, but the vision isn't exactly there showing them everything. They've got a middle of the lane ward up top. Maybe they can get their hands on a Zai. They find him. They go to the God Strength. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. This is smoke well worth. Kaz with the God Strength will continue to farm up this top lane, and they ping out Roche immediately. It's 14 seconds away.
Big timing for EG. They like this ward that you mentioned, caught a glimpse of Bristleback coming through, going for farm, and then Roshan's gonna respawn in a couple of seconds. Let's see if Panda goes back in.
Bottom lane,
inside the
Nisha.
Roche pit.
Doomed. That's commitment from Matthew, but they need to stop the TP.
Yeah, just TP out. Doom doesn't mute anymore, so you can use your items.
It's not as cool as it used to be.
It was way too cool.
He's going
It's also-
Sparing. Top,
I'm a little
Panda.
surprised that Panda didn't just go inside the Roche pit and check when Roshan's gonna respawn, because they killed a big target. Like, this is the best target you can kill. Take out damage coming out from Bristleback, and now Liquid will contest. By contest, I mean they might be able to kill it. Double damage.
On
In block for
Pakaz.
Pakaz, level 20. So Warcry armor. That's going to provide him a lot of armor against Bristleback, against the right-click damage from CK, even Wind Ranger. But seems like Liquid, they want to go inside the Roche pit and kill it immediately.
They're in on it. Nobody here, though, for EG. There's this ward that sees Matthew. And this is going to be second Roche for Team Liquid. They're also going to get their hands on Cheese. They were able to take away the Aegis from the hands of this Bristleback before, and then work with that afterwards for EG, but this time around, we'll see if it's as easy. They do have the double damage still bottled up for a little while, but again, they're under the vision of this ward that Boxy placed, and they're coming over on the side of Liquid. They've got the Wave of Terror. They'll have the swap. Matthew looking dead on his screen already.
Good stuff from Insania, canceling the Blink Dagger, but yeah, vision has been key, not just for Liquid, but also for EG. Every single time they got a pick off, it was because of the vision that they placed. He's gonna find a neutral item, tier 2, tier 3 token. Let's see what he's gonna pick up. Titan Sliver on Zai. Zai will need to be very quick with this Lotus Orb when they feel like there's
Oh, they
fight going.
found
He needs
C-Smile.
to precast it. Ooh, that's big.
You've gone green, I see.
Just
They're
the
not done.
movements are
Insania
so
has
fast.
another swap available in a couple of seconds. Drums as well.
As that Silver Edge is going to run out. Double damage has half the duration on it. They're still looking for another one here, and Zai activating that bristleback has the Lotus on himself. That means there's no Stormhammer to be thrown on him, but Mikasa's gonna farm right where they got Matthew picked off. They have the vision there, so they have the information of where this Sven's at.
Double damage is gonna run out. Yeah, it's being pinged out that they just placed vision. This observer ward.
Doing so
Sneaky
much.
one from Boxy. Provided them vision. Let's see, Matthew's not gonna find it. It's out of range. Oh, they see him again.
They want to go. They've got Boxy TPing in already. Curse of the Old Growth, sprouting him up. The control is there. Focus fire and putting Matthew back in the grave that he crawled out of.
Matthew just pinged the high ground. He's like, there's a ward somewhere. I placed down sentry, but couldn't find it.
These Boxy wards just doing so much for Team Liquid. Vision around the map is pretty good for them in great farming locations that EG have been utilizing. It's now a 10,000 net worth lead. We haven't really seen a 5-on-5 fight. It's just been pickoffs for Liquid all over the map. While that's been going on, because he's farming, it's going into the MKB. He's got the Silver Edge we talked about, but I don't know if it's going to be enough anymore. The deficit's becoming too much.
He still packs a punch. Like, Sven is almost at his peak at the moment. You can purchase a shard. I think that's a big upgrade. Like, we've seen some of the Svens, like even in the TI qualifiers, especially level up, they love to pick up this shard on Sven early on just to be able to play around the team. Most of the damage on side of Liquid is physical. All three cores, like even Vengeful Spirit with this Aghanim Scepter. I don't think we've seen Insania dying, to be honest, while he had Aghanim Scepter. Usually what you want to do once you pick it up is just run at people. They've been running at people. The problem is he's way too tanky and he's not dying.
The shard that we saw from level up, Hawk was always early from him too. He was never afraid to purchase that shard, knowing that if you're sitting at top of the net worth, the odds of you getting it from the Tormentor are pretty slim to none. Midas for the Doom. He's going into the BKB. He's got 3,000 gold going his way, and now Pakaz queuing up Nullifier, queuing up MKB. He's trying to figure out what he wants.
Sold Mask of Madness, bought Assault Curia, so that's going to be some extra armor for the team.
He's on high ground.
Minute and 20 left of that Aegis.
Oh, they've got Insania with a Wave of Terror. Now they've got Zai going in with a Hairball. Use these drums, Rod of Atos. That's the control from Boxy needed to try and get a kill, and they will on a Matthew.
Boxy has been setting things up for Team Liquid in both of these games, especially in the second game. They're still not done. Zai on top of the high ground with the Lotus Orb on him. Pakaz needs to find the right angle. He might go for the backstab.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He needs to find his moment. He does have that shard queued up now, what we were talking about. They back away. They know there's not a lot of time left on this Aegis. Still 38 seconds, though. Maybe could have stayed for a little bit longer. Just don't want to give anything up for free.
Team Liquid is out farming them right now. Boxy, he TPs on a different side of the map, uses Wrath of Nature, uses this Sprout to get the farm. Treants stacking the camps as well with it. So doing pretty much everything that he can. And of course, EG slightly too afraid to leave. They might go for a smoke once they push out the waves, because they want to use this Sven, because Sven is super strong right now. Silver Edge, we haven't seen Bristleback being broken yet, I believe. There's also another Tormentor available. Zai's gonna take care of the business.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Not as cool as the 5 courier Dazzle Tormentor take.
Still very cool.
But yeah, cool nonetheless. That's my favorite way to take Tormentor now.
Box is like, yeah, I'm helping. So Nisha gets it, and on the other side, C-Smile gets one. So we'll have that Blink Silence, and also Gale Force. Not as strong as it was when, you know, it was global ability, but it's still very good, keeping them in place, set up for a Shackle, and also for potential Bristleback. Just those Quill Sprays, keeping them in place, so CK can deal damage as well. Got that level 20 talent, Quill Spray damage, so that's going to be pretty massive. Sven did pick up the shard, understands that he needs to buy all of the items that he can right now. No point to save for buyback. Sven, not that type of a hero, because he's relying on his ulti to deal as much damage as possible. Let's see if they can find someone else. Again, providing vision. This is gonna catch
Gosh.
Bakaz's bottom.
Nisha with this Ags. Just gets to
His
be in
blink
biz with
dagger's
it.
getting
There it
canceled.
is. Yeah, they go. They land that shackle.
Beautiful
No
execution.
buyback.
Swap into Hex from Boxy, into Shackle.
Whoa.
And whew, we talked about like no buyback, but if he's outside of the base, this game is pretty similar to the game number 1 where they didn't have buyback available and the game just ended pretty much. Let's see how much damage they can deal in 70 seconds. No Treant Protector on EG this time, so all damage that they deal is not going to be healed.
Clean up this creep wave pretty quickly, but backdoor not activated just yet. They're a little bit hesitant, not knowing whether or not Sven's got that buyback, but taking the tier 3 and no buyback yet, it's giving them that little bit of a hint that, hey, maybe he just doesn't have it. We can go for it and commit. Backdoor finally kicks in.
They can still go through the backdoor protection and kill it.
They've got creeps coming over. That'll be gone in just a second, and now there it is. So it's at least one set of racks here for the side of Liquid. Extending that network lead to 21,000, and still another 30 seconds. They got themselves a swap at the Hex
combo.
It's so smooth, it's so clean, it's so fluid. Liquid just make it look so easy sometimes.
This might be the game. Like Bakaz, 20 seconds. These are long 20 seconds, and again, they caught Whisper.
4-second stun. He's just trying to get back into it as well.
Oh, he snipes him.
Oh my gosh! Gets him with the power shot. Make it with the tip.
And that's it. They're playing against Mega Creeps. No Queen of Pain. Whisper does have buyback available. Bakaz needs to deal some heavy damage right now. They have one chance. If they miss this chance, they're going to be starting in lower bracket.
Not looking good. Whisper's got buyback, holding it for now. The tier 4 is low. And now, again, just having Nisha using that focus fire, cleaning up these towers, leaving the throne exposed. They've got the swap into the Hex. And now the reality rip, they go to the Soulbind. Is it going to be enough with Bakaz coming in with a BKB? Does he have the damage? He will. He takes out Zai. He takes out Insania, who looks over at the illusion of Insania that he left behind.
Throne is exposed.
Swap once more onto the Grimstroke. They're focusing the throne for the moment. Panda's going to fall. He's got buyback. Pops back into the fight. Nikkei working on these smaller buildings while Zai's got himself the Lotus over. He bought back and came back into the base immediately. C-Smile getting low. Focus fire once again. Supernova's going to be used here by Whisper. They look over at Mickey. They've got the BKB. They're chasing the CK back. Because of the Silver Edge. Maybe he can go after Zai. He breaks him. He just bought back. But they've got the control. They have the Sprout. Nisha with the BKB as well as the Gale Force pushing these heroes on the side of EG back. Icarus dive all the way over, but he doesn't have a Supernova to work with. They've got the reality. They've got the stun on the Bakaz. They've got the control on the Sven. They've leached him up with the Sprout. They'll get the kill on the Sven as well. It's 90 seconds without their carry. Zai back to full health. C-Smile and the rest of EG trying to stop this from going down. They'll call GG, and Liquid will take the 2-0 over this Evil Genius side with ease.
Very clean execution coming out from Team Liquid in this second game. Like the combos that they executed, swap into Hex 2 times, is what kind of opened up the map. And also these deep observer wards from Boxy, from Insania, mostly coming out from Boxy. Just the overall perfect execution from every single member of the team.
Yeah, so Team Liquid, even with the Wind Ranger, take the 2-0, and we'll go to a big Wind Ranger enjoyer. We'll throw it over to Slacks. Take it away.
Честно, є
Spirit tournaments, of course. Towards the tail end of the year, we have seen, want to call it a little bit of a decrease in some of their play, but really, I mean, these are still the team to look out for, and they're going up against, like you said, a team that knocked them out at Riyadh. So I think, I don't know, I thought a lot of the other series were going to be really close. We didn't get too many close games. I'm hoping this one will be, though.
You know what? It's the day has been running pretty quick. People have no excuse to go to bed early, you know. Stick around, watch the whole day of Dota. This is the one. This is the main event of the day, the last series of the day, like we said. And well, we're going to see another Dazzle removed from the pool. The most banned hero, I believe, all throughout TI so far, and for pretty good reason. You can just clump up, move on forward. The bad Juju providing so much armor, so much protection. And I'm keen to see how both teams have an understanding of how to play around this heart meta. Gaimin Gladiators in particular really just love buying up hearts on as many cores as possible, and they even are one of the few teams that prioritize the Necrophos a little more than others, with Quinn picking up, I believe, 3 times already so far this tournament. And anything, you know me, we've been casting together for a little bit. That percentage-based damage is, I think, the key to unlocking a lot of these strats. We saw EG just try the Doom. I think that's another good one. You both have the percent damage with the Infernal Blade, as well as the Doom itself, to be able to nullify all of that healing that comes through from either healing supports or the heart itself.
And I've been saying as well, another hero on top of that is the AA, which we've seen some priority with so far today with getting first phased, and it's also another hero that we want to look at heading into this series. So far, Celery hasn't played it in any of their games in the group stages, and Ollie hasn't as well. You mentioned a successful hero for Quinn with the Necro, 3 games, 3 wins. Ollie, three games on the Pugna, 3 wins as well. So that's something that he's been playing a lot. And even Tofu, 5 games on the Muerta. So this is also something that we see a little bit more emphasis on between these 2 teams with their supports compared to some of the other teams that we were covering in the group stages.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little surprised that they haven't given a little bit of attention to the Muerta in the first phase, and that's exactly why, right? You just have flex. I think it's being played pretty much equally between the position 1 and position 4 roles, but in terms of win rate, when it's played as a position 4, it's like 75%, something ridiculously high like that. And Tofu is a big reason why he's just been, and it's not even just one item build either. He goes completely different ones almost every single time, whether it's Vessel Yules, Glipnir Ags, Forstaff and Lotus Orb, drums and pipe. Like, they have got so many options. It's so flexible, but then again, so is the Invoker.
But it is indeed. Of course, a hero that's pretty much always been first phase banned in a lot of the games that we've seen so far. The road to the international slips through. On without a doubt going to pick it up. Just again, staying with the Muerta, Dyrachyo hasn't played it yet. So every single game, it has been Tofu. Of course, we have seen Dyrachyo more than, it definitely has the capability. We've seen at previous Dream Leagues when this hero just came out, but at least so far they feel like it is best suited for a support.
I think he's played it like 3 times in the past 6 months, though. So it's not like he's been super practicing unless he's been spamming it behind closed doors. It really, to me, it doesn't feel like a Dyrachyo hero, you know?
But some of those heroes you'd say is the Chaos Knight, which is without a doubt top 5 carries at the moment. I still don't have, you know, too good of a read on where like Wraith King fits into play. I know Dyrachyo's got like a really good Spectre and Life Stealer. These are really solid heroes at the moment. So of course, we're not going to be looking at his hero at the moment, but when we get further into the draft, we'll see what they want to give over to Dyrachyo.
There's a potential for it. They could look to pick up a Wraith King early-ish, just because Ace has shown the potential to be able to play it. I don't think Quinn has actually played too much of the Primal Beast. It's really been Ace that's been fulfilling that sort of role. So in terms of like similarity and flex between the cores, it would really have to be between Ace and Dyrachyo. Even like the Lone Druid is a possibility. You know, we were talking about that yesterday. It really feels like this is the sort of meta that Ace would absolutely be loving.
Any surprises so far with, I guess, the second phase? We only see Gladiators at the moment, but the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk?
I think it's specifically targeting like this offlane. I think that's a big reason behind why Talon were able to come back with that 4-0 record. They just played to their strengths, right? And Q, his Tusk is pretty great. He's one of the only people still playing the support Tiny, and he made it work yesterday with 2 wins, I believe. And yeah, you mentioned the Pugner as well. I'm a little surprised that Ollie still has that it left in the pool for him. Of course, picking it now would a little bit reduce the flexibility of this Invoker, but even coming into the tournament, Pugner plus Void Spirit and Underlord Underlord were the two heroes that Talon really liked to pair together. And there is that Tiny that I was talking about.
Man, if anyone is going to pull out a support Tiny still, it's going to be that
Best in
man
the
on
world.
screen right now. You said best in the world?
Best in the world.
That's a pretty big claim. Because
Bro, he's like third in net worth consistently as this position 4 Tiny. Come on.
Talon Esports.
And this
turn
is
to
hero we've been you've been definitely mentioning a lot as well with the Phoenix potential. You got strong combo now out of the puck, so a lot of team fight, a lot of AoE damage. We're gonna need to see a response out of Talon. I mean, you pick the puck into the Tiny. Like,
Yeah.
I guess we haven't seen really them play the Invoker too much as a support, but
10 seconds
you know, there is maybe now you're deciding, do you want to put Tiny mid lane and then play the
5
Invoker, or
seconds
whether it be for Q or Ollie?
I think you're still generally okay with playing Makoto on the Invoker. Yes, it's really hard to like chain lock down the puck, but that's what the Tiny is for, right? So it's really just about, you know, maybe playing a little bit more passive of an early game and then really just starting to ramp up around that 15 or so minute mark when you should be starting to come online with your Blink Daggers, with your Urn Vessel, whatever it might be that you've got at that time.
Could be a cool little combo as well, like coil into Deadshot. So we'll see how Gaimin Gladiators, if they can execute that combo as the game goes on. But moment, what do we feel like Talon need to cover? Because again, we see like a lot of team fight out of Gaimin Gladiators. Are you looking to go down that route a little bit as well for Talon to be able to take these 5-on-5 fights once we get there?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the Brewmaster has actually slipped all the way through to this stage, and I think it's something that Jabs plays pretty significantly well. Of course, it would lead to having a double melee offlane, which isn't really something that you want to be giving away at this stage, unless you're incredibly confident about the strength of it. And I'm just not quite sure if they are quite yet at that point. They're just going to go back to the well again. Why not? The Pugna is a really good combination. It allows you to stay out on the map very frequently, just with that that mana battery coming through. Of course, it's probably not going to be paired together with the likes of a Storm Spirit, but still feels pretty strong when played together with a Tiny or an Invoker. Even just the Decrep for the Avid Toss combo really does rip
5
someone apart.
seconds remaining.
Have you got a preference with carries with leaning into the Pugna?
Not really. I mean, I think you just need someone that's either going to have a good amount of stun and kill threat, or you need someone that just stays the hell away from him and doesn't really care, because Pugna's big strengths are high damage, high movement speed, but a lack of like mobility skills.
Oh, we were mentioning the potential of Duraccio having a lot of success in the past with the Wraith King. Ace has played it a lot so far as well, but 23 Savage too, we've seen in the past. Really like this Wraith King hero. So you've got a pretty strong safe lane for Talon. Of course, we don't know even if Jabs wants to play it in the off lane. Do have a lot of pushing potential, which, you know, now with the Wraith King Pugna, these towers could fall at a really rapid rate.
And the one criticism that I had about Talon in times gone by, even when they had that really successful Riyadh run, was that it felt like teams that just outpaced them just absolutely ran through them. And so I like that they've added this extra string to their bow where they're able to actually be the ones playing a little bit more on the front foot early on. It's why Liquid have such a great record against them, right? Liquid are great at playing fast, but Talon now, they're looking to try it themselves. And if it is Savage playing this would be his 7th game so far of this tournament. 9th game, and this would be his 9th unique hero. So he is really just going for the versatility on his Pentagon right now.
That's the other carry we brought up earlier. So, say both sides are pretty happy at least with their ones. I wonder what the
I could see Ace playing it too.
Yes, without a doubt, he's done it in the past.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just seeing a heart builder.
Remaining.
You know, like they have a lot of damage, but again, the percent damage a tiny bit lacking outside of the vessel, right? And you know you're going to have the Phantasm to be able to get out of that. You're eventually going to be able to get into a BKB on the CK. We even see occasionally a Manta style come out from him, but probably not super early on. So it is going to take a little bit to be able to get through this CK's HP pool, especially once he hits up onto that level 15 talent. Minus 100% damage taken from the Phantasm, so they only take an extra, 225%, or 125%, if you will.
What do you feel like they are?
People that deal with it.
What do you feel like they're lacking in the offlane? I know you said the potential of the CK to be 1 or 3, but if we are still looking for that ace hero to outround their draft and be able to pair up with a Moeta for Tofu, what do you kind of feel like they need to cover?
I don't think they would hate a Brewmaster either, to be honest. I mean, Ace has really good micros, so it obviously already fits his sort of style. And also, it's a nice way to be able to dispel things like the decrep if you're using it defensively. You can completely isolate one of the heroes in these team fights. You can, use the Void Bruling as well for a little bit of that pushing potential. And you've already got the potential to like control a closed-in area of a fight with the Dream Coil, with the calling, with the dead shot. Like, it's a lot of stuff that holds people into this little choke point. So I feel like a Brewmaster would work really well.
Do we see a potential of Centaur even being considered as well for the Gladiators? I mean, it feels like Centaur Moetza could be a pretty strong lane. Maybe as the game goes on, Wraith King, some of the physical damage might be a bit of a concern, but it's just another like initiating hero, so the puck can follow up. So you've got the Chaos Knight as well, and Moetza can freely be able to play around these fights.
That's a possibility, and they do get rid of Ace's low druid. I'm just thinking, like, I have a lot of faith in Makoto and Q in terms of like their spell timing, right? Like, if you're going to pop the Stampede, they're going to be ready with a Blink Avalanche. They're going to be ready with a Tornado to be able to interrupt that sort of thing. So that's really just what's coming to the front of mind for me. Might not get the same level of effectiveness as you might be truly wanting.
Let's even see what this last band's going to be for Gladiators as well. Of course, we've just seen prior, they're looking to get rid of the Sven just in case there's going to be Jabs playing the Wraith King. And you are going to need to find some ways to be able to deal with this Chaos Knight. Just the Phantasm, they are really lacking that AoE damage. I mean, Tiny's a support, really, you're probably not considering him. Invoker, sure, pretty decent at it, but you'd like someone else to be able to help out.
Yeah, I haven't really been playing too much other AoE heroes for 23 Savage. It's basically only been the Sven so far, unless you can count a PA and getting into that Battle Fury, but I don't know about how I would feel about that one. In terms of other things, Legion Commander wouldn't be horrible if you were wanting to run this as a position 1 Faceless Void, just to have a little bit of extra saves coming through, and they do go for that brew for the extra team fight. So now, like, the potential of locking someone down 100 to 0 just ramps up even further, right? You don't want the Phoenix to get off his ultimate and his Sunray. You don't want the Brewmaster to get off his split, because then the team fight just swings so far in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators. So this really does feel like Talon pickoff versus Gaimin Gladiators team fight.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. So we're going to have to see if they continue to go down that route here for Talon. If you want another strong lane, because Gladiators have very strong lanes at the moment. So we get that 24th pick to be able to outrun your draft, whether it's going to be Jabs or Savage, to be able to secure their lane.
Looks like they're still discussing it between the two of them. They're the only ones really raising any kind of points within the Talon camp right now. I'm surprised that Sunby hasn't, done the classic coach thing and yoinked one of their seats.
The players be comfy. Ooh. The Naga. Okay. So is
I'm just waiting, just in case it's a Jabs one, because it's a C specialty to be able to put the Naga Siren in the off lane. Obviously, if Masaros was here for SMG, he would have been doing it all the way going back to KP as well. He loves that off lane Naga Siren, but it's going to be 23 Savage playing it. It is going to be a Jabs Wraith King coming through. It kind of goes away from that pick-off style that I was talking about. I suppose you do go into the Orchid a little early on the Naga Siren if you really wanted to go down that sort of route. And they are a little bit single target focused, but I mean, again, you've got the Wind Panda to be able to deal with some of those Naga illusions early on before she gets a lot of those stats. So it's a good way to be able to clear out a lot of 23 Savage's team fight effectiveness if it does get to that stage. But remember, that's not really what Talon are going for, right? They're going for the burst. They want to be the ones that are initiating and starting things off. And I'm sure that's what Sunby in the background is drilling into his boys right now.
It's definitely an interesting read, right? Where you can, I know you're mentioning a lot about Talon's potential to just go for these pickoffs and avoid the team fights. And that's something that Illusion Heroes can really help enable, where you just split up the map. We've spoken the supports on Gladiators are really going to struggle with dealing with these Naga illusions. So, we'll see. Do you even have the potential, like if Egg is used, you can Song to kill it or retreat, depending on how Quinn's going to use his coils. So there's a lot of like disengage your methods out of Talon now just with this Naga. And again, Gladiators, they're very team fight heavy, very cooldown reliant. So we're going to have to look at Talon and how they can open up the map. You need to get these Mikoto's rotations on point. You're going to need a pretty decent blink timing out of Q. So his also early rotations going to be pivotal on how early he can get his blink. But if Gaimin Gladiators can just get their levels on their supports, their cores, take a couple fights with their ultimates and start to build that lead, and if they can get these 5-on-5 fights, it can still look a bit scary for Talon. But the Naga really throws a spanner in the works here, so we'll see what Savage can do.
We will, and like I was saying before during the earlier stage of the draft, I really still think despite having this quite aggressive, pick-off heavy, and even tower push-oriented draft, it is still going to be a slow-ish 10 to 15 minutes, at least from Talon's perspective. That's what they want. They want to get their core items online. Like you said, Q needs to get into that early Blink Dagger if possible, but once they hit that timing, once they truly come online, I'm expecting to see these 4 heroes minus Savage on the Nagasara just grouping up and trying to ball down these towers. You know, with the Blink Dagger, you can isolate someone, you could burst them with the Decrep, Nether Blast, Spirit Vessel, which I'm sure Makoto will have at the time. And well, good to see a little bit of banter going on in the overall chat. Broski coming through from 23.
Project Mbappe. All right.
What do you think about the dot cringe after 23 Savage's name?
The cringe, I don't know. I was expecting something a little bit better. I guess he's got no sponsor tag. Durachio
Run away.
should be fine. Jabs. Oh,
He's in the fog nicely.
get the illusion.
We get to
Plus
we
2,
get to
baby.
enjoy the Nagasara illusions as well. The noise of the washing machine coming
hang
through.
on.
Just every single right click.
They got 2 illusions. Hang on, this
30 seconds.
extra 2 gold for Quinn and Tofu to start.
Is it over?
I don't know. Let's see how many bounties they get as well.
Mm-hmm.
See if we get a fight too. So of course both sides well aware of the current positioning. We'll see, this is going to be such an exciting matchup. Like you said, previously Talon, they knocked out Gladiators at Riyadh. We've seen previously Dream League. Gladiators, I think it was Dream League Season 20 actually knocked out Talon in the playoffs as well. So
The battle begins.
been back and forth between these 2 teams for the entire year. Does look like GG is going to be able to find 3 bounties as well to start.
I love the Celery Mind Games coming through as well. Only waiting to drop the good luck, have fun after they get that mid-D ward off as well. I mean, he does little things that are kind of crazy. Like in the middle of the game, like after a play, even if someone was completely uninvolved, he'll tip them. Even if they weren't supposed to be part of that, he'll tip them just to kind of, sow some of that discourse into the rest of the team. Like, why is he tipping him? What are we talking about? It's all about that little extra edge that you're trying to get throughout these games.
Edge is always important. Always important. You get a little bit of advantage against these 2 teams. They're so evenly matched. Such a treat as we get to see them already being able to battle it out in such an important series. Q down to 100 health though, so early on, Durachio and Celery putting a lot of damage into the 2. This could be a very messy lane though for Talon. Double melee, really going to struggle with the Fire Spirits. Again, Chaos Knight probably one of the better laning carries behind the Trolls, so... And this is not going to get easier as levels go on as well.
No, it's really the level 2 timing that I'm looking for here on Gaimin Gladiators, right? Tiny has 0 armor to be able to start things off. He's bought a Ring of Protection specifically because of this purpose, going up against a Chaos Knight. And, when that Reality Rift comes online, well, maybe you won't have the mana pool for it, actually, considering he has been spamming out the Chaos Bolts, but it really is going to put Q in a lot of strife. Going down to -2 armor, you're probably going to be able to secure the kill onto him. So it's important for Talon that they get up to a level 2 pretty quickly on him, just to get that early point in the Avalanche and disrupt any kind of aggressive plays that GG might be trying to make against them.
I mean, are you already considering about maybe even just dragging the wave? I know it's not as potent as what it used to be, but is this something you're considering from Talon to maybe offset the current lane setup? Because we see level 2, they're going to go. Jabs should be our first blood with a dive slow. Durachio doesn't need to dive under the tower thanks to Celery's damage over time, and they will take a little bit of damage from the Korea wave. Q's still going to hold them down as well with the Avalanche, but it's a nice hit back damage-wise, but nonetheless, still that first blood gold is going to be huge in this lane.
It's going to be Celery getting it again. So got the D ward gold, got the first blood gold, and again, Phoenix really doesn't need all that much to be able to have a really high level of impact.
Cold on mid. What's happening here, actually? Cold stuff could be frustrating with a Korea wave. Yeah, Quinn joined over the right side, still has some water runes to play with, but we already see it's mid matchup as well. Quinn trying to, put it to the edge here on Makoto.
It's going to mean that with that dive, he ends up losing the flag bearer creep, so doesn't have that little bit of extra regen. But of course, with the with the Invoker, somewhat sustainable, right? You've got the Cold Snap to be able to play around with if you wanted to just sit in the Ghost Walk. Probably a little bit too early
Top lane
level-wise
again.
to do it. Yeah.
Nice Avalanche to be able to cover Jabs at the moment, but the stun as well on the dive. Celery will actually go down. A much needed kill for Talon.
Very, very nicely done by Q, specifically making sure that he's able to follow him up on the backside. And again, just that Wraithfire Blast mid-air. That's, if you're going to make these big brain plays, trying to dive in onto them.
Ratio? These skeleton damage is really starting to stack up here on Duraccio.
He's got a tree.
Is it enough? No, 20 health. Is he Q? What? Looking for the Taz.
Why not? Got to go for those sorts of plays. And you were talking about the regen. Gaimin Gladiators is out of regen, and because they've gone for that earlier kill threat, yeah, they've got 1 point of the Chaos Strike, but it's just not enough to be able to keep yourself safe up on this top side. But still, overall, all lanes going fairly well for the Gaimin Gladiators right now. We haven't really been talking about bot all that much, have we?
Oh, Ace off to a good start. 19-6. To the 16-3 currently for the Brewmaster. We'll see what his item build's going to be. You know, we've got him like Brown Boots, Midas, Radiance, maybe a little bit of extra utility as well as a potential. Is there something you are looking at here for Ace?
I think the Radiance would work fairly well, right? You know that it's going to prevent perhaps a little bit of damage.
I don't know about this.
Middle.
Yeah, they wanted to go for Ollie, but it just meant that Savage was freely able to right-click. And now Ace is in some danger as well. Decrypt to slow him down, so Savage can get in front of the retreating Brewmaster. This eventually will be a double kill, and we are seeing the power of this Pugna again. Talon, they played it 3 times with 3 victories in the group stages, and Ollie's really given a good start over to Savage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when they were playing it in the games leading up to the road to the International, like, it was by far their most common picked hero to be able to pair together with a lot of these other combinations. And, well, I was even talking about, we often see a lot of supports don't have a ton of synergy. You can get kills with just this Pugna and Q once he starts to get into that Blink Dagger timing.
Dude, Quinn is bodying mid though. 34-6 compared to the 26-4. Very impressed with the start that we're seeing out of the puck so far. And of course, we know previously, actually top lane Jabs looking to TP out. Oh, we died in base. Stun still on cooldown for Duraccio. Q should be able to get back to the tower. Are they actually looking to go for it? No, never mind.
It's a big deal to have the Wraith King all the way back there, basically level on net worth with Celery up until this point, off the back of the first split. But again, oh, wasn't expecting that.
Oh, some big kills now for Gladiators. You get that one up top. Ollie's now going to be pressured out as well. So yeah, a couple core kills, 1,000 net worth lead early, and this might help the supports to rotate to try and secure the power. And we've already got Q.
It's obvious though, Quinn knows he's here. Ooh, nicely done. There wasn't too much more that Quinn could have done there. He did. But I mean, the thing is, you had a creep wave half underneath this top tier 1 tower, and Q wasn't getting it. They knew that Jabs didn't have a TP, so he was either stacking or going for the power rune, and you would have to assume that the power rune was the one that they were prioritizing. Still, though, that extra regen rune is going to provide a lot to Makoto. I mean, we were talking about, in terms of last hits, coming out a little bit on top on Quinn, but Makoto, in terms of net worth, is right there with him. Yeah,
actually, definitely not bodying. Not bodying at all. Yeah, he's still doing a very good job. What do we want to see out of these mid laners, though? Because with Coswex, already we will get our first rotation out of Makoto, so shove the way with the Tornado. Now looking to try and play with Jabs as well. Q is not nearby. It's just going to be the 2 cores on Talon. First
question of how close does he get to that sentry that's currently blocking the hard camp. Doesn't look like he'll be able to make anything happen.
And they've got the read. Of course, Quinn shoves out the lane. So where would we like to see Quinn rotate to as well? Then, you know, that coil, of course, first one of the game could almost just guarantee a kill. Is there a lane you would prefer the puck to move to?
I'd personally prefer him to go to top, just because Jabs has already had a pretty rough start, and it's going to just be put this Wraith King in the bin. You don't exactly provide a ton of utility when you're being played as an offlane, and they've got that kill threat there with the Chaos Knight as well, guaranteed. Wonder when we're even going to see Ollie maybe think about making a play, you know, potentially through the portal. Currently,
hugging around this mid lane.
Whacking away at this tier 1 tower already. He's level 5 at 7.5 minutes, so 3 points Nether Blast. He could put a little bit of damage in.
I mean, that could be really frustrating. Just the Pugna showing mid, shoving the wave, putting pressure on the tower to force someone here, which could enable Makoto. And we're going to see again him to consider about moving top, but
yeah, he's got the urn coming out to him now, and he's probably retreating back to be able to contest this top power rune. No one covering bottom side for Talon right now. Gaimin Gladiators have secured that one, and it's going to be an arcane rune. So what more could you ask for as a puck?
Celery, you're going to be able to stop the dive away. Let's get some separation. Still going to hunt with the tornado, but off the mark. So Celery again. Makoto, these movements, we are going to see. I mean, he's currently fine in net worth, but
you got to make sure you're keeping up.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big thing with you got to make these early rotations count. You got to get those charges in the Urn of Shadows. You don't want it to be because you've died and now they're actually going to go for a rotation of their own with that arcane rune, and they know they have to deal with this mid creep wave.
Jabs in a lot of danger. I mean, more heroes from Dire starting to funnel to top. You just have to sacrifice Jabs. In fact, he's even going to be able to TP out. Quinn is still going to be there nonetheless with the coil. So get the kill onto Q. Is this all 5 heroes? Everyone from Dire is at this top side.
He was able to TP out as a result of all of that. So, I mean, it's a lot of heroes being committed. And again, 23 Savage is happy on this bottom side. He's playing the Naga Siren. Maybe they feel on Gaimin Gladiators that, you know what, we've got the Brewmaster. We haven't had to use the split just yet. We have the answers to it early on before she gets too many stats that the Wind Panda is just going to be absolutely able to wreck it with the Dispel Magic.
Do you feel like... Oh, I'll actually hold that because I'm going to have a bit of a brawl once again with 3 heroes around mid. The play is going to be, of course, Dire. They have this ward that was able to scout out Q's currently position. Tofu's hanging behind Quinn as well, so it looks like the puck should be fine. Do you feel like, because we just saw the read, like Gladiators are putting so much emphasis on defending their tower. That was a big advantage we spoke about with Talon, with the Nether Blast and the Wraith King to take these early objectives. Do you agree that Gladiators should like bring 4-5 members to defend these early towers, or should they just play the macro game?
I think they're banking on the fact that Talon are going to overcommit and they're going to really be able to come out on top with any sort of defense, because you can't have that sort of thing happen where you only end up getting a support, right? 23 Savage getting a ton of farm is
this could be dangerous. Coil with the egg, but they just blow up Quinn. His health pool disappeared. Makoto's going to go under the cover of the Ghost Walker. Pretty good dead shot, but really not going to help out too much in the end. Another turnaround's going to be there. What can these 2 supports do to pressure Talon? I mean, Tofu will use the defensive ultimate. Makoto can still stall out the retreat. Even got Tornado at the ready. Avalanche will help him close the distance. A little bit messy with a Tornado, and Tofu actually gets out. They stop the tree throw damage, and Celery is going to be back with a combo. Ace comes out of nowhere as well.
He won't be.
He's got the ultimate ready to go if they want to continue chasing, and in the end, I mean, it's a support for Quinn's life. You're probably happy with it for Talon, but it's a messy spell casting nonetheless. Top lane Thoraccio. Makoto's going to look to try and tip in with Jabs. He's just got him far too aggressive in this lane. They recognize there's a very vulnerable Chaos Knight to these rotations, and they will be able to capitalize off the back of that. He's going to try and make it work for the kill. Surely not, right? Thoraccio? No way.
Oh my god, he's getting away. Chaos Knight is just so speedy, man.
Makoto, can he catch up to him?
No, he doesn't have Cold Snap or Tornado and much or anything. Nicely done. So much space. So that's a couple of kills that you really probably should have converted onto. Both one onto Tofu with the Avalanche being used at the same time as the Tornado, not dealing that additional amount of damage. And Daracho getting away with murder there. The plus side, at least still for Talon, is they do have this pushing style lineup. So Ollie is just chipping away at this top tower. It doesn't matter if a couple of creeps get hit into that mid tier 1. There's not too much significant damage being done there, and they are going to be opening up the map even further for Savage to play completely uncontested right now on this bottom side of the map.
This tower does have to go down now, though. Like we've seen, Gladiators done a pretty good job to stall it out for a couple minutes, and with Egg on cooldown, we're going to have some difficulties of potentially defending this tower with multiple heroes, and yeah, does look like Talon will be successful. You also take
lucky as well. Power rune top side for Q, so Quinn was right in position to be able to secure that one and maybe make a bit of a move down here to be able to gank Savage, but without that, you don't have as much of that surprise factor. They're pinging it out right now that they have been missing off the map for quite some time, so let's see where Savage looks to move.
Both sides are making their own play. Currently, they're going to... Talon will run into Thoraccio first. They don't want to go for the CK meme or Savage.
Song.
It even...
That's the next level play.
Well
Yeah,
done.
I saw Quinn underneath the tower, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Okay, so both sides look for their own individual play across the map. Will both be thwarted as well. So this will give a bit of an opportunity now for Gladiators, maybe to put some pressure onto the T1 tower. I mean, they're ready to go to force a 5v5 fight. With these ultimates back up, do you even need to though? Because again, I mean, Ace, Midas, 2k gold in the bank. Are you looking to really take these big engagements at the moment from Dio?
I think you can, just because, again, Talon aren't quite ready yet, but I think what Talon are doing is pretty good. They're not committing their Wraith King to a lot of these pushes. They're not committing 23 Savage to a lot of these pushes. They're only putting heroes that are going to provide a lot of effectiveness in terms of being able to do some tower damage, open up the map, but it's not the absolute worst if they die, and they've got a lot of saves for them in terms of stuns, decrep, heal, tornado, lots of stuff to be able to make sure that they're not giving their lives up for free.
I haven't even noticed. Jabs has a Midas queued up. So we are, I mean, this is the classic Talon
Long one.
greed, right? Like trying to go ultra late game. See if he's going to be able to get to that stage. So smoke off from Talon, looking to try and move down bottom to slow down some of the farm that Ace is getting. These two heroes by themselves might lack the damage. Ace can have the potential to get his ultimate off. The timing needs to be perfect with the chain
They
control.
did
And
decrep him.
Ace, there we go.
But still, I mean, not having Bruce Split now makes you feel like, you know what, okay,
Yep.
we're a lot more confident to be able to take a lot of these fights. We saw there the Tumbler's toy on Q. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger just yet, but does provide him that little bit of extra initiation. I mean, the Savage and Jabs are going to be very happy about this as well. You know, they don't have that extra little bit of lockdown. They don't have that team fight. Maybe they can get a little bit more greedy with the farm that they're looking to try and pick up.
I mean, we see Makoto just queued up the Midas as well after the Vessel. This tower is under some danger. Oh, very awkward dead shot.
There was a Ricky in the river.
Ah, okay. Right. Just trying to break down some trees to stop the TP locations in. I see.
For sure.
You know salaries here?
Kodo be fine though. And Savage is right behind him.
Bo's gonna break. Dive directly on the top. Do they want to deal with the air god retreat? Savage and Oli's gonna try and turn to bring it down the ditch. Man, so close
Almost.
from Tofu to keep it up, but see Talon nonetheless will be able to bring him down. Now they're gonna look for more. Queen Duke's over to the right side, but Q, perfect placement out of the Tiny. He's gonna make sure there is no escape from the mid lane on Gladiators, or is there? Another orb to get some separation, and Quinn will get out of danger.
Yeah, barely. One more second and he would have been dead to rights. Looks like Makoto might even be looking to try and go for a bit of a follow-up here. He might see the illusory orb going up towards the north side, and he's got those Spirit Vessel
Well
charges.
done. Nice hunting, Makoto. Going to be able to stop the Sunray instantly. Now Q's even moving over as well. They should be able to get a double kill as a result to this. Makoto hunting deep behind the tower, getting ready to potentially punish any defense out of Gaming Gladiators.
Is under attack.
I've been really impressed with how Savage has been playing this game so far. You know, sure, he dies one time on the bottom side, but just the realization that he has this complete bottom side of the map to be able to farm. He's put himself a good amount ahead in terms of net worth. He made sure to use the song to be able to get away when they went for that one attempt. And then when they thought that maybe they could try and make a kill attempt of their own, he's in there, right in the position to be able to use that early Manta style, to be able to use all of that net worth as a significant threat. So really liking the Savage play so far. Again, 9 games, 9th unique hero from him. So the man is versatile.
And he is really taking over in the net worth. Up there by long shot. I mean, it does have to be said that the rest of the calls on Talon are struggling to keep up in farm, but importantly, you've got this blink on Q ready to go. He's not with the team just yet for this attempt.
Big fingers by Quinn.
So Jabs is
He didn't
still...
pop all that much on Talon to be able to make that kill attempt happen, right? You've got Q, like you mentioned, going to be about to come in as he refills his... He's got a Midas as well on the Tiny,
my
by the
God.
way. We're going to have, what, 4? 3 Midases? 3 Midases
Should be 3.
on Talon.
So maybe I'll wait, because I think they're going to look to try and make a play off the back of the blink on Q. So they do see Duraccio farming top, which would be a huge
Lot
kill.
of vision around this top side as well.
And they should get him. Stuck around for a little bit too long. Duraccio's been flawless so far, 17 minutes in. But Talon finally going to be able to close the door into the Chaos Snap. They are instant TPs coming through from Gladiators. Are they going to be fast enough to keep him alive? Sunrays out from Celery. Duracho getting a lot of bonus health back with the life steal as well. Now the Supernova gives him firm control. Duracho is all a bait, and now with Gladiators here, they can look to clean up. Jabs is going to end up going down. They'll be rewarded with the kill on Q, but Savage wants to turn the fight. The first fight for him, looking to get involved. He's got that Orchid already in the arsenal, but it's still messy. Makoto doesn't have the health pool to bite back as well. Now Ace, he wants to charge on full, but the song will stop him short. Savage is able to TP out, but Duracho lives long enough. The boys come in full force, and that's a 3-for-1 in the end.
It's just those little things, right? Millimeters of difference. The chain control wasn't perfect before he was able to get the Phantasm off, which meant that you ended up hitting the wrong Phantasm illusion. Look at all that damage as well coming out from Celery. This is the reason why I'm saying, teams, I know it's been picked a fair amount already, but pick Phoenix more. Against a lot of these beefy heroes in these longer team fights, it really does shine.
Yes, another attempt potentially.
Yep.
Underneath this Observe Ward.
No split now. But gets the Radiance.
Should nonetheless, with all the magical damage, be able to bring him down.
The chance this time.
So again, this is the big thing we brought up in the draft, right? Like, Gladiators, you're playing with a lineup that is very cooldown reliant. So Talon, this is where you can look to really put some pressure onto the map. And it's going to be up to Quinn kind of to stall it out. I mean, you see instantly shoves out mid, it's going to force Talon to respond. And now we've got a little bit of break in the action. How do we feel about this going late game? Because your Gladiators, you look, again, 5v5 team fight looks super scary. But Talon feel like with their Midas, maybe they can compete up against this. Quinn, nice silence, wow. Oh, is even
gonna need to coil Q. He knows the kill threat's coming there from the Tiny, and yeah, the multiple Midases. Okay, ends up snapping the coil anyway. Yeah, the multiple Midases really do lean it slightly more towards Talon than what I would normally predict, and also just the fact that it's Q playing the Tiny, right? We've seen what this man is able to do. We've seen his mid to late game impact. You could kind of like the Muerta, honestly, become that legitimate fourth core for the team. So I really feel like it's going to be pretty damn even if it gets late. That's going to be the fact that Talon are playing around this ward as well, right? It's something that I was really wanting them to do. They knew with the kill that they were able to secure onto Ace that it was obvious that that sort of area was warded. So not only do they protect it, they also get rid of an Observer ward of Gaimin zone. But still, net worth is literally dead even.
And the reason why it was like that for quite some time was because of 23 Savage, but now it's given time for, Jabs. His Midas is continuing to pay off. He had a Blade Mail queued up for quite some time, but it's currently the Radius that he's changed his mind to. We are seeing he's looking for that Ultra Scale, which we have kind of seen from some of the offlane Wraith Kings, Radiance, Interceptor. I know earlier today, we got the kind of core Wraith King from Noticed on Virtus Pro, so a different choice here from Jabs, but yeah, like you said, still very close this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Wraith King Ags is pretty significant this game. I mean, you consider the sort of heroes that you're playing alongside. Like, it probably means another Avatos combination, for example, if Q ends up dying, and that's a significant amount of burst damage. It means a lot more damage coming out from Oli. Like, these sorts of things are super significant once it gets to the later stages. And again, Midas is really starting to pay off now.
But they are. What about some of the support itemization? We've spoken a lot about Muerta having a very versatile item build. We see Tofu 4, 1, and 2, highest net worth out of the support. So he can kind of go for some different items to help out. We'll see how we can get involved off the back of the smoke here. Gladiators as the target. Q's currently going to show on the lane. They should know what smoke's going on though. Ace revealed the Cinderbrew and the Clap. So let's see how we're going to play accordingly now on Talon. It's just an all retreat.
Not even defending this mid wave at all. They're letting Duracho be the one to be able to take it out. They know something's up. They would much rather have better positioning or no positioning at all. They're just going to back off completely. So time wasted, more value for Midases. You know that Gaimin Gladiators aren't farming. You're okay in general. And for the fact that their tier 1 tower mid lasted until 21.5 minutes, I think they're fairly satisfied.
Yeah, so I was going to
get a bit of a line being drawn on the map now, but I'm sure Jabs is saying, guys, just give me a little bit more time. 400 gold away from my Radiance. That'll be a real difference maker against this CK.
Are they looking for their own smoke here for Talon? What's the group up as
well? They want to, but yeah, like Jabs really just wants literally an extra 30 seconds. So
okay, so
what can you do to the lanes in that time?
I'm going to mention before, do you like the route from Tofu going the Lotus? Like, is there any other things? Okay.
Like, by far, I think it's the best item in this game. Considering what you're up against, right? It means no targeted stun from the Wraith King, no slow from the Wraith King, no cold snap, no Orchid, no Decrepify. It's a lot of stuff that it protects you against. Even just the toss from Q as well. So these sorts of things are really going to be high value for them. I mean, even just the armor component as well, right? Against the Wraith King and the Naga Siren. Feels pretty good.
Some big item timings, though. Savage completes the heart.
Both teams.
And there's the Radiance as well for the Wraith King. So we are ready to go, and we're probably at a stage where we need to be looking towards Roche. I'd say Dire maybe struggle a little bit more at taking that. But Radiant, without a doubt, should be able to if they have a little bit more time. So it is going to be down bottom for the next 2 minutes. No one currently has too much vision set up in the area.
Quinn knows there's people nearby with that Nether Ward being placed down. So ends up just being able to poke and prod onto Q. He knows that unless Savage is there, there's no way he's going to die. And even then, he's got the Yule Scepter to be able to play around with for that Orchid. So it really is Q being the main hero that he needs to be worried about. I wonder if they're even making the call of, you know what, we wanted the Radiance on Jabs, now we want the Midas on Q before we make any sorts of plays. Hell, even if we end up dying, we're still going to be impacting our net worth positively. Not if he dies, though, and gives up a good amount of that unreliable gold.
Back-to-back smokes that might not work out. Jabs is going to act as a bait. Pops the smoke, of course. Can eat a lot of the spells. They haven't used too many big abilities, though. Meanwhile, over to the left side, Savage going toe-to-toe. It's a pretty good supernova in the middle of the team fight. 23 needs to make the call to retreat. They'll get out of range of the egg. It's a lot of abilities now used. Meanwhile, Jabs on the right side, though, does get assassinated. Can you still go for more from Gaimin Gladiators? You don't have the greatest health pool in Thrachio.
All you've really got left is the Pierce the Veil on to Tofu, and he's got the Aghanim shard as well to be able to play around with, so he can look to stand his ground at man fight. But yeah, like you said, they've got absolutely nothing else. No Dream Call, no Supernova, no Split, no Phantasm even to be able to make plays around. So the fact that, you know, a Wraith King dies, not the greatest, still the very long cooldown on the reincarnation, but he's going to be back up. He's still got the Midas ticking, so I think he's generally okay with things. And he's going to be the one acting as that bait a lot of the time. You can see immediately after that, he queues up the Blade Mail, just making sure that, you know what, if you're going to commit this much onto me, not only are you getting burned, you're also probably going to die.
Really have the lanes in a good position to make something out of the map here, Talon. Got the pick off onto Tofu. They're going to look to maybe connect to top as well. They've got this lane shoved out. Mid's going to be pushed out as well, so they can, I mean, you still got, what, 50 seconds with Egg on cooldown, 57 with the Primal Split, so you can continue to posture pretty aggressively inside Dire's jungle.
Yeah, vision isn't amazing right now for Talon, especially considering it did just turn into nighttime. I would have loved if Ollie was able to, for example, get an Observer Ward behind that top tier 2 tower just to be able to play around. But you know that Jabs isn't going to be joining in for the next little bit, right? Like, it's still another 40 seconds until he's going to have that reincarnation back and available. So I assume he just wants to get that Blade Mail before he joins the rest of the boys. But I was really expecting perhaps a little bit more emphasis onto, you know, putting some damage into this tier 2 top.
It's so crazy to see triple Midas and one on a support tiny, a 4 tiny.
Let's go.
Like, what are they doing? This is just classic Talon stuff, man. Let's go late game. Let's
ultimate take this Q, bro.
A lot of people have mentioned, you know, Jabs are very greedy. Off laner, you play Ultra Elite, 3 cores. Why not have a 4th core involved as well? So, a bit of a different sound some of these upcoming fights. Hello with that 2nd level in the Supernova. We've seen eggs have been very difficult for Talon to address, and I do not think that's really going to change unless it's a poor placement of the egg inside the fights, or Savage again uses Song to deal with it.
Once it gets later on, I think they're going to be a lot more capable of doing it. Like, Jabs will probably go maybe a BKB, maybe a Blink Dagger, but I'm expecting an AC to be coming as well in his future, just to be able to provide that little bit of extra attack speed both for himself and the rest of the team, and provide a little bit of extra protection as well against the likes of that CK.
It's a huge...
Pretty huge himself. He's got 4k HP now on Thrachio, so it was hard to kill him before. Imagine now.
Big boy. You do compare him, though, up against the other carry in Savage. It's about to be a butterfly, which could be a huge item timing. Yeah, I've seen he's had some difficulties with, like, entering some of these team fights But this game has really not changed in regard to the status. We've only got 19 kills, 1,000 net worth lead, and I mean, it's been like that for 10 plus minutes.
Q once again prioritizing his own mobility. He's got the Ogre Seal Totem as his tier 3 neutral item. A very nice one to be able to have, just to provide that little bit of extra quick speed to be able to get in with the Blink Dagger. Even just as a tool to be able to get out of that calling as well feels really nice.
Dude, Ace is a Manta queued up. You want your own like illusion spam of waves? I can do that too. Radiance Manta. All right, very interesting.
Universal Hero as well. Feels good.
True. So crazy. All right, I wonder what his item's going to be after that.
This top ward is just out of range as well. Yeah. Thank you very much for picking this one up.
What do we feel like is realistic here for Talon to be able to get off the back of the Aegis? Who do you even give it to firstly? Is there a preference?
I don't know, actually. I mean, maybe they feel like Savage needs it just to be able to play aggressively more with this butterfly that he's freshly picked up, right? Like, if you've got all of this survivability, then you got to do something with it, right? And I feel like he's no stranger to being the one that dives in super deep. Looks like they'll be able to get the Wisdom Rune as well. It always feels like Talon are just waiting for like, one more item, one more thing. You know, you can go for a little bit more of an aggressive oriented draft, but at the end of the day, you're going to default back to what's got you to this stage. And well, 3 minuses and, you know, a little bit of a slower mid game really does feel like the Talon way. I'm just a little worried that perhaps when they had that previous big timing up top where there were no ultimates on Gaimin Gladiators, that they didn't get enough out of the map. Almost a BKB on Mikoto, which will feel real nice for him.
I do like the fact that we see Gem already currently on Gladiators compared to Radiant. When it's going to come down to with such an even game on who's going to be able to get that jump, you have some very important heroes in their ultimates, and Talon have this potential to blow them up full from zero. This is a very interesting pathing from Doraccio as well. Jabs is about to be cut off. Now, it, of course, does have reincarnation, so the instant rainbow TPs are out.
He's committing?
Doraccio did buy the BKB prior, so if required, he can use it to retreat. What is the call?
They're walking through a creep wave.
Savage is charging. Quinn's away from the team as well. You won't have the puck for the moment. It's going to get a bit messy, though.
Yeah. I think they're really just wanting to bait out a few of these big team fight ultimates, both teams acting as that. You know, can we get the song out of them? Can we get the bruise split out of them? Can we get anything? But neither team is going to be taking the bait.
I see. With those TPs down to bottom, let's see what Gladiators can do on the map now. This is going to give them at least a bit of an advantage with their mobility. We do see instantly Talon moving 2 heroes to top.
Makes a lot of sense, right? You can sacrifice one lane, but not even that, actually. It's going to be Jabs TPing towards that mid. He is working towards that AC that I was talking about as well. So I really like this. I was considering that because of how effectively he was being controlled in that past fight, that he might be considering a Blink Dagger or a BKB, but this really does feel like A, an egg killer, B, a puck killer with the minus armor, and C, just protection against the Chaos Knight.
One man we haven't spoken about too much this game is Quinn on the park. Of course, he's a very comfortable hero, master tier with it. We've seen takeover games in the past. A hero that we don't really get too often at the moment in the meta, but he has a very interesting item queued up in the Mjolnir.
Sure. I mean, going up against an Argasar, it always feels pretty good. He's already got that early Aghanim Shard as well, so he's going to be launching out a lot of attacks, getting a lot of those procs, basically guaranteeing a Maelstrom proc every single time that he uses the phase shift. It's only going to be 1 proc as a little internal cooldown.
We're going to get a fight, yeah, with this Aegis. It's just not going to be a bunch of posturing and people just farming.
You'd hope so.
I'd hope so.
I mean, what's Savage got coming out to it? BKB. I mean, if that says I want to fight, that is really the one that I'm expecting to see them try and rally around a little bit here on Talon.
They've got to get usage out of this butterfly. Doraccio is already halfway towards the MKB. This is a big spike for them. And they currently see Savage away from the team, so they're going to smoke in the opposite direction. Oli might be the first point of contact. He's going to continue running to the left side, so maybe they'll get a juicier kill instead.
They've got BKBs though, and they've currently got no way to be able to have that BKB piercing disable right now. Quinn still just 18.
Celer detection. That's a little bit What's the call going to be? Makoto turns super early, use of the egg. They don't really have many heroes to protect them. Makoto with the alacrity. I mean, it's a big opportunity if Savage wants the song to get some more heroes now. I want to fight. They're coming in. Over to the northern side, Duracho assassinated Jab, so that was a reincarnation used early on as Ace jumps in the middle. Duracho's going to look to get the second life out of Jabs as well, as Savage's song will do nothing. 4v4 at the moment. Gladiators, can they look to get more as well, as Savage is by himself? Talon, they're not in a position to protect him, as GT find a big kill. They're going to be able to surround him on this second life, and Quinn will force away the reinforcements. Savage has the BKB to protect himself momentarily, but look at Ace guiding Makoto on the backline. That sets up for Quinn's jump, and Orchid will prevent the spell casting, but the dead shot drags him back to Duracho, and Ace isn't done just yet. Deep inside the base they go. They might need a toss out. Q, can he protect Savage? They've got the drain. Ollie, he'll keep 23 alive for the moment, but there is going to be no response from Talon, and finally there is a big break from Dire.
There is, and I mean, it's unfortunate. Oh, they're still looking like they want to try fighting here on Savage. Again, the Avatar's combo was available. Dabs is coming back up.
Savage, can you fight this? I mean, you really don't want to use this Makoto buyback. You're relying on Ollie and Tiny to get you out of danger. Savage gets some distance. Quinn's going to jump to the backline as well, but the spell is still on cooldown for Q. Yours in snare. Avalanche is up in a couple seconds. Duracho's going to try and prevent Q from holding Quinn into place. And meanwhile, these buildings are full. They've held the buyback from Makoto, but there's still a bit of an opportunity to get more kills as Quinn easily jumps and blows up Jabs, and all of a sudden, this game, it's out of control.
Yeah, it's blown wide open, and it goes back to the tiniest of things. They had the glyph for the tier 2 tower that they were fighting underneath. Maybe that extra multi-shot would have also cleared out the creep wave and prevented them from being able to take this tier 3 tower. So little things like that really do add up a whole lot more. They're even able to lay down some vision on this top side of the Radiant base, and they haven't cleared it out just yet. So they know exactly the fact that they are leaving the base. They're not going to be holed up, being played a little scared, and this is really what I was worried about, the fact that with the Aegis, before they hit some of these really scary timings on Gaimin Gladiators, they just didn't get enough out of it.
Dude, that was all without an MKB on Duracho. This guy is having an incredible showing. He is nullified Jabs' impact. 2-6-0 from the off-lane Wraith King. You know, he's gone for this Radiance, AC queued up, but we haven't felt his impact. And just Duracho is killing him multiple times inside these team fights. He's such a menace. Level 20 now, and with that big item, it does not get easier for Talon.
And you just saw how well Ace was able to deal with the Naga illusions as well, right? Like he's probably as tanky as he's gonna get on 23 Savage. Like he's going into a Scythe next. This isn't a Skadi game for the Naga Siren, right? You're farmed enough. You need to be able to do some damage rather than just be survivable. But just takes so much damage from that Dispel magic from the Brewmaster.
And dude, they killed the egg without anyone else there. Like, that start of the fight for Talon where you didn't have to commit too heavily to get a big hero. Like, it's not only the egg, but it's the Sunray as well from Celery. We might see have a lot of impact inside this smoke engagement. Not a lot of heroes in Savage. That's the real Naga. Dude, Savage pops the BKB, no messing around. He bought out too. This is a Hex now completed for 23.
It's also a Mjolnir now finished up by Quinn. That damage from the puck is going to be super significant. Has he got Macy coming out to him as well on the Brew? What did he? He's by Octarine. Never mind.
Dude, he's so farm. Yeah. Oh my god. Quickening Charm on top of it. One of the better neutral items for the Brewmaster.
Wouldn't hate seeing an Axe from him just to have that permanent Storm Brewing out.
So it's
just taking over the map.
They are not stopping as well. Double siege wave. They'll force Talon back to base.
An aggressive glyph coming through here, wanting to protect this wave as much as possible.
Previously, the teamfight ultimates have been disastrous for Talon inside the fight. They're going to jump Jabs again to start. Should be able to kill the first life without committing too heavily. What can Talon do to protect Jabs on the respawn? Get some separation to the right side. There's the song. They can help protect Jabs, but do they go back in afterwards?
Not a toss on Q.
They're so hesitant.
They're not going to get anything.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is just some incredible 5v5 team for Gaming. And we're seeing these big ultimates just be such a concern for Talon. They don't have ways to address them at the moment. They're going to try and make a fight occur with, you know, Phantasm split on cooldown, but these are for 40
They
seconds.
smoked under the ward.
Okay.
They know it's coming. They're just backing off completely. Might even be looking to go through the twin gate and get the hell out of there, but looks like it's the high ground that they're wanting to play around, banking on the fact that Roshan might have respawned. It's a really long one. The longest they could have possibly hoped for on Gaimin Gladiators, and you don't want to walk up into this.
Quinn's in a great spot. Pops the smoke, gets the information. They're going to use the ward as well. Q will find a pretty good initiation onto the Phoenix. There's just no follow-up.
No boys.
Salary's okay. Q jumped into the lion's den, and Talon don't want to follow him to death. They'll look to retreat to the southern side. Duraccio's gone far too forward. It's a big go to the chaos side if they're going to be able to find it. A supernova dropped on the Heg. They're going to try and turn to deal with the Egg. I don't know if they got the right clicks. Egg will pop at the last second. Makoto's in some danger. Duraccio with the instant buyback into the middle, but Savage, he'll give them an opportunity to retreat. Ace, he actually canceled the TP. The Bruling stops Savage from getting out. They cannot chase the Naga Siren down to the south. Quinn, he got Makoto as well. A disastrous fight. The buyback from Duraccio, huge. The Egg even better. And now Gaming Gladiators can look to walk it down and go for the finishing blow. Savage wants to bring one man over the grave, but he won't even do that.
They got absolutely nothing left as well. Q doing his best to try and delay the push, but Ace is everywhere, man. Topping the net worth for Gaimin Gladiators right now, and he's being the absolute bane of this Naga Siren's existence.
Tower is under attack.
No song save, no Naga illusions in the early game, even just the Radiance for that aspect there.
Who fights apparently is all you
Okay.
need, especially with the caliber of this team. You give them an advantage, and they will completely take over the map and not look back from there. About to be mega creeps for Talon to deal with.
They're going to hold on, but still another 20 seconds until you're going to get any sort of cause back into this game, and went for a slightly more aggressive route, but then the greed took over. The classic mentality of wanting to go into that late game. SEA plays it better than a lot of other teams and a lot of other regions, but it's just not enough.
Shaz is like, take my life instead. They will just turn to the throne. Makoto's back. You've got, I mean, Savage in fight, but it's far too long. Couple seconds too long. In fact, in Gaming, Gladiators will be rewarded with their gameplay with a first map victory 39 minutes in.
And it's a convincing one as well, right? It seemed pretty even in the early-ish game. They got off to a good start. Man, it just goes to show why these guys have won pretty much every LAN that they've attended this year. What is that, an 80% success rate, just coming in fourth at Riyadh, knocked out by these boys on Talon. But other than that, it has been pretty solid all around. Ollie, just the blank 1,000-yard stare coming through. He knows that they had the opportunity to be able to come into this game, and that Wraith King in the off
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Talon
remaining.
Esports,
Gaimin
turn
to
Gladiators, turn to ban.
ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Boys, what is up? And we've got Gladiators here again to cover game number 2 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Talon Esports. And, well, game 1, it was looking really damn even until about that 34-minute mark, wasn't it? Literally neck and neck in terms of both net worth, win probability, everything. But it just took one fight from Gaimin Gladiators to really kick the door down, take out that first set of racks, and then it felt like Talon were on the back foot. If they're going for this pick-off style draft, they can't allow that to happen. They got to always be playing for a little bit ahead, because at the end of the day, if you get to late game, team fight wins Dota. And, well, we'll see how that's going to be impacted with this second draft. Exactly the same setup. Radiant again for Talon, Gaimin Gladiators with the first pick once again.
We see no Phoenix this time as well. So that one is going to be taken out of the arsenal here from Gaimin Gladiators. Had a very good showing out of Cellar. And overall at TI, Denok, we have seen that there has not been a team that has won the international starting in the lower bracket. Gladiators, they're one game away of putting Talon down there, and it would be a miracle run. You don't have to go through the best of ones anymore, but they are still way too many series. And again, we have not seen a team win out of the lower bracket. Gladiators, this is a very commanding position. Has to be a lot of confidence now with their capability to be able to go up against Talon, one of the better 5v5 teams.
Surely they banned the Muerte here, man. Surely. Like, you know that Gaimin Gladiators are going to pick it first. It's been their most picked hero by far, but they're going to prioritize the Brewmaster. You know what? Fine. I thought that Ace was the MVP for the team last game, but I feel like you've just got so much flexibility on Gaimin to be able to make this work for Tofu. Again, both with who's playing it as well as the item build. It was a new one. I don't think he's built Lotus so far this tournament. Maybe once, actually. Yeah, he went Lotus and 4-staff, but this time it was an urn into a Lotus Orb. So again, just something slightly different from him, perfectly fitting what is required for them this game. And you can see he's the one having a lot of discussions with the rest of the team right now, because clearly his hero is going to be one that comes up pretty early into this draft.
And overall, there's a lot of differences with Talon's ban, right? You got 3 heroes in the previous game that Gaimin Gladiators had, and previously it was the Spirit Breaker, Pango, and the Primal Beast that was banned out. So there is one of them that Talon banned prior. You've got the Pango, which of course we see in first phase often. The Primal Beast is available. That is going to be the response from Gladiators. Talon, is this hero that kind of prevents the Pugna? I don't know. I was very impressed with Ollie's laning stage with the Pugna. I don't know, maybe if the Primal Beast just incredibly high amount of magic damage is a deterrent to the hero, or if they still feel like overall it's super strong.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to go here. I mean, you could consider going something like maybe an Enchantress to be able to counter this. Ollie plays that pretty well as well. You could consider maybe a Dark Willow. You could consider a Rubik as a possibility, but they're just going to go Bristleback instead. You know what? If it gets let through, why not go down that sort of route? And it really did feel like Jabs with that Wraith King probably had the lowest impact of the previous game. You can't do too much as a Wraith King in the off lane if you don't get off to an amazing start, and then going Radiance Midas, basically trying to act as a position 1. We could see there with the kill score 3, 7, and 0. It wasn't what you were expecting to see from him, but I love seeing him on a few more of these active style heroes. When they really started to get the W's on the board, it was when he was playing the Bristle, the Dawn, like these sorts of heroes that are able to really just be on the front foot.
Really intrigued on how they look to protect the Bristleback with only one of these bans. So I really would like an AA banned out. AA Primal Beast sounds very scary, with the potential of just getting kills across the map and guaranteeing the, of course, ultimate. I mean, already you have this kind of half built-in break with the Primal Beast, where eventually you will be able to go down that Scepter route. So let's see how else they're looking to try and deal with the offlane Bristle, because so far Savage hasn't played it.
And I'd be expecting as well Gaimin Gladiators to be hoping that Necro ends up making its way through, right? Percent damage is feeling really good for them right now. Of course, they don't want to do it too early into the draft, because if you just get, Spirit Vessel and Nullifier, then it becomes a whole lot more challenging. But if they don't pick up a Nullifier builder, then you're going to be feeling very happy about being able to secure it for themselves. And they're actually going to be the ones to get rid of the Shadow Demon. Has one of the worst win rates so far in the tournament, despite a lot of picks. Granted, they were by, you know, some of the teams that have already been knocked out, most of them. But against the Primal Beast, it really does prevent a lot of that consistent charging in, which Ace loves to do. So they're willing to forego it in their draft, despite it being a hero that both Celery and Tofu have super high potential to play. And Muerta's still in, man.
Okay. Definitely a lot of options still available here. So you only got one.
Anything that could force movement is always going to be a good thing, right? Because that's the thing that you want against the Bristleback. You want break and you want predictability. And I feel like predictability is exactly what you get with someone like the Muerta, right? We even saw, you know, just lay down the calling. What are you supposed to do? You know, you can't cast your spells if you're constantly having to run through the calling spirits.
Hawk ban. Obviously felt like the matchup prior a little bit messy for Makoto, so he will go back for his ever so comfort Invoker. See how Quinn wants to try and play into it. Now the Conquer previously was banned out to protect the Invoker, which was the first phase from Talon, so this is available if you want to consider it on Gaimin. Could be, I don't know, maybe have the same heroes with Primal and Conquer, like they do very similar things, but it is your like traditional counter, or at least good matchup versus Invoker.
I mean, Quinn could potentially TA here as well, right? Like up against the... Oh, okay. Well, no, they can't. But it would have been pretty good against the Invoker as well as the Bristleback. What else could he be considering? I mean, I know historically Quinn really hasn't rated the Sniper, but he picked it up earlier in this tournament and he looked pretty decent on it as well. It was a stomp when they were able to secure that for the team. So maybe that's something that he's considering right now, just something that's able to stay as far away as possible from that Bristleback. You know, you've already got a tanky frontliner in the Primal Beast to be able to play around with.
You brought up before about the Necro potential, you know, the capability to get rid of the Ghost Shroud, so maybe that's something you're considering on Talon. And well, Gladiators...
Honestly, why are you picking Pango in 2023? Honestly, like, pick a real hero.
What are you trying to say? It's just... what are you trying to say?
I'm saying if win rate is horrible, and if you pick Pango in pubs, no. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. They've also got a great hero to be able to pair together with it, right? In the Keeper of the Light, both for the lane. You know, the Primal Beast is going to love that Chakra Magic for the cooldown reduction, as well as the Quinn Pango once the lanes start to break down. So I like this combination. One of the positive sides, I think it was Gods that mentioned it on the panel, is that now you actually do have an Alacrity, someone that wants Alacrity in the Bristleback, right? Like he just needs that little bit of extra movement speed to be able to chase people down. Of course, the Quills are going to be what's doing the majority of the work for you. But the downside is you can get away with like 33 and collapse build of going for just the 1 point in the Bristleback passive so that it procs more often. But I think they've got a lot of damage, so I don't know if you can actually afford to do that, right? Like you're going to need to really relish this window that you're going to have up until the Primal Beast has the Aghanim Scepter and really be that frontliner for your team.
Dude, where's all their reserve time gone? Still, second phase only 2 picks down to 7 seconds for Talon, so using a lot of time early on to be able to work out what they want to go for. They will actually pick up the Ancient Apparition, so of course, I mean, going to be very nice versus the Primal Beast. Let's see. I cannot go something like a Chaos Knight versus Primal and Pango, which is definitely one of the better lanings. It's banned actually anyway, so never mind. So,
10 seconds remaining.
do you feel like it's even like you need a stun for Cold Feet? Because I know that used to be the big thing in the past.
Could just be like slows being enough, so considering maybe a lifestealer or something like that. No, they're just going to go back for the Q Tusk for now. But again, it's a double melee, and this is something that Gaimin haven't revealed their safe lane at all. So they could basically just pick whatever heroes that they want to be able to abuse this lane. Whether like maybe they go and ench themselves just to be able to have that extra little bit of survivability, to be able to harass from afar. We know how great Celery is at the Enchantress, probably one of his best heroes. So I really wouldn't hate seeing him pick something like that up. Warlock, Jakiro, they're great options.
Are you ever considering
that's what they're going to go?
Are you ever considering it like a saving support? Because at the moment, you're telling AA for the entire time has always been like stun into Ice Blast, and if you have someone to disrupt that, it can kind of minimize his impact.
Maybe just someone that builds 4 stuff as well, right? Like, well, what stuns do they actually have? And they're actually going to pick the PA now. All right, sure. Duracio's had pretty good success over the years on this hero, and it's another break against the Bristleback. Also, you know, up against an AA, you could 2-shot Yeah, unless you get really lucky with some of those neutral item drops. And we're going to be looking out for Glimmer Capes, no, Gossamer Capes once again, just to be able to provide a little bit of a reprieve there.
I mean, again, brought up before, but I don't think you can be looking at the Naga because of the Primal Base Pango to deal with the illusions. TK is not a potential. Definitely limits some of the heroes that Savage is going to be able to play in this matchup.
To me, it really does just feel like an Enchantress is what they're wanting here, right? Like something that you've got a PA so that you can, if the carry gets into a bad spot, you can always just Phantom Strike back to safety if you get blocked off by Ice Shards. And again, you're up against 2 melee, so someone that's relatively survivable. And Shakira is pretty survivable as well, right? Really high stats that you get across levels. You know, dual breath against 2 melee heroes always going to feel really good. Mentioned it before, and they've got a decent amount of control as well, so that macro pyre would have given them a lot of value, even a little bit of tower push as well.
What do we think about the Venge as well now with PA? We've seen previously like Venge PA, Celery's played it twice.
Lucky shot.
Yep.
Also more potential predictability with the bristleback, right? Swap him into the middle, get a pulverize off onto him, and yeah, gives him a lot of trouble. That's why they ban it out. Good call.
So the only other hero Celery's currently played is the Warlock.
Yep. Warlock Hench. They're my 2 options. So let's have a little think for Talon, what they're considering. So when you think about what's going to have a decent enough time against the PA, excuse me, are they going to consider something like a Sven? You know, like something that provides a little bit of armor for the team, something that can buy a Blink Dagger and potentially blow up the Pango before the roll starts, coddle before he's able to get back to safety, as well as, again, you've got Alacrity to be able to provide. So they go ahead and ban it out. See, we're both calling things, man. We're getting it.
I was gonna say that hero is kind of doo-doo at the moment, though. 39% win rate might even be lower after that previous game loss as well.
Yeah, but Pango's lower as well.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean,
yeah,
it is indeed still getting picked.
Okay, I forgot about this hero altogether. You talked about wanting that saving support as well. The grab ally is still going to be a factor up against the Ice Blast if Celery is on point with his positioning. This is actually a fantastic dying pick. We just haven't really seen it. Now you need a Tombstone hitter too. Do you go Lifestealer? But then the carry-to-carry matchup is horrible.
I don't know if you can Terrorblade as well. Primal matchup can go back and forth with Pango. Let's see. It's of course a classic. We got a whoa. I mean, this is Rupture Pango Primal. I mean, that is a big thing. Also, Phantom Assassin needs to be super mobile, but we have not seen a lot of Bloodseeker. In fact, let me find out how many games. One? Okay.
One, and it was a loss that's been played. And I'm honestly very surprised. You know, with all of these beefy boys coming to the front, I was expecting, you know, the Aghanim Scepter as well as the Aghanim Shard to really give a ton of value. You know, is it 2% still, or is it slightly less? The steal that you get from every hit, I think it's like 1.8 maybe or something like that. But effectively, I feel like the reason that it hasn't been picked up too much is that a lot of these heroes just hit their timings a little bit earlier than what a Bloodseeker can respond to, right? Like, you only really become effective against the beefy boys once you get Phase Boots, Maelstrom, BKB, and then you can look to go for it, because you just can't fight at all without the BKB. At least now, prior to that point, you've got answers to the likes of the Pangolier, the Primal, and the Phantom Assassin. It literally Rupture counters all 3 of these heroes. It's just, can you get to that point where you truly do feel effective? And again, this is Savage's 10th game and his 10th unique hero. So I'm loving seeing the versatility come through. Makoto doesn't seem too happy about having to play the Invoker again. But Jabs is just full on focus.
Really intrigued to see how this Bloodseeker lane is actually going to be able to go, because I know there was a big nerf with
these jump cuts.
We can see
all the boys.
Piccolo,
the reformed man himself.
We're all
PMA only, Lockie.
Of course. The only choice is PMA.
Mm-hmm.
Intrigued to see how this Bloodseeker lane is going to go, right? With some of the changes we saw in the past. I mean, that I think was a big reason. You know, we've seen Bloodseeker be super strong in the lane, just your Blood Rat capability with the support. It's a lot of damage, ridiculous amount, even just level 1. But I know the Thirst, like, lifesteal was reduced pretty heavily. And this is a lane with Primal Beast and Coddle. They can do a lot of nuke potential early on. So I think that's going to be a pretty volatile lane.
And you're playing with an AA as well, right? So it's not even like you've got that set up for the blood right to make the lane a little bit easier for yourself. Kind of similar thing with the AA, you don't have a core to be able to set yourself up for the cold feet as well. So I wonder if Ollie's skill build is going to be a little bit different here for the lane. Obviously, the great equalizer of everything, the blood grenade, is going to help them out a little bit. You know, the ice vortex plus the blood grenade plus the blood right, that's a lot of blood right there, is going to give them a little bit of a hand. And you never know, anytime I see a Tusk, there's always the potential for that early try lane to be able to possibly get that first blood, and Q's the one leading the charge now into Gaimin Gladiators territory.
Yeah, it's a different read from Dire. Gonna go down to the south side instead, and Talon looking to play very aggressive into the jungle. So we won't have, I mean, last time we didn't have a first blood. We're very close to it though, but either side will get themselves set up. How do we feel about this draft as a whole? Do we feel like the GG have the potential to be able to find this 2-0 and book the ticket into the upper bracket, or can Talon send us to our first game 3 of the day?
I was really preferring Gaimin Gladiators draft up until that Bloodseeker. So like the 23 Savage, if they're going to win this game, it's completely on him. So if he's able to get enough space made for him so that he can get into that trio of items that I was talking about, Phase Boots, Maelstrom, BKB, that's not enough. He needs the Aghanim Shard on top of that, then into the Aghanim Scepter. And then we'll see what they're capable of doing. I'm just a little worried about, you know, having to contend against the likes of this break coming through from the Primal, the break coming through from the PA, and the really strong lanes that you've got in both of the side lanes.
Q in trouble? Hopefully should be able to get that blinding light push back. They're gonna have a lot of slows as well. Jabs is actually coming back in, but I don't know if there's much that Talon can do to get Q out of danger. They might be able to get a return kill. Quill's also taking a lot of damage, and the Quills are starting to stack up. Celery is also in some danger.
Are they gonna get away? Oh, they didn't commit onto one of them. They just got Delta split on.
Who got the first blow? Was Celery?
Yeah, same as last game. So both position 5s, love and life, being able to come into it with this one. And we were talking about the potential for the tri lanes. I don't think Tofu's going to completely commit, and he does end up TPing on out. This is definitely a magic wand lane, if I've ever seen one on the top side.
Yeah.
PA Undying.
Bottom lane, Ollie. I ended up going down. Please just that up roll right click far out. His positioning is going to be really, really important in this lane.
And he just TP'd there, man.
Okay.
So now he doesn't have that for the next 45 seconds. So Savage is here on his own. He's going to need to manipulate this lane solo to be able to make sure that he's able to get a lot of these easy last hits for starters. They weren't able to block off the small camp, so he's able to clear this quickly enough. Might be able to get the pull, but it's the worst possible one that he could have hoped for, the Kobold camp. Double silence, nicely done.
How do we feel about this top lane real quick? Because the Undying is a hero that we've seen fallen off pretty heavily with some of the nerfs. The Decay 13-second cooldown, which was a big one. It is, of course, against that strength hero being Jabs. They've got the level 2 and they're ready to go, but instant TP up.
Yeah.
Q, he's got some stick charges, so he's going to be okay as well. He's still got the zombies to prove to be a bit of an issue, but it's only a little bit of chip damage. But the Tombstone use, they're still putting a lot of pressure on with this extra level.
Why not? You know, you want to take advantage of every single opportunity that you can. There's that early point into the bristleback, and I really feel like Jabs, does he need to just be survivable, or does he need to kill people? That's the thing that I'm considering early on, right? You know that Savage is going to be able to do the killing if it gets late enough, so maybe you do just go into the classic build. You do max out the bristle.
Speaking of Savage, he's in some danger. So if he actually doesn't look for the blinding light, it's going to use it to push him away instead. Poke.
Already been given a couple of tangos over by Ollie. Realizing that he might need to move a little bit further away. He needs to just focus on a little bit more attention onto Tofu. And this is what I was talking about in terms of like the skill build, right? If you do have someone with a stun or with a lot more magic damage, maybe you do go the Ice Vortex or the Cold Feet. But I really feel like we might see a few more points of the Chilling Touch from Ollie in this particular lane, just because there really is no setup at all, considering they've used the Blood Grenade and they have no other ways to be able to slow them enough.
Bit of a fight. Actually, no fight. Looks like Talon's going to be able to get both of the Lotuses. Side lanes. Meanwhile, of course, we're going to have a lot of action from top and bottom. We will take a look at how mid's going at the moment with Makoto and Quinn. I'll hold that because
Bottom,
bottom
actually.
action continues. Never mind. Savage got to stand
There's that
strong.
Lotus.
They feed the Lotus, and if required, he's got a Fairy Fire as well. Tofu tries the body block, but now he's going to be in trouble too. Blinding Light, push away. It won't do anything. Savage easily able to chase him down. Now top lane as well. Q's got the snowball to close the distance. Doesn't drag in jabs. Is trying to deal with the
Neutral creep.
Dude, what?
What
The
a flick.
ratio. Well done.
Means maybe slightly longer on the deck than we would have previously liked, and might allow Talon to be able to get this stacked pull of the hard camp over to the left-hand side. So it's not like the lane is going to get any easier, but at least he won't lose too much farm from this existing creep wave as Savage getting dived once again. There's action all across the map. It's what Talon are really wanting, right? Because this is going to allow the Bloodseeker to just get so much more active with that thirst, with the bonus movement speed.
And again, we have two mid laners.
Base boots coming out too.
Makoto and Queen can be very active. Does look like Makoto 25 and 5 compared to the 20 and 2. So both sides having a pretty good start as well early on.
Gonna need even more tangos on this bottom side. Tofu's been doing a really good job of just making sure that Savage is getting harassed with high frequency.
What really
Acting as a roaming ward as Ollie, just making sure to see where exactly Ace is. Oof, just dodging out there. Look at this. Ace is no cares. Ollie's like, kill me instead. I'm the one that you want, but it is not. It is 23 Savage that it is priority number one. Even moving down towards the bottom side is Tofu getting hit a little bit by some of these creeps. You'd hate to get hit by that purge from the Satyr Banisher. I can D-ward off. Never mind, it's denied.
Roche. Roche. Oh my god, surely not. All right.
We just wanted to be part of it too, you know? There's a bit of a quiet start. They didn't even do Roche last game, did they? I was like, you know what? I'm part of this series too.
Let me get involved.
They did it once. Naga got it.
All right, well, nice timing for Roche to help out Tofu with getting denied. We'll see where he's going to look to try and TP back to if he wants to refill Quinn's bottle. Wants to go down to that bottom lane. Looks like it will be the play to mid. Might even stick around as well. Drop a ward, try and secure this next power rune. We already see Q starting to make his way over.
Placing that nice high ground vision as Tofu might potentially reveal that he has the potential to drop down a nice blinding light, pushing Ollie back up onto the high ground and oof, just placing that fresh ward as well.
Q should be fine to be able to get the snowball off to dodge the rolling thunder. They might even turn over to the right side. Tofu is in some trouble. Ollie and Makoto hand in hand should be able to bring down the support on Gladiators. There will be a response though. Pretty good shards, Quinn, nonetheless. Swashbuckle at the ready. He's going to be able to guarantee the power rune is an illusion, which is quite nice. First invoker early on as well.
For sure. This means a little bit less potential for these supports to have to rotate towards the mid lane. Celery just ended up walking down here. He didn't use the TP for that purpose. And what you really want to do is be trying to stick into one of these side lanes as much as possible. Just keep the pressure moving up there. Looks like he might even be starting to build up a few stacks for both, well, honestly, all three cores on Gaimin Gladiators are great stack takers.
Arachio's in some trouble. These quills up to 4 now, especially with Q here. He's got a Kree wave coming shortly. You see Jabs is angling to the right side to be able to follow in pursuit. And the shards locks him into place. And this is going to be a catapult wave as well. So this damp tower will take a lot of damage off the back of that kill from Talon.
Really does feel like a much more jab style if you're a dozen at the bristleback. You're able to be tanky by the Vanguard, be up in their face, and use your ability to outskill people. There's not too much outskilling that goes on with a Wraith King.
That dude's just a brute. Shen strong, maybe base some spells. Are they going to be able to kill him a second time? Arachio straight back into the lane. You're going to need some mass TPs out of Gladiators. They will come through the form of Ace along with Celery.
I mean, these are big TPs right now. Savage has this time to be able to play solo. Ollie able to dodge out that onslaught. Is he going to get away? Surely not.
Oh, all right. Savage came through the portal.
This is done.
Rupture at the ready as well. Oh, doesn't find the vision on Duracho. Forced to use it on Ace now, though. I'll try and kill the tower to stop the rotations, but Kodo's here as well. So another big kill that Talon's going to be able to pick up, really minimizing how much Duracho can get out early on. Shots from Q. Celery just slips out.
It's just the little things that Gaimin do so well, though, right? Like the deny to the neutral camp, the rotations at the very last second to make sure that Dyrachyo doesn't die that additional time. They get the deny on the tower. They even force a few rotations from Talon, right? I'm sure Savage would have loved to just be sitting back, farming unopposed because he knew that Ace had made that movement up towards the top side. So the fact that they make the movement and it's not even him that gets the kill, it's Makoto, I'm sure he's going to be a tiny bit salty about that.
It is good to see him being active, though, nonetheless. I mean, Rupture can almost always guarantee a kill, and we're going to see it not even used here for Tofu. Kodo is able to get himself closer towards the vessel. Gladiators are trying to strike back, though. It's Quinn and Celery together. You do have Ace reasonably close by as well. That double damage rune is going to shred them apart. Now, the shards makes it a little bit awkward, but Savage has already tanked up way too much damage, and Quinn's already looking for the +1 kill. They won't be able to chase down Q. They will get a nice little Courier snipe.
If there is any +1 about it all, he had already bought the Javelin on Savage, so didn't end up losing too much gold from that kill attempt. And again, you know there's no Rolling Thunder you have to consider. It's again just what Quinn does when he's got these runes protected. It's a hallmark of any sort of Quinn team is that the supports are going to provide the assistance there because they know that the man is capable of providing that impact. But talk about impact, that Diffusal Blade only about 400 gold away.
Oh, Ace should be able to stop the trample away. Salo is actually going to drop the Tombstone on the higher ground, but it's going to do nothing here. So nice little kill for Talon. Let's see where Makoto wants to go next. He's really been on the mark with his rotations, 3-0 and 2. A much different performance we're seeing out of him. And instantly look in the mid lane. He can combine with jabs. Also with great timing as well out of the power. He's going to run straight into him. They want to go for Tofu, which is the easier kill. Blinding Light will only stall this one out. Quinn will try and do whatever he can. Ace is even going to TP in. Rolling Thunder's still on cooldown for 15 seconds. That's a perfect tornado. Makoto's Invoker this game is really on point. Now Quinn's in some danger. They will have the Stonewall to be able to stop the Pulverize, but it's a little bit too late though. And now Celery is going to look to enter with a Flesh Golem. Makoto in some trouble, but the shards will do nothing as Gladiators. A big couple of kills to be able to slow down this momentum that the Invoker's been starting to build.
Yeah, and they could have potentially gone for a bit more of a slow play, right? They had the 10-minute siege creep there. If they just, you know, didn't go overly deep and dive, maybe you could end up taking out another tower and start really invading into the space that Dyrachyo is still going to need to be able to get into this Battle Fury and then the items beyond.
It's having some me time, though. It's a pretty decent position in regards to the net worth, and see, I wonder what the build is going to be from Savage. I mean, he's got this Mjolnir queued up, of course, with the procs, able to go through the evasion. Wonder what else you're looking to consider. I know you brought up the Scepter. When does he want to go Shard as well? If there's going to be any, like, transition away from the, you know, the classic BKB and all some of the other items.
So, Bloodseeker is very much linear with the way that you need to play it these days. There's a reason it's only been picked once so far this tournament. It's just a tiny bit slow, and this is what I was talking about as well, right? Jabs has just the 1 point in the Bristleback passive. So again, he's going for this higher damage potential, but I'm a little worried because we saw how quickly he melted there underneath the tower. It's not like they're lacking in damage on Gaimin Gladiators, especially with the start that Quinn's had.
But he's also not incredibly fat, and this stack is really going to help out from jabs. The hard camp, got an ancient, I think they're both triple. And we can really see the Bristol back, though, once you get this Scepter Bloodstone. It's going to be a big thing if he can get it before the break, though, on Dire.
That's always the big thing. You can see there's nowhere close to a break being purchased up on Gaimin Gladiators' side. Wanting a Blade Mail first on Ace, I would assume probably the Heart before that, but you know, I could consider him just going straight into the Aghanim Scepter on Ace as well. Yeah, for PA, it's going to be quite some time until she considers going for that Aghanim Shard for herself.
Very impressive performance out of Quinn so far to start this game. 2-1 and 3, top net worth. Gonna look to try and smoke off the back of the very early diffuse or corrosion, and of course Tofu can always amplify him with the chakra. So let's see how Talon are going to be able to respond to this. Both sides scans are off the mark.
Identical times though, so both ones clearly know that something is up. Ollie right now on side Q, just acting as that little bit of a distraction. Probably don't want to be giving up both of them, right? We know the level of impact that this Ice Blast is going to be able to provide. They are lacking a little bit of that lockdown if Makoto isn't around, so he's just hanging around in this mid lane, wants to get into that Midas so that he doesn't fall too far behind Quinn.
They want out.
Yeah, they want out completely. Feels like Quinn's going to get a lot more of his net worth off of kills, right? Obviously, taking neutral creeps is a lot faster ever since they gave mana to basically every single neutral creep with this Diffusal Blade. But look at this, the support's just taking away a little bit of the Duraccio farm as well.
It was still going uncontested, man, and his net worth is now just taking over the position of Makoto. We have not seen them hunt him down so far. I mean, Savage has also been fine, 3-1 and 2. He's got his farming Celerin in the Maelstrom. But Celery's got a great read on this, that they're hunting Duraccio. He's going to maybe act as a smoke block, or if they jump in next to the T2 tower, could keep him alive long enough for some extra reinforcements.
They somehow don't see each other until the very last second, and oh, there we go. They're eventually going to end up backing off as kind of going to be okay. Yeah, he ends up TPing away up on that high ground. The courier ended up giving himself away a little bit. Not the worst. It's not like Gloves of Haste really would have changed all that much for the start. And he's already got that Midas starting to get queued up as well. Even picking up the Wisdom Rune for himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very similar to game 1 though, right? Where it was a pretty action-packed like first 10 minutes and then the game starts to slow down. So do you feel like there is a side that is enjoying the status quo more than the other currently?
I'd say both, honestly. Like, a lot of the plays that have been happening from Gaimin Gladiators have been this trio of Pango, Coddle, and the Undying, just because they've got the farm that they really need. Again, supports don't need that much. You've got the Urn available on the Coddle. Quinn, we've mentioned time and time again about how much farm he was able to get early on into the piece, who is going for a Satanic.
Oh, wow.
And it's really just all about making space for the PA, enough said, but also the other break potential coming through from Ace.
Why is he going Satanic versus AA? I'm very intrigued. Sure, the spell is quite nice, but I really this is a very interesting choice from Quinn. We'll see how it's going to work out.
Maybe just thinking that he's not the one that's going to be the main target for the AI Blast. So
Ace charges actually through Talon, but the vision, no, dude, again, back-to-back times that they've tried to bring down Ace bottom lane. This time they wanted to set up with Makoto, but he gets out.
Just those little decisions like going the Fated Brooch, right? Obviously with a Primal, the Trample gives you a lot of value, but even just there, we saw Windlace, Phase Boots, Fated Brooch. It's enough to be able to get him away. And the fact that it was nighttime as well, right? The movement speed buff that you get.
We have, of course, the set that completed for Jabs, and Ag Shard is already queued up next here for the Bristleback.
Probably that's the time that Talon really want to be making something happen, right? Level 12, Aghanim Shard on the Bristle. Vanguard should be enough to be able to provide a little bit of safety. Of course, you've got the Tusk for that extra layer of protection as well. They'll scout out the fact that Q has just freshly picked up a Blink Dagger too. So that might impact the way that people are positioning on lanes. They know that they've got a lot of burst potential with this Spirit Vessel and Ice Blast available.
It's a nice go from they secured the power rune for Quinn. The Arcane once again potentially baiting Ace. 2k health they have to go through, but Talon, they're making their own play, sweeping through mid, potentially looking to try and connect with their strongest hero at the moment with the Bristleback.
Didn't seem like they saw. Well, now they'll definitely see things now. Ice Vortex being put up onto the high ground. They had Undying's Courier up there, so instantly sees the fact that you've got an AA hanging around, and the only reason an AA is going that far forward is if they're looking to set up some sort of smoke, but Duraccio, once again, just dodges them out barely.
Dude, I was really seeing the praises early game of Makoto, who's still 3-1 and 3. Like, KDA-wise, he's looking incredible, but after that one death, his net worth has completely fallen off a cliff, and this is going to be an issue as the game goes on. You compare him to Quinn, the net worth disparison, it's really racking up, and this is the fine line, right? With this Spirit Vessel kind of cost works on how much you farm compared to going for pickoffs across the map, and at the moment, maybe he needs to consider a little bit more farming with just at least to get that Midas.
Yeah, and it's not even like it was completely on Duraccio as well for that counter out, right? The combination of wards, the combination of Celery's calls with where exactly they're looking to move. It just feels like Gaimin Gladiators have way too good awareness for the movement from Talon, and they recognize that the fact that you were just talking about, right? If Makoto's not getting kills, he's not going to scale at the same level as a lot of our cores. It's why I was really putting a lot of emphasis onto 23 Savage and the way that he's going to be able to play this game.
Yeah, really good read. Gladiators say, no, I mean, T1 Tower's not being defended, instant scan and ping from Duraccio, but Talon, they've had enough, dude. This kind of cat and mouse, you're missing every smoke and move they've made. They want to try and at least force Gladiators to take a fight by the pit, and Dire, they're not gonna take that at all. They're fine with giving this up. They've got the lineup to continue to be able to stall. You'll get the tier 1 mid. You've got Duraccio freely farming with Battle Fury, so looks like they're more than okay with giving the Aegis over to Talon.
Not even wanting to get the deny off onto the mid tier 1. Obviously just pop the Ghost Walk, so doesn't want to waste that, but we're just waiting to see if there is any hero that ends up showing themselves. Would love a quick meal onto Celery.
It might not be quick though.
The boys.
Gladiators are nearby. Lucky Shot's gonna make it a little bit more messy. It looks like with jabs coming through along with the Ice Blast, without a doubt they'll get the kill. There might be a Tombstone as well if they want to go for it instead. Or is it tier 1 mid they can consider?
Yeah, I don't think they want to fight as far away from that Tombstone as possible. They know that they've got Tofu as well as Quinn there as backup.
Dire's middle tower
Lane?
is under attack.
Yeah. Savage. Oh, right. Random Rupture, why not? No farm for you for, what is it, 10 seconds? Such an annoying Rupture. What is that? It's like...
This is much more of the style from Talon than I was really wanting to see, though, right? They are playing on the Gaimin Gladiators side of the map. They've hit their timings, they've got the Aegis. Now you've got to make sure something happens before you reach these next big items that Gaimin Gladiators are going for. I mean, Ace has basically got his Aghanim Scepter now, so he can make plays. You've almost got a BKB on Phantom Assassin. She can make plays into a lot of this. So what are you going to be able to make happen? I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with the Mjolnir at this point on Savage. I think you just got to be making the most of your own inbuilt attack speed buffs coming through. And then just look to try and get into that early Aghanim Shard so that you can actually look to stand and man fight.
With this Dire Observer Ward. Far out.
So much.
Yeah. See the Midas how slow it is. We've had average 1640 so far. Very delayed here from Makoto. We are about to get to that 20 minutes, and very shortly after we've got the Wisdom Runes as well. Ladies, they're already ready to try and pick up this Tormentor, so see the importance of the potential shard, whoever it's going to be, whether it's Tofu.
They would love grab ally.
Celery?
Celery doesn't die.
He will. Sure, surely, come on. Ollie, you as good as Fly being able to
Bro,
predict?
my bingo has Tormentor kill.
Well, one of them's trying to predict that Sunstrike. I mean, it wasn't that close to be honest, but it was a cool read.
Close-ish.
I think, where did he Ice Blast?
Don't know, I didn't see.
You see that clip? Of, no? It was pretty cool where Fly predicted the Tormentor was getting taken and Ice Blast and got a kill on a support and the Wraith King's reincarnation. I was impressed. It's alright though, never mind. Okay. Top lane, Savage. Has to pop the BKB. It's going to be long enough duration to TP out. Yes, it will. That is your 9-second duration though.
Yelna completed as well. So he's got, again, more of a farming accelerant. This is it though, right? I really want to see Talon make something out of this first Aegis. You cannot wait for too long. You know, you've got the BKB now on the pier. You've got the level 15, so that extra cast range that you're going to be able to find the back lines and stay way far back. Let the Pango and the Primal Beast be the ones that start off a lot of these fights for you. Even just the Aghanim Shard coming through from Quinn, right? It's going to allow him to just be able to position himself to not worry about the Rupture quite as much, right? We mentioned before that it's an amazing Bloodseeker game for what the Rupture can do to all three of their cores, but if you can minimize that as much as possible through, you know, the roll-up, through the Satanic, being able to heal up a lot of that damage that's being done, and take away, more importantly, the attention from Duraccio, the core that you're really worried about, that's the big factor.
Finally, dude.
Get the grab ally.
When was the last time we had a kill? Far out. Makoto going to be rewarded off the back of his move. Help of the Ice Blast.
Needed.
That is a much needed kill. It's been a very slow game like we saw last time around this time. So Aegis for another 50 seconds. Seems like they're kind of happy with at least all the farm they've been able to get. I guess we go back to the question I asked last game. Like, Talon late game compared to Gladiators, is there a side you're more comfortable with going to the later stages?
It really depends on what the itemization is going to be, right? If we eventually start to see a bunch of Lincolns getting picked up, then I'm really feeling not too great about Talon's chances, because that's going to nullify the effectiveness of this Rupture. Even if Savage gets into that level 25 talent, right, to get an additional charge, it's just not going to be enough. And we know they've got the burst potential. I mean, you're playing with a PA, for God's sake.
Far out. PA top net worth as well. That has gone uncontested for quite some time. Deso almost completed after the BKB. Talon are going to look to smoke to try and connect into Archer. Does kind of reveal himself in the lane.
Boys behind him, though. They know the Aegis is about to expire. They know that if they ever were going to make a play during it, this is the time. But once again, Talon, first Aegis, pretty ineffective. Granted, they still have a few of their own items to be able to pick up, so maybe they're just putting a lot of faith into their own scaling potential.
What do we feel like is kind of going wrong with Talon with all of their attempts not working? Is it just the props really need to be given to die with their read of the map and whenever Talon's moving? Or is it like, you know, maybe the ward placements from Talon, not as much emphasis on shoving out side lanes? Like, what do we feel like it is?
How can you do it as a Tuscan and AA? That's the thing. Even the Invoker, right? This isn't an Exort Invoker where you can, use the Forged Spirits consistently just to be those ones shoving out the lane. He's trying to do it whenever possible. 4 points Quas, 4 points Exort, so he's going to have 2 Forged Spirits, but it just feels like Gaimin Gladiators have the superior draft for that exact purpose that you're talking about. Love to see someone pick up this Lotus pool. That'd be a full greater Lotus.
Just watching 24 minutes in. 5 heroes just huddling together now. We have a Midas on queue. Like, are we really in this position again where we have a position 4 going on Midas? Apparently this is the status of this game.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of that, to be honest. I was really hoping for him to get into an Aghanim Scepter just because you've got the Bloodseeker combination, right? You've got the ability to isolate. You've got something else to be able to set up for things like the Ice Blast to completely isolate someone away. And
no, man.
Solo.
They don't want to take the Bay. Maybe they think there's more. They'll drop the ward. There's a sentry in range. Jab should know.
Sees it.
It's activates the BKB, tries the turn, but once AC is going to be in with the break, might be a little bit easier about killing the Bristleback. They're hesitant though. Gaimin don't want to commit heavily, and now with the reactions out of Talon for the grab ally, will keep him alive momentarily, but it's not going to matter. Stunned as he re-enters the living. It won't be there for too long. They want to go back in though. Savage is committed with the BKB. He's in a lot of trouble as Quinn's going to be able to target him down for the moment. Has more than enough wards to be able to bounce back off. The Rupture's proving to be annoying, but it will not matter in the end. And now Q can still jump over the top. Jabs is starting to stack up this damage. His Bristleback has gone uncontested. And where is Dyrachyo? Just not involved throughout that team fight. Was having a bit of a battle over on the left side. I think he killed Oli, but maybe with him there we see a different fight. But in the end, Talon, they're able to come out on top.
Yeah, Makoto providing a lot of that control, preventing the PA from having too big of an impact. Still ended up doing the most damage on the Gaimin Gladiators side, but that's the power that you're really looking to see from Jabs, and they put so much priority onto taking out that Primal Beast. They still don't have the break, so you don't have this answer to the Bristleback just yet. He's put a second point into the Bristleback. Keen to see if he puts any further into it or if he's just going to prioritize the stats from here on forward.
First side.
Just like that, Makoto's recovered his net worth.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that he has. Hurricane Pike now completed for Makoto. Importantly, levels as well is looking good. Level 15 mid lane. Going to be able to get him.
He doesn't have any charges at the moment on the vessel, so doesn't have that easy way to be able to combo together with a cold snap, but they're going to need it, right? Like, you popped both BKBs pretty early on Talon there, and I was a little worried for their long-term potential in that fight, but really just going to show that if you don't have an answer to the Bristleback, all that doesn't really matter.
I want to go back to something the panel mentioned previously in that last game where they highlighted the Midases were a little bit of an awkward timing where they weren't able to play with kind of the strength of the Naga's early like 3 items. I do wonder, like, if you win these fights, we're not going to feel it as much, but there is some big timings out of, 23 Savage early on. The Bristleback really importantly this hero. So if you can win the next fight and continue to stall, then sure, we're going to say this Midas is great. He's going to get sceptered at a pretty early timing. But if Gladiators win this fight, then get Roche, the map will be difficult to play with. They kill Jabs to start.
Yeah, and they've got the break now on the PA as well. She's got basically all the items she could possibly need, even going into that Nullifier next.
Can't lose that ward.
Ghost Scepter's not a fact.
They're going to jump Q straight onto Tofu. They should be able to blow up the keep of the lap, but once again, Sally will keep him alive. They found Makoto. Now that's a big target to take out of the equation, but Savage is going to look to enter as well. Dyrachyo. These crits are raining down, and now Quinn hot in pursuit, but who does he want to jump though? The zombies giving them the information. Talon done a pretty good job to retreat, but the BKBs, they're not available if a further fight does break out, as Quinn would jump over the top of the shards, but they would just sacrifice the life of Q, and there we go. A fight will go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, and eventually they're going to be rewarded with Roshan as well, and this map will now start to shrink as a result.
That's all right. He's got the Midas. He'll be fine. Recovery Midas for the Tusk coming through. But yeah, just like you said, it really does show that if you just lose one fight, if you don't use the net worth that you've built up for that level of effect,
are they coming?
Look at how much damage. I don't know if you could look to fight this. I mean, an instant Sunstrike maybe when Makoto comes up to see if
Ice
it
Blast
actually is the case. No Ice Blast and complete vision as well. Ace is acting as that frontline bodyguard.
Ice Blast is coming through now. It's going to clip on two.
Grab
You've
ally.
got the Age has been instantly taken care of. And now they won't get much value out of the break as well. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time. What's the call on Talon? Makoto's going to be back in. Duraccio jumps to the left side, but the BKB on cooldown. Can he activate the cheese? Gets it off for the last second, but he's still going to be bursted. Fall to 0. And Jabs is left standing in the middle of it all as well with the scepter. This bristleback is ripping Ace apart. They got to get out. Gladiators, you need to cut your losses. But Q jumps over the top of the high gun. That's a perfect shard placement. There is no retreat from Dyer. Tofu will be cut down as well as Talon. The numbers disadvantage. It did not matter. What a fight by the pit.
That's crazy. I thought they had no chance, no BKBs, 3v5 sort of situation, but the breaks just weren't there. They were able to land the perfect Ice Blast at the perfect time. Luckily for Gaimin Gladiators, they were still able to secure the Aegis and the Roche kill. Could have gone even worse for them. And we talk about those timings. I mean, Bristleback's about to get even stronger. Level 20 starting to build up a few more of those quill sprays, and it was all about that Sunstrike just providing them that level of information that they needed. Value of the Tormentors as well, right? Gets the stun off onto the Undying, means that he might get the Flesh Golem off, but wasn't able to get the grab ally there, both for the Tombstone just in general, but also that saving potential.
And wow. So many little things inside that team fight. Could have gone either way. But overall, Talon now 4,000 net worth lead. We see the power of what this lineup can truly dish out if they have this opportunity to spellcast and freely right-click.
Yeah, Jabs prior to that fight actually had picked up the Greater Healing Lotus as well, so he had that 900 heal coming in clutch, and then was still able to swap in a Vitality booster that he had backpacked at the time, so that ended up making sure he was able to survive through the initial burst, and then, yeah, just turns it around completely.
This goddamn AA shard. What a buff to the hero.
Yeah.
Like, just slowly over time. Vortex, get rid of that shard. You have an innate now where you're able to push out some of the waves and give this man a stun. That has always been, one of his biggest critiques, where team fighting stuns, you don't have that. You're also, kind of immobile and slow. That's still the case, but we are going to continue to see what this Ice Blast can do. And that was a big reason in that last fight, the stun onto 3.
That was the reason. Undying being taken out of that fight, honestly, I think it's very different if you're just able to lay down a Tombstone, if you're able to wait out a few seconds of that Ice Blast debuff.
Now you got some big talent. Savage, level 20, has that Rupture cast range, importantly. There was another 20 I just saw as well. Bristol got his, PA got his.
And a Nullifier, so they realize how much of a threat Ollie is giving them this game. You might have a Ghost Scepter, which he picked up pretty damn early on, but he is going to be the absolute priority target for them. I'm really wanting to see, when are these Lincolns going to start to come out here from Talon? They don't have the greatest ways to be able to break it from range.
This has been really the first time this series, though, where Talon have been able to get a little bit more of a foothold in this game.
And honestly, this is 23 Savage has got the Ags, and now he's got the Ag Shard as well. So this is the first fight that I'm really feeling like Savage has the potential to take it over completely. It's been all Jabs up until this point, but now that you've got 2 legitimate ones, that's scary. There's a DD bottom as well. That might be the thing that turns the tide. 6k advantage at the moment for Talon, but I mean, a PA with a DD just completely changes the rulebook.
Without a doubt. Let's see what the call is going to be for them. Do you want to continue maybe looking to try and deal with some of your waves at the moment? Those Gladiators, they are not leaving each other's side. I mean, same with Talon as well. It's the status of this game, how even it is. One fight still, Gladiators could even this one out. And of course, the stakes as well on the line, a potential upper bracket berth here for Gaimin Gladiators.
I don't know where you even go here for Talon, because I feel like they still need a little bit of armor, right? Like the Pango, the PA, they're hitting for big, and it doesn't seem like they want to go towards an AC. I really wouldn't hate a Shiva's Guard just to provide a little bit of that slow, more importantly, the healing reduction. Is when you consider what you're going up against, right? PA with a Phantom Strike, you've got the Satanic on the Pango, you've got the Undying heal, you've got the Coddle heal. It's a lot that you're going to be able to minimize.
Can they look at Jabs if he goes for this right creep? Camp.
Well, they've got the vision for it. Ooh, is he going to go for it though?
He may get blown up with this DD. Jab's going to run straight to them, and with the ward, they know that no one else is behind him. This is going to be a huge kill. Break is out, and his health pool just evaporates. That's a gem as well. Double gem now for Gladiators. I'm straight rolling thunder.
Yeah. Still pretty long cooldown on it. Max level, but another 60 seconds until it's up. But Primal Beast, of course, one of the big benefits of the hero. By the way, reached level 20 now, so even more damage coming through from the trample. Pulverize already back up, and like you mentioned, that double damage effective both for the kill as well as that tower taking potential. This time, they'll remember to glyph for the tier 2 towers, so this push won't immediately result in them moving up onto the high ground. Looks like Talon will be able to take a little bit of control themselves too.
I know it is getting very scary with the potential of what this Phantom Assassin is going to be able to do inside the fights. That is one thing. I mean, Talon, do they have at the moment the heroes or even the built-in items to be able to deal with it? Maybe Scepter could be frustrated and kick him out. Actually, yeah. Who does Q actually even like? What's the play with the Scepter?
Whoever gets ruptured.
Okay,
pretty much.
That's pretty easy. All right.
And again, it's going to get to that point, and again, it's going to be even more effective if they aren't going to go for these Lotuses or these Lincolns, right? Where level 25 on Savage is going to result in even more carnage. It's still a fantastic Rupture game. All 3 cores, even the Coddle, to be honest, are vulnerable if they get caught out of place.
He's got the 8th
Might
one.
even be looking to prioritize him being the one to pick up this 35-minute Wisdom Rune as well.
Let's see who's going to be able to get that one. Do have a bit of lull inside our second game here. GG should be able to get their own Tormentor, who's without the shard currently is Tofu.
Looks like it is Savage that's going to be yoinking it up. As soon as they see the Thirst movement speed start to come in, they're like, okay, they're doing Tormentor.
Instantly smoke as a result of that. Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark. This is a scary position to fight if they continue to angle to the right side, though. The choke point area should very much favor Gladiators to be able to get the backline and also play with that Tombstone.
They know they're about to go for a smoke. They just grouped up under a Watcher that they had under their control. So right now, Jabs just wants to shove out the wave, force someone to have to deal with this first. Tornado off the mark.
Oh, Makoto being on the front, worrying.
If they can retreat, this would be huge.
Rupture's out as
They get a
well.
good Rupture up.
He's going to have to protect himself with the Arcanum shot. He's fallen pretty low, but meanwhile, Darachi wants to jump in the middle. Ace is going to fall over soon as well. They're holding down Makoto momentarily. Darachi with the burst damage. They'll deal with the Invoker. What's the call out from Gladiators? Can you look for more kills? This Q, he is isolated in no man's land as Talon can't enter Dive's side of the map, and another fight will go the way of Gladiators, and now they can look to get some more objectives.
Good God, that was good. Just wait out the Rupture. Make sure that you, with your Satanic, is able to provide the safety. And like you said, they isolated Q. Q did the right thing. He wanted to get that Walrus kick off, make sure that he was able to burn out the rest of the Pangolier's HP pool. But instead, Celery drops the Tombstone onto Quinn, gets it inside the grab ally, means that, like you said, Tusk completely away from the rest of the boys and ends up dying as a result. Really, really well done by Gaimin Gladiators. Full team fight coming through there. That was not any sort of individual play. That was a team understanding.
Is under attack.
Well, his top is getting shoved in, so it will be a response eventually out of die to be able to go back for that. There's no way they run into Savage, right?
Surely not.
Close. Wait, hang on, are they thinking about fighting here? Tofu's not with the boys at the moment. Darachi no BKB as well. Ice Blast will clip on the right side. It separates the Phantom Assassin, and there is that
kick.
combo. Rupture kick. Health pool gets blown up. Gladiators will be able to retreat, so they only lose one. But of course, that is a big kill on Dyrachyo, and Roche is up in 20 seconds. We'll see if Talon's able to scout it out straight away.
High risk, high reward. That's the Talon way. We saw that with the previous Roshan attempt. And they weren't able to secure the Roche, but they still got the successful team fight off the back of it. Once again, who would imagine a team would be protecting a tier 1 tower at this point of the game? But I suppose it's really valuable, like you mentioned, with Roshan coming up in 3, 2, 1. It means that they're going to have, if buybacks are required, that additional tower to be able to TP to.
Second Roche of the game.
Oh, no. Yep, they're all coming.
Do you give Aegis to Makoto? I'm very worried about how still vulnerable he is inside the fights, but I feel like there's a lot of other people as well can be blown up.
I'd give it to Bloodseeker personally.
Okay.
Like, he's almost at his level 25. Like, you can legitimately do like 40,000 damage in one team fight as this Bloodseeker. Probably more so when you're going up against like the really beefy heroes, like 3 builders.
That's third Roche, my bad. Okay.
So end up giving it to Makoto. Maybe just feeling like he's dying a bit too easily, but I'm still waiting for this level 25 on Bloodseeker. He's almost got the refresher orb completed as well, so you will have 4 ruptures coming out, and I'm just doing a quick Lincoln's check. Tofu's nearly finished one up. He's about 50 gold away, but beyond that, I see nothing. 1 Lotus Orb, and Quinn just starting to work towards a Lincoln's of his own. So it really just is going to be that sort of, how are you best going to use this time? If I'm 23 Savage, I'm saying give me the farm. Stop taking my farm. Let me get to level 25. Stay close by, but not close enough that you're going to be leeching my XP.
Who would you prefer to have this refresher shot on? Because Jabs currently has it in the backpack.
Feels fine enough to me. I mean, just to be able to get off 2 bristleback actives is so enormous, right? It means that whoever gets caught out is dying, unless Celery's been pretty good with his positioning so far, but it just puts so much more emphasis onto him to be able to be in that right place at the right time. And lucky for him, he's got the ninja gear to be able to play around with. So he's got his own personal smoke. I'm sure he would love to get into something like a Blink Dagger as well on the Undying, just so that you can always be there with the save.
What's a gem account as well? I know Dai had 2 before. Looks like Coddle's still got 1. The other one's in the fountain as well. So probably going to have to see Talon soon look to consider that. I mean, you really need these items. I mean, Ollie has had this Hexecutor for quite some time. Q would love the 8th lens to be able to enable that combo we saw prior to deal with Dyrachyo.
Savage is like, stop leeching my XP. I'm so close. Multiple times now that you've had 1 or 2 teammates relatively close by to him. He's isolated now, so he should get the level 25 off the back of this. But just imagine if Gaimin Gladiators were going for some sort of kill attempt right now onto that sort of area.
The rupture charges though, finally. So let's see what the call is going to be. So I have plenty of time to work with the Ages. They do not have any deep vision to potentially look to smoke to. The ward's in fact still getting held.
And I wouldn't even hate the refresher being given over to Q, to be honest, right? Like double Walrus kick with whoever gets ruptured, that's pretty deadly.
Even just double punch, 3-second BKB piercing control, and someone like Dyrachyo inside the middle of the fight, and if Savage is able to right click him, that could just be enough. We are going to see them smoke.
Radiant are scared.
Yep.
They are...
And is that connecting or not? It's like pinging every now and then, but it...
I think it did to start.
Yeah.
They're very split. They are very split. No way he shows.
Surely.
They're going to see the dagger. But I mean, they have no vision on the backline, though. They don't know that anyone else is not behind Dyrachyo, so it is still scary nonetheless.
Literally, like, inches between being able to catch him out there. The blur nerf, not enough to be able to lead to Dyrachyo's death there. Doing their best to be able to try and shove out a lot of these lanes, but I feel like Gaimin Gladiators realize the strength of the potential high ground fight. We talk about level 25s, well, you've also got it on Dyrachyo as well. So many more ways to be able to proc that coup de grace.
They didn't play for the Wisdom Rune. I don't know how I was able to get that. They might lose their other as well. I mean, it's also a really big pre-wave.
Does anyone else make that play other than Dyrachyo? I don't know if they do.
They're going to lose the other 2? No way.
That's just here. Nope. Yoink.
Oh, it's so much experience. All right.
They're kicking themselves a little bit. Yeah, instant ping out coming through. Another tormentor for themselves. Anyone lacking a shard right now? Looks like just Invoker. Not too bad, honestly. Just keeping people relatively close by to the Bristleback.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot at all. I see they're doing a very good job though. I mean, Talon aren't really forcing the issue though on getting a fight.
They've only got 45 seconds on the Aegis. It's again one of these cases where it feels like Talon fights better from behind. You know, they want to be in this sort of disadvantageous position, as looks like Tofu's even going to be able to get away from a Makoto gank attempt.
I still am just so worried. I do not care that this PA was nerfed slightly. Like,
Yeah.
this here late game, it is a different beast. I don't even care about his KDA as long as he's got the gold. He's got Satanic about to be complete. In fact, I think he just went. Yeah, he's bored out. A blessing for the Scepter, and Satanic getting delivered as well. So Duracho is ready to go.
He's so huge, man. And the thing is as well, you're going to have that slightly less duration on whatever lockdown that they've got. He's been very clever about this. The aesthetics capped. He knows that he just needs to be able to withstand during the Rupture, right? It's still fantastic Rupture game. I've said it about 50 times right now, but as long as you've got the Satanic to be able to heal up any of that damage dealt, you're not only ensuring your own survivability, you're nerfing a little bit of what the Bloodseeker is able to do, both in terms of movement speed and right clicks. It just feels like a really solid itemization coming out from Gaimin. And the thing that I'm worried about for Talon is that you've waited long enough that now you do have multiple Linked Spheres up.
I'm gonna try and force the issue. That is, look to Smoke. They don't have the greatest power room to play with. Or at least potentially help them try and deal with some of their lane issues. Are you going to take a fight around a high gun though? You'll need to drop a ward. Celery could even use the Tombstone for vision as well.
That's not quite with the boys. He's going for his own break. A Bristleback going break up against a PA.
Let's see the Watcher getting taken. No pings though. Makoto almost running straight into them. It's a jump. Tofu will start. They've got the vision advantage. Instant rolling thunder. It's Quinn's going to try and hunt the back lane. Second use of the Rupture. Quinn's going to have to stand in the middle. Where's Q to be able to get the kick away? Now Quinn, he's isolated from the team. It's all up to Duracho now, but the Rupture's used. He should be free inside to fight. He's going to try and chase down Makoto to the south. A quick disengage gets him out of danger. They're not done just yet though. Ace hunting for more, but Talon retreated to the safety of their high gun. Do they want to go in though?
It's just such good team play coming out from Gaimin Gladiators, man, right? Like, you're going in, you're popping the Satanic, you're getting down to about 30%. Quinn able to heal up to a very, very healthy portion. And then the perfect timing from the grab ally. Not too early, not too late, making sure that if you were wanting to commit up onto that high ground, you're competing into zero vision, into a Tombstone layer down at you. And by the time he pops out, you're playing alongside of a Keeper of the Light, right? So he's going to have another set of spells to be able to play around with too, with no Ruptures left.
Racho's just ready for someone to step a little bit too far forward to blow him up. No one will give him that opportunity though, so they'll go back at a T2 tower.
It's a juicy one. Of course, this is the area that you always need to be a little bit concerned about going up against an Aghanim Scepter Tusk, going into high ground, and feels like that might be what Gaimin Gladiators are looking to play for next. Find another one of these pickoffs onto Q so that you're not going to have that risk of getting kicked back with a Rupture underneath tier 4 towers.
Uh-oh. That is a scary rune. Scary, scary rune, and they're going to be able to find it as well. So Duracho's bottom, so Quinn's probably going to take it. Roche potentially up in 15 seconds. They've got full control of this left outpost area. Did they lose the gem as well in that fight? No. Okay, so Ollie's still holding, and it's still a pipe dream of this Hex.
He's getting close. Billy coming in value. Even just his own level 18 would be pretty nice. Extra second on the Frostbitten, extra little bit of damage.
The probability is 50-50, dead even.
Yep, feels that way. It honestly feels like Gaimin need to mess up once, kind of like what we saw last time around, right? Like, these team fights haven't gone swimmingly for Talon. Like, it's just been really good play by Quinn and Celery in particular. They're just understanding of where exactly each other want to move, where each other needs to be has been just on point.
Wait, this is a scary bridge to cross. Ollie will lead the charge, wants to drop his own ward, which completely scabs Talon out. And Duracho is going to be able to jump as well, but the break's there. Chabs is in a lot of danger. Refreshes his health ball thanks to the cheese. Now Duracho down low, they blow him up. No Dyrachyo for the team fight. Talon, you've got to get more. This is your one opportunity. They'll try and cross the bridge back to their side of the map. Ace wants to try and disrupt them, but the tornado clips on 4. Dyrachyo will bite back, but is way too far away from the team. Ace is going to hold down Savage on the right side. Ace just solo killed the Bloodseeker. Now there's a big opportunity. Gladiators, they'll need to get more out of this. The investment out of the buybacks is costly. As Quinn should stop Makoto on the retreat. If they got detection, it looks like they do. Will try and TP out, but the rock throw will stop him short as Gladiators somehow come out on top.
How did he do that much damage? I suppose maybe he had the blood mist running at the exact same time as the blade mail was being popped there by Ace, but literally 100-0 on that Bloodseeker. Crazy amount of damage done by him, and now he's level 25 as well, so got even longer duration there on the pulverize. You're just going to be able to completely lock people out of the fight. They're going to go for a cheeky play once again, but GG, they're not phased. They're just going to finish this Roshan and get a refresher shard of their own.
So I guess the big thing is the fact that multiple really important buybacks were used. Of course, we're looking at the Dyrachyo buyback. Mincella is nice, but there is a win condition now. If you killed Dyrachyo twice, this game looks very different.
Just kill him twice. It's easy.
Easy. It killed him once that time.
Once. That's the difference maker. And again, it's the scary prospect of going up onto the high ground. I want to see how much pressure they put up onto this high ground when they don't have the Bloodseeker, when they don't have the Invoker. And if Talon have the cojones to use this buyback, if Q is able to get into a good position for a kickback, they might be able to do it.
Oh, they're looking for it. Maybe being able to blow him up. 4-0. Celery again. This tombstone save. And now you've just sacrificed Q's life. And Bristle's in a little bit of trouble as well with the breakout. Ace sees an opportunity to be able to charge in the middle. Savage tries to do what he can, but it's not going to matter. Now Dyrachyo senses an opportunity. Makoto with the tornado will disrupt. The combo is going to get laid down. Kick further inside the base. Gaimin, Gladiators. What can you do on the respawn? Did you see him sacrifice his life? Quinn will try and give an opportunity for the Phantom Strike, but the instant Hex is finally there. And now they're looking for more as well. Ace, kick back. This is the opportunity Talon have been waiting for. Ace will go down without a doubt. It's just a question of can they get more kills. As Savage will not be able to cancel Quinn's TP, but that is the dieback on Dyrachyo. 100 seconds for Talon now.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, you had to use a couple of buybacks onto Jabs and Q. Well worth it. They were just wanting to wait things out, get that Satanic. Perfect use of the stun combination to make sure that you really didn't get too much value out of the PA. And you see the lines being drawn out by Savage. He is like, we are ending this game right now. We're not going to get a better opportunity. 50-minute creep wave, double siege creeps, and plenty of units to be able to soak up all of this multi-shots. If Talon choose, if Gaimin Gladiators choose to commit that Glyph of Protection. Obviously not wanting to do it for a tier 2, wouldn't be refreshed, but now's the time. Can they do it?
If anyone shows their much a jump again, you know there's no buyback from the Pengo. Quinn in the middle. Hang on, Bloodseeker, what is the damage on Savage? It's got to be really cautious, but we're going to just try and waste as much time. But again, if anyone's nearby, Q may look for the opening with the kick. He's starting to run up.
Jabs is just softening up a little bit.
Wait, Jabs?
Why not?
Dude, they were in trouble now as well. Sorry again.
Remember?
Oh my lord, these tombstones, but it is just space. One building down. What's the call from Talon?
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
All is to keep on going. They want to have this map advantage. They want to keep Gaimin Gladiators fighting on their side of the map. They don't want that instant pick off into a dieback, into the inability to be able to fight, and they know it's 20 seconds until the PA is a concern.
Jabs doesn't have the greatest mana pool for this fight.
I don't think they want to take a fight at all. Yeah, they're going to clean up what is possible, and then they're going to get the hell out of there.
Look at the respect, man. Far out. Not give a opportunity. This is still just under 4 minutes where there is not a buyback for Dyrachyo, and they have showcased they have the capability to be able to kill him inside these fights. And if you can somehow kite the primal, and there does seem to be a potential damage issue.
All right, at least this time Makoto was there on the bottom side of the river, because there was another freaking double damage, but Invoker ends up picking it up this time.
Potatoes, dude. All right, let's see what Makoto can do.
Oh, jeez.
Did he
Still wants to keep alacrity himself. No vessel charges is a bit of a concern.
Buyback status as a whole this game. Savage and Mikoto, the only ones on Talon. Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn's going to have enough gold in 80. And of course, the Dynamo Ace, he's got enough as well.
Going for another move. And they find the pick off. Even Q's got a Octarine queued up. I understand it. Just wanting to get more Walrus kicks. I wouldn't hate seeing him go a Silver Edge as well.
It's a good ward.
Another way.
It's a really good ward. So it's going to pop.
Oh,
good reaction.
So quick. Celery, I think, has been the MVP.
Hang on, they're coming.
GG so far.
So it's going to pop. Oh, is it a really peculiar position where they can just blow up the support? A quick guaranteed kill onto an easy opportunity. Gives them a 4v5 and potentially more as well as Q's going to go down. These are the heroes without buyback. Savage.
No, Savage, he trapped himself.
He can BKB and TP, but you got to make a call pretty shortly. He's going to TP now. His ace disrupted the charge. Won't stop him, but dude, now no one's there.
The dieback.
No one is with Jax. It's just Mikoto as well. But the Invoker, he also needs to get out of danger. That is a disastrous team fight. The worst thing that could possibly happen. As Savage is going to try and do whatever he can, but one crit jump over the top. The Archer will not let Savage get back to the base. And now they send blood in the water. Mikoto as well. You could not have had anything worse happen for Talon. And now as a result, Mikoto, they'll catch up to him as well. Buybacks are used instantly. I guess at least the lanes are in an okay position, but my oh
You see
my.
exactly where they're going, right? Mikoto goes bottom, Savage goes top. Try and shove out these lanes as quickly as you can. Love to be able to just drop that Mjolnir buff onto somebody that you can't
Savage.
show yourself. This is ballsy, Savage. You got to get the hell out of there. But they might not even care. They've got the creeps.
Under attack.
3 is enough. They're just going to go up onto that high ground. Buyback's coming up shortly.
None.
50 seconds until the AA and a minute until the PA. So Duracho feels confident in being able to go for this all-in style push.
They've got Glyph, but it's a miracle hold. Gladiators one fight away and getting some revenge when Talon knocked them out of Riyadh. Let's see what the combo is going to be. Oh, it's not on the mark. You tried to set up with the tornado.
Still get
They're
the
just going to go for the throne. Duracho might die to the Sunstrike. That's a big start. Mikoto's putting in work in the defense. Ace will try and turn to Savage, but Q kicks him right next to the fountain. That is the damage they need to bring down the Primal Beast as well, and they have held. We are not done just yet. The Savage will also stop Celery from getting out of maybe? Celery? Oh, cute. Nice prediction. All right, it's able to catch up the Celery, so at least there will be a third member that does go down.
One of those members that did buy back previously. That's his dieback, even though it's up in another 5 or so seconds. But you could just see how anxious 23 Savage was there, not wanting to full on commit. He bought back himself, and he's going for a freaking E-Blade, man. He just wants that extra little bit of damage. They want 100-0 people with this Rupture Kick combination.
What is this game, dude? What is this game?
I'm happy that we're getting a close one.
Yes, today's been more one-sided. A lot of 2-0s. I don't know if this one is going to be a 2-0 as well. Are they just... All right, let's see. What can you do, Talon?
If there was any time to buy out, this is it. I mean, Savage could look to get into that start of the E-Blade pretty soon, but it won't change too much of anything. Second lane of Rax going in their favor. So again, the lanes are passively just going to be helping them somewhat. It's just a matter of, can you afford to wait another 5 minutes? I don't think GG is going to give them that opportunity with Roshan potentially respawning right now. It's pretty quick. 45 seconds and they'll know it's around the top side of the map. Are we getting him? Are we getting the tier 5 items?
We may be. Some big items, though, nonetheless. With the Lincolns, late game Lincolns, 56 minutes in, both Duracho and Ace wanting to go down this route. So this could be just something that catches them by surprise on Talon to mess up a little bit of the spell casting. Have to keep an eye on those Lincolns inside these fights. 4 Lincolns,
what
dude.
allowed Quinn to be, that's what I was saying before, right? If it gets super late, doesn't matter how many ruptures you have if you're just able to Lincolns them constantly. At least it's not the old meta, right? When it was a Medusa with like 4 different Lincolns buffs on her, you actually need to have an element of skill of being able to pop them. Tofu really wants to be able to deward this this observer, and he's making sure it's Duraccio is the one that does it to not give away too much about their smoke.
Importantly, buybacks are there now. Two members of Talon.
Not for Talon though.
Jabs is on the front line. They're going to try and poke at the Bristleback to start. Blinding Light pushes him out of Ace's charge in the middle with an early BKB out of Jabs. It should be okay. Looks like that's all. Makoto's in.
Rolling Thunder's a big deal. And yeah, look at bottom.
Yeah.
It's pushing in. Someone's going to have to TP back. Do you have the shard on Coddle? You don't. So I want to see if we do see Tofu look to try and pick that one up just so that you can recall Quinn back to the fight if absolutely necessary. And they'll see first that Roshan is up.
I built on Savage is crazy. I know you brought up the Yasha and Kai before. He's got Timeless Relic.
Yep.
Very interesting.
All
read.
about that spell damage, man. Just let the Blood Rays, let the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter do the work.
There's the shard, and as Quinn re-delivered once again, Gladiators, such a power position for them on this high ground with the ward. It is very difficult for Talon to be able to break that. They're just going to have to wait for the lanes to get pushed in. That's the main thing. So they will have to go back eventually.
They've got scouting tools, right? Like you can use the hairball for it. They could use the Sunstrike for it. They can use the Forge Spirits for it. Lots of things, but you just got to be careful on Ollie in particular.
Just patience.
Don't put yourself too far forward. Yep.
Patience, that's it. No glyph.
From Zoe, it is the road to TI. I just want to see them keep the Forge Spirit inside the pit.
And
They will.
All right. One person's back. Jirachi will TP. Of course, again, yes, with the Coddle.
They got the recall. And we got 40 seconds until potential tier 5 items. So not the worst place for GG to be holding up here, up on the top side. Then again, it is going to be moving down bottom in about 30 seconds, right? And you have to be very careful about that if you're Talon, right? Like if you TP down bottom to be able to contest this, yeah they're actually going to set up early. Not sending those Forge Spirits up onto the high ground, so they don't know about this. So if you TP down, they're already going to be there, and then if you buy back, you're not going to be able to TP there again. So they could once again look to isolate this Talon roster. They've been doing such a good job of it so far, despite not really having the tools to do it. Really nice Sunstrike coming out there from Makoto, predicting the fact that they were already down there. So instead, they TP down to their tier 3 tower, and they're just going to look to run it in. Still would mean that they won't have those buyback TPs, so it's going to be another one of these cat and mouse sort of games where can they just look to wait it out until their TPs are back off cooldown?
Jirachi is not here currently. He's supposed to try and scout and give them really much information. Jirachi is trying to get these neutral items. One will be dropped now.
Aces as well.
Very short, okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Shadows from Savage.
Their shield's not bad for a freaking rupture.
Is Makoto just trying to see if Jirachi is going to deal with this wave? I guess this is a nice thing where Talon can kind of intercept anyone looking to get to Gaimin Gladiators' position.
Yep, they're using the Forge Spirits for the vision around the pit, so they know they're not losing a big objective. Someone's going to have to deal with this, so it's just a question of how are they going to be able to respond to it. It's the siege creep wave as well, right? So someone needs to be addressing a lot of these super creeps that have pushed into the GG base, but being patient, they're just getting their tier 5 items, and now it looks like the recall back onto Duraccio, and they're going to try and slip inside.
Quinn did just TP away though.
They know they're in. They know they're in, but you got recall, man. It's going to be up soon.
So Sunstrike to scout. A bit split at the moment from Talon. It's not going to matter. Roche just getting poked.
All on Sky by Pango, and it's just more time that you're invulnerable, right? Not going to be taking damage from that rupture, providing a little bit of that extra control that the PA needs.
Spoken about how the Talon have the capability with bottom and mid getting pushed out. You see the same as well with top. It's a big wave that Ollie has to go back to deal with. It's a catapult wave as well, so they don't want to give over this full set of barracks.
This is an AA, so you can still have that big team fight impact from the base.
It is, but
Radiant's top
Finally found a little bit of isolation. No one's claimed that one for right now.
Quinn, he's not going to mess around. Instant rolling thunder. Looking to get to the back line. There's the Lincoln's bubble. Savage, he's in a lot of danger. Duracho is going to try and close the distance. Savage, can he get any lives? Still back. It's too late for Makoto spellcasting. Still, they will get a return kill. Can Makoto slip under the cover of the invis though? Ace has got the detection. Pulverize slams him into the ground. The buyback to the pivotal thing is they're already back in the middle thanks to Tofu's hell. Can they get any more off the back of this though? Ace is going to try and get onto jabs. They'll separate themselves. Two fights are breaking out simultaneously. His jabs uncontested so far, but he's not going to have the mana or the health shortly as well. As the breaks are proving too much of an issue. Look at the mid base though. Makoto, he just brought back to Makoto. This is an all or nothing play. Quinn's going to need some assistance as well. They'll get the TP in from jabs. They're going for the throne, man. Someone needs to respond.
It happened to them at Riyadh with Liquid. They're trying to see if they can do it themselves.
But they're not going to have the numbers. Jabs is pretty goddamn survivable. Two fights again are happening to Racho. He's not with the boys. There could be an opportunity to Racho and Savage going toe to toe. We're going to push it down to the southern side. I mean, back to mid, we see Jabs and Quinn. The BKB protects the Bristol back down to the south we go. Ice Blast connects. When is an opportunity for Savage? First Hex is out, and that's all they need. A dieback on Duracho. 2 minutes without your Phantom Assassin. Are you kidding me?
They didn't die on Talon as well. They were somehow able to get away on both Jabs and Makoto, get away with murder, forcing everyone away back to the base and Q, interrupting the TP return from Duracho as well. Still having to be very careful about this though. They're backing off. They're using the Book of Shadows just to try and give themselves a little bit of a reprieve against the likes of that PA whenever she tries to jump on them.
3v5, who cares? Gladiators have the confidence charging at Talon. They do not want to let this Roche go.
Gotta care a little bit.
80 seconds still to get Roche and also go for the base. This is your best opportunity, Talon, to send us to a game 3.
Yeah, and Makoto's about to get an Aghanim Scepter for himself as well, you would assume. Just getting himself that little bit of extra control.
Do they go for it?
Being one of the ones that bought back, he's the one to claim the Aegis of the Immortal.
Surely, right? 50 seconds?
60 seconds, yeah. Ollie not with them for now. Just once again looking to influence this top side of the map.
No way. Oh, no way. They're not going to go for the finishing blow, so we will stick around for a little bit longer. And Die
I've said
has...
it before and I'll say it again. Late game Dota is where C really shines.
Dude, why is there a rapier on Oli? What am I looking at? What is this?
Attack from range, Ollie, do it.
It's all or nothing now. You just got to go for it. 25 seconds. Quinn's onto Makoto, BKB. They want to deal with the Tombstone. What's the call? Messy inside the team fight. There's a lot of damage from Ace. He's trying to control the backline, making space. The throne is now exposed. Talon, they're going to go straight for the Jugular with a Stygian Desolator. This base is falling fast. Still Duracho down for 5 seconds, and it's going to be too long. Talon will send us to a deciding game 3. And what fashion to do it in.
What a play from Makoto and Jabs. The balls on these men, and you can see
Гладіатори били трон талонів. І
Not easy to be able to come back, calm the nerves from a 60-minute defeat. So that's where Talon thrive. In Gaimin Gladiators, though, be able to find a way back.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I was watching the cameras there, Duracho. He looked pretty exhausted at the end of that one. And you see the cool tattoo he had in his hand as well? I had time to whip my camera out with the old Google Translate. It says crime on his hand. And I feel like they thought it was a crime that they lost that game, considering the number of times that they were able to catch out these Talon heroes without the buyback and still weren't able to end that game. So I'm really psyched about this one. I'll be honest, when you and I got the schedule and we found out we were casted this series, I just rubbed my hands together because I knew it would be close. There's a lot of feeling behind this one. And like you mentioned earlier, no team that has started in the lower bracket of that playoff stage has ever won TI. So this means so much for both teams.
We get to see the masterminds behind it go at it again, see why first year as a coach in the competitive scene. And all the big tournaments, there's been 7 out of the year. He has won 5 of them, of course, with Gladiators. That is a incredible track record for him, just entering into the scene. And what is he going to be able to do up against the experience of Sunby? I know the panel was speaking about it. This would be a big draft advantage if you can be able to beat the Invoker, which they did in game 1. Are you going to be able to find a strategy to deal with the Bristleback? And well, they actually don't even want to deal with how Jabs was able to play in that previous game.
And it's going to be the exact same format as well. Gaimin first pick, Talon, Radiant. So we're not seeing anything too much changing up. You would assume that they have similar sorts of strats for like hero pools to go back to. I know whenever we've seen, you know, the likes of the PA, the Sven, well, not really being picked right now, but the Gyrocopter being played up on the Dire side, it's a lot more viable, but we're not going to see any crazy shenanigans like that. Who knows? Maybe it's just going to be Gaimin Gladiators starting out with the Muerto once again. They've got a really good record with it. It wasn't banned out in the last draft. Maybe they just go back to what works for them.
Going to be that respect as well with Ace's Brew that we saw last game banned.
Mm-hmm.
What are decisions that need to be made?
It did last fairly long into that draft as well, right? And at the end of the day, Talon picked a Naga Siren into it as well, which was kind of puzzling a little bit. But you know what? I'm sure they got some learnings out of that one. It's not like game 1 was a stomp, right? Up until 35 minutes, it was literally dead even. So it really just does come down to those minor little details. Ollie and Jabs just going absolutely bananas, TPing in, ratting the base. It's all that sort of thing that really does start to add up. And we didn't even mention Ollie with his Divine Rage. He ended up doing 199 damage to buildings, so it didn't really influence things all that much. Looks like they want to get rid of the Primal Beast as well. Lots of tanky boys removed. I like it, because this really does feel like Gaimin Gladiator style, right? Just be unkillable.
So what gets let through, though? You've got Templar Assassin, Spirit Breaker, is, you know, some of the ones that have previously been banned out in both of the other games. Brewmaster's going to be there, Moeta. You know, you've got to be looking at Talon's supports. We've seen the Nature's Prophet played multiple times from Q, Pugner as well. So there is that Templar Assassin ban, and they're going to snag the Spirit Breaker for themselves.
You know, I was telling you, I felt like this is the hero of the tournament. It hasn't been picked enough to be, but it's just so busted. Of course, Collapse makes it look a lot better than what it already is, but I just love it, right? You've got so much level of flexibility. You can play it as a core or a support. You can one-shot creep waves. And once again, I like this a lot. We've seen back all the way when he was playing on Motivate Trust in 2020, Q has the capability of playing this Dawnbreaker, and he plays it at such a high level. But of course, it's been Jabs that's had a lot more success on it in recent times. And once again, they've given him one of these lanes that is going to probably be advantageous, because you really want to be playing with Jabs on the front foot. That's where he feels most confident. I mean, you just think back to when the Nature's Prophet core meta was really a thing. I don't think Talon lost more than a couple of games whenever he was able to pick that up early on.
You see, they're going to make sure Q doesn't go back into the tusk, which can be very scary with the tag team Starbreaker combo. So have that to play with. It is a question of how are you going to potentially deal with the Invoker? I mean, Spirit Breaker can, you know, go back and forth. Tornado is always frustrating, but any hero that gets on top of the Invoker can always, you know, prove to be a bit an issue. So do they feel like the SB is enough to beat deterrent, and they're just going to make sure Makoto has to play a different hero now in this final game?
Speaking of Q, I wouldn't hate seeing him pick up Dark Willow this game. Obviously, it goes away from the Is it 3 games in a row that now that they've had double melee in the off lane? I think
so,
it has, but it's pretty good against the Spirit Breaker just to be able to lay down the brambles. Then, you know, you're going to get caught up in those when you're trying to make a charge through happen. You're a natural Yule Scepter builder, which of course feels great against the Bulldoze, and it's a pretty strong kill lane as well, especially even once the lanes do break down, just to be able to layer out the Bedlam onto the Dawnbreaker who wants to be in and amongst it. It's just way too much damage to be able to overcome. And then again, if it gets to the late game, we know that Q is no stranger to being able to buy the Midas on that position 4. We know how capable a Dark Willow can be if it gets to super late.
It's 6th most picked hero, 52% rune rate at the moment for the Dark Willow. I think another support to mention who isn't having as good of a showing percentage-wise is the Shadow Demon, but of course is a pretty good matchup as well versus Spirit Breaker, with the Purge always being a pretty big nuisance. So I would much prefer the Dark Willow though, but of course that is something we've seen Talon run in the past as well.
I'm really considering Gaimin picking up the Silencer for themselves. We saw it absolutely ruin a Dawnbreaker's life whenever it was being played. They do end up getting the Shadow Demon. I just think it's a little too passive for Q's style, right? He needs to be in there and amongst it. It might very well be Ollie that ends up playing it, but I know both you and I really do prefer it being played as a position 4, just because you're so much closer to the ancient stacks, being able to, you know, really start to build them up as we see the Divine Rapier from Ollie look to come through. Look at it, no cares in the world. But yeah, against the Spirit Breaker, even if he's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter and the BKB, SD is just so effective. And now do you just flex this Spirit Breaker to a support, you know, and you've committed a Shadow Demon, which we've seen hasn't had the greatest win rate. There's not an amazing lane with the Dawn. And, well, okay. You mean you could set up for, you know, defensive saves with the disruption into like an Ice Path Macro Pyre. Feels pretty nice.
So, this is a hero that we saw banned out in the last phase of the previous game, mentioning that Celery has played it just once so far. To the international, I will check now how many other games we've seen now. Only 3 games on the Jakiro so far, so this will be the 4th. And we've got the Muerta as well. So again, this is pretty much all, well, it has only been Tofu playing it so far. See if that's going to continue to be the case.
I think it will. Again, and again, these are heroes that are easy to kill, right? And Shadow Demon not necessarily notorious for being the highest damage dealer early on in terms of burst potential, right? But you think of a Spirit Breaker, you think of a Muerta, you think of a Jakiro, there's just so much control, AoE damage, silence, stuns, various types of damage, not just magical or physical, that it really does start to become a little bit of an issue to be able to deal with as we even get an Earthshaker coming through. So maybe feeling like they need to address that burst issue a little bit, make sure that they can find the pickoff, find the stuns for the Spirit Breaker if he does want to commit heavily in.
Well, you'd have to imagine this is going to be Makoto playing the Earthshaker. He's played it 2 times so far, 0 wins. So obviously, you know, I was going to say maybe those, you know, 2 games, 0 wins, maybe you're not feeling as confident on the high stakes, because we have also seen this hero like fall a little bit out of popularity, but you also don't know your mid matchup, which can be scary. Whoa.
Throwback. Feels pretty good into the Spirit Breaker, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does. We do not yet. How many Morphling games have we seen?
I think Savage has played it once so far. So this is the first time that he's going to have being played it again.
4 games, 75% win rate.
I'm just thinking what Quinn wants to play into this. Like, you've kind of protected yourself against the Necro with the Shadow Demon pick as well. So kind of next level stuff coming through there from Talon. They would have absolutely loved to play that into both a Morphling and an Earthshaker, and honestly even the Dawn. Maybe they just look to try and outrange. Never mind. Faceless Void coming through, making sure that they are able to get that initial lockdown. Again, it is going to be into the Dawn potential save, but we know that where Jabs really does thrive is when he's a damage dealer, not so much in the utility-oriented style.
This Morphling Void matchup is so interesting. And go back and forth for quite some time. I know with the strength of that Scepter previously, when Morphling was really strong, it felt like he was a little bit more favored with the like bash on Time Walk, when he was able to get on top of the Void and just blow him up from like 4 to 0. Can go back and forth. Of course, Morphling has Agshard to protect himself in Chrono. I don't know. I think you're looking
at better Morphlings in the world than Savage, by the way. I'd say this is the hero that's really made his name. Maybe Ame. Ame's pretty good on it.
Yeah, there's a couple that are close, but like really, it is by his best hero. Potentially some others there. So let's see. And I think Dyrachio is a very good Faceless Void and a lot of damage to bump inside that Chronosphere as well. So we are going to be looking for our Quinn hero in the mid lane. Of course, you more than likely, they're actually even banning out the Puck still, so potentially thinking this could be a Shadow Demon 5, like you mentioned, Q playing the Earthshaker, so still trying to cover their tracks.
Does feel a lot more Ollie-ish, the Shadow Demon 5 versus Q, in being able to, make a lot of these plays happen. I suppose just wanting to be able to withstand that early game, right? They revolve so much around mobility. They're not even going to worry about considering the Necro. I mentioned that the Shadow Demon is a pseudo counter to it, but it's just something that Quinn has gone back to time and time again. And I'd be a little worried if Quinn goes into something like a sniper here, just because I feel like it's potentially a bit too passive, right? A little bit too farm oriented, not a ton of team fight. Of course, you have a ton of stuff to be able to layer into the Chronosphere if that was the case, but I just feel like, it would be too much of the same,
What are your thoughts on something like a Queen of Pain for Quinn? Like minimal control on Talon.
Queen of Pain, you say?
Queen of Pain, indeed. A pretty good matchup versus the Earthshaker mid lane, if that is going to be the case, and some damage in the Chrono. Puck, ban definitely maybe signals that. Puck's a pretty good matchup versus the Quap.
We haven't seen like a mid Muerta before, but I wouldn't hate that. I mean, it's not horrible against the Shaker. You do get a lot of those early levels as well. You really don't want a Huskar against the Earthshaker. The base damage is just too overwhelming, I think, for the Shaker to have to worry about. What else can we really see? Like, is it going to be something like maybe an OD or something like that, just to be able to deal even more of that burst damage?
I mean, that is a very old-fashioned counter to the Morphling. Pure damage against the armor, Hex Builder, which is always nice. Be interesting if that's the route you want to go down here for Gladiators.
Because what are they lacking? In my opinion, they're lacking a little bit of tower push, right? The Jakiro provides it, the Spirit Breaker allows the creeps to do the work with just being able to like one-shot creep waves, but it's once again going to be a little bit more of that passive game, right? We know that Morphling takes a bit of time to come online. It's going to be accelerated somewhat because of the stacks that are going to be picked up, but even getting rid of a Lone Druid and going the Lina instead. Okay, I mean, it's one of those classic laners that's just able to, stay back, stay away from the strong base damage of the Earthshaker. Of course, plenty of that nuke potential as well as damage into the Chronosphere. So, you know what? I like it. Quinn doesn't seem massively satisfied with it, though.
Well, he's had an interesting track record with this hero at previous internationals. If I remember correctly, one of his NA teams where he sold, I believe it was a Bloodstone for some item on a Lina. Wow, that's a long time ago, but he's played this hero too on the big stage, and it is not one we get too often, but let's see what the response is going to be for Talon.
I want to see more lockdown from them. That is one area that I think they're severely lacking. You can't put everything on the back of the Earthshaker, and you can't allow a Faceless Void or a Lina to be able to do it. I like this. This is what they needed. I'm not sure if it's going to be. Yeah, there we go. It's a mid-tiny. That's what I was kind of expecting. I think they really needed this to be a lot more aggressive. You've still got the potential to be able to, of course, secure a bunch of the creeps with both the Avalanche as well as the Tree Grab. And you've even got some ganking potential as well, right? If there's one area that Alina really does suffer in, it's her survivability, lack of mobility as well. So if there is ever any sort of time where you can get a solid start to the lane out with a Dawnbreaker, one of the strongest laners out there, so probably is going to be the case, then a rotation through from Q could be pretty devastating if you're allowing Makoto to start that snowball.
It is a very volatile hero though, right? Like, we do not see the Tiny often at all. So let's see. Let's see what Makoto. Yes, it is the Talon Tiny. Not only can Q play it at a high level, but Makoto can as well. So it's going to be another game where we need to put a lot of emphasis on these power runes to be able to help, Quinn's potential burst potential with Laguna, I should say, and Makoto's rotations as well. Game 3 is everything we would want between these two teams. Some of the best out of their region. You say, of course, Talon, without a doubt, in Southeast Asia. This is probably the best team we have seen. In fact, it is the best Southeast Asian team we have seen since the likes of T1. When they're able to have
the only Southeast Asian team all year to be able to make it out of group stage. That's how much they are holding the flag of the entire region. I mean, when you think about all the regions so far at this road to the international, NA 100% advance rate, China 100% advance rate, and Eastern Europe 100% advance rate, SA 50%. SEA 50%, and I think Western Europe has 80%, with only Quest going home so far. So really just the weight of a region on their shoulders. And you know what? I think they've got what it takes to be able to take this one out. You know, the late game, when you saw how affected Dyrachyo was by that loss, you really felt like the Bloodseeker didn't have too much of a game to be able to play around, and it was a full team performance coming through from the rest of the boys to be able to get them across the line.
Yeah, to continue on with the success rate of the regions, so far this year, Western Europe, they've had 4 teams in every single major, and the only time that they didn't have a top 6 finish was Tundra at Lima, which is wild to say. That's yeah, this has been a region who has been at the top for this year, last year, quite some time, and let's see if it's going to slow down anytime soon.
They instantly dip Dyrachyo as soon as they get into the game. Also, his positioning going to get popped a little bit, maybe expecting that he might be holding an Observer Ward, but who honestly expects the Faceless Void to be the one holding that sort of thing? So Quinn, looks like he should still be able to get his off. Also, I was playing a little bit of Muerta there on the Lina. Wonder if is there any confusion there between the two? I want a prediction out of you.
I don't know. I feel like
30 seconds to battle.
I think Gaimin are more consistent and Talon are more volatile, and I think they have a lineup that is very hit or miss.
Are they going to hit or are they going to miss? Call it.
That's the big question. It's a big question.
What is the big answer? Answer the question.
I think Gaimin will hit this game.
All right. You're just a Western Europe enjoyer.
What the hell?
A region betrayer, that's what you are.
I'm not a region betrayer.
The battle begins.
I'm a Dota enjoyer, and hopefully we get just as crazy for game 3 as we did prior. Nothing too crazy to start. We're 2 for 2 in the bounties. I'm glad we get a bit of a different dynamic in the mid lane. There's no more invokers that we have to worry about.
No more
There's that
Pango, that's the big one, man. Come on.
Good to see him on the ban list for a little bit. Yeah. So let's see what Q is going to be up to. Shenanigans, of course, with the fissures, just to be able to hopefully get this creep wave under the tower. Dyrachyo is going to make sure he meets the wave to, I mean, it's very difficult to be able to drag it out regardless. So this will help out a lot with Talon's equilibrium. But really, I want to see how mid lane goes. Lina is such a dominant hero in this lane. What can Makoto do with the tree throw early?
I mean, it really just does come down to the skill element, doesn't it? Of course, Quinn, one of the better skilled players, but Makoto has been carrying the torch for SEA for quite some time. A little sad we haven't, I think he's played it once alongside the Pugner, but we haven't gotten to see too much Makoto Storm Spirit coming out yet. Basically solo carrying Boom when he was back as a member of that roster.
He's been best mid laner for quite some time in C, right? I mean, Armel hasn't.
I think he's been the most improved player overall this entire year.
I mean, this boy is looking incredible when he can get online and when he's got the confidence as well to be able to make those plays. He's a very scary person to verse.
Oh, for sure.
Now, how do we feel like this top lane's going to go? I mean, Jakiro is a support we really haven't seen in quite some time, but it's very similar to the Undying where you are a super strong laner. We saw previously, like Talon, so far they have had some concerns. Game 1 in particular with Jabs' Wraith King wasn't able to get off to a good start. Do we think he can this game with the Dawnbreaker Earthshaker lane?
I think Dyrachyo can get off to a pretty nice lane. I think it's really just going to be on the back of Celery, right? We saw that he went the Liquid Fire level 1, just wanted a lot of free harass coming out there, and you never really want to be pushing the wave all that much against the Dawnbreaker. That's where you can get punished and start potentially feeding away to those first bloods.
Oh, Quinn, you're so annoying.
That's the strength of the leader, man. What can you do? Can you do? Also, just wondering what the item build is going to be like on Makoto, but I think both you and I agree that... Oh.
Celery, yeah, in some danger with the fissure placement. Jab's just going to be able to land the Starbreaker, and this will be our first blood, and Dyrachyo, we force the time walk away. So Talon strike first in our final game.
Just having enough regen as well to be able to withstand themselves, and we've got a salve coming out here on the bottom side. This will be much more passive coming out from Talon, right? 23 Savage. He knows that there really isn't too much kill threat happening down here, and that's the one area that I'm a little worried about for Talon, right? Of course, late game Morphling, scary as hell, especially considering all of the heroes that you have the potential to morph into. But the thing is, like, Spirit Breaker at this really early timing is super scary, and we've seen how effective Tofu can be on the Muerta. Not going for just one cookie cutter item build, he really has that true ability to be able to flex so that no matter what the game requires, he's just going to be able to pick up what he needs. And I would have to assume that this game is probably going to be something along the lines of the Spirit Vessel, right? Up against the Morphling, feels pretty good. Able to have that percent damage. Same sort of thing with the Dawn, both for her high HP as well as healing, and it's a core tiny as well. Even just the potential to layer it in onto an Earthshaker and prevent any sort of blink reinitiation coming through.
Yeah,
really well in this mid lane. Really well.
It's just the lane I was going to highlight. Top lane Dirachi is going to be chilling. So yeah, the no armor on Makoto is proving to be a little bit of an issue at the moment. With some of the spells he can spam to be able to get the fiery soul charges. Not going to be able to get another water rune as well, which is very important in regards to how he's going to be able to play this fine line in the resource spam in the mid lane. So we'll need to eventually start to see some supports looking at rotating. Of course, Q hasn't even thought about that just yet with wanting to try and secure Jabs' lane.
I mean, he's trying to secure the lane, but this is the thing, right? Look, have a look up on the top side with Q. He's basically needing to put his body on the line. He doesn't even get the block. It's a half pull, probably the best thing that they could have asked for on Gaimin Gladiators. And you don't really feel all that confident with leaving Jabs up here solo as well, considering the fact that the hard camp is still blocked. So if he, you know, maybe if he was able to pull that camp and get it right back next to the tower, you could make this sort of movement. But without that, the possibility just isn't there.
Yeah, and you see, as a result, Makoto, he's going to have to go all the way back to base because of the spam from Quinn. So you kind of pick this, you have a chance to respond to the Lina. So his last hits are okay, but Quinn is starting to get a little bit more out of control in that area. And all the other lanes are going quite well for Gaimin Gladiators too.
Only Savage, Grandmaster on the Morphling, having a pretty decent start to this one. As expected. Might have even just seen them go down and place an Observer Ward there on the bottom side with the Observer that just expired. So Tofu starting to make the movement towards there. Be able to take that one out. There we go. Celery insta D-Ward. Very nicely done. Also just understanding that this is the period of time when that siege creep is starting to come along too. So the fact that they've been able to pull this wave might not be the best. It'll be a little bit of damage being pumped into this tower and a full wraparound coming from the Jakiro here.
What a scary position for them. It's going to be able to bounce them back into the Phantoms. Great positioning out of the Spirit Breaker charge. And Q's going to come down, but what can he really do with this rotation? Maybe Celery is in some trouble.
Nah, no damage. No mana on Ollie. There's no chance.
No. Should be able to go through the portal. They're going to go for kills instead. Why not? They see some freebies and they'll be rewarded. A great rotation through the portal from Celery. You deal with the ward, you stick around, get a couple of big kills. Meanwhile, you do not have to worry.
Almost half damage done to that tier 1 tower as well, just with how long and when they made that play. Siege creep coming in. This is a really, really good early game from Gaimin Gladiators. And honestly, what they needed, right? We know how scary a late game Morphling can be. Then again, so can a Faceless Void. But, I mean, I feel like a Core Tiny is probably one of the better heroes at being able to address these heroes that all they need is a couple of seconds to get off their full kit of spells, whether it be, you know, Time Walk for safety or aggressively plus the Chronosphere, or the new Lina build, which is much more inclined to be that magic-oriented style with the Laguna Blade.
I'm just really concerned now on what Talon's going to be able to do with their supports to secure the side lanes, because now you're going to have both Celery along with Tofu rotating. Quinn's always going to have the potential if he wants to. You probably don't even need him just with how strong the cores are with their kill threat. And you compare that to an Earthshaker, compare it to a Shadow Demon, it is very limited.
Yeah. And speaking of the Earthshaker and the Shadow Demon, I'm not seeing any stacks starting to be built up as well. So this is the sort of thing that both... they're not amazing at taking it on Talon, but they do have the potential. It's not like they're completely incapable of taking stacks with all three of their cores.
It's, again... Sorry, you go.
I was just about to say, like, one thing that I was going to mention was you and I, we cast a lot of Eastern European Dota, right? And we saw, as Makoto, is he looking to make a play happen? Not quite. GPK, one of the best tinies in the world, and his item build is like the power treads, then into the Blink Dagger and starting to scale off the back of that. Makoto, as he looks to go for a kill, gets dead shotted back with the haste rune, so he gets the hell out of there. He's gone for the phase boots route, so this is much more of like less of a farming build, more of a kill build.
That's Phantom placement. Solar Guardian's going to be in the fish. It's a little bit awkward though. Jabs is on the other side, but Makoto will struggle to follow up. Dude, everyone from Gladiators recognize the importance of this fight. Duracio's ready with the Chrono, but the instant Delta split away from Talon, he'll still get an opportunity to use it onto the offlaner. But now 23 Savage, he's ready to go for the 10v10. They should be able to deal with Tofu. Gonna be cautious. Q's gonna be able to buy him some time. Attribute shift at the ready, so Savage will not be blown up.
It's just that level 1 of the time dilation. So it lasted the 8 seconds. The one that was stolen over as Duraccio. He's going to have to take the illusion route. Nice little turnaround though by Talon, getting a little bit lucky.
Sorry. I was watching the illusions just chase down Q to try and pop the clarity.
The real important things. No, I completely understand. With the Solar Guardian coming in, I was expecting that to be able to land in the middle of the ice path that Celery had laid down, but somehow it just lands slightly off to the side, and because of that, you get the additional little bit of damage that ends up being the end of Quinn.
And double Midas has been worked on for Gladiators. Ace is so farmed and potentially going to be rewarded with another kill. Savage blown up from 4-0 mid lane now though. Are they not even going to have the damage? You serious? Ace everywhere across the map with the early Spirit Breaker involvement. Ollie will get the kill onto Celery, but this is getting to some dangerous territory already with the fact that they are 2k ahead, and you're going to have a great Midas timing on Duraccio along with Ace.
Yeah, you will indeed. And again, I've said it time and time again, all you need is level 9 on the Spirit Breaker, and he's already 7.5 pre-10 minutes. Is this another kill? Oh, perfect. Oh, can't walk through it though. Oh, the calling. Just doing that damage to be able to take him out. That's a ridiculously farmed Spirit Breaker.
And it's going to be Quinn as well, who's ridiculously farmed after the kill onto Q. Ollie, nothing he can really do. We'll chuck out a banishment, but it does not matter. And you are in dire straits now for Talon. You desperately need to somehow get kills onto Makoto's Tiny.
That's the thing I was mentioning before, right? If you choose to go this phase boots instead of the power treads and don't opt for something that, sure, you're still rushing the Blink Dagger, but something that's going to allow you to rush that Blink Dagger a little quicker, and then eventually, when you're getting into your next items, whether it be Crit, Aghanim Scepter, whatever it might be, it just feels like...
Oh, they're just baiting jabs. He's gone a step too far, and they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. They might even get Earthshaker as well. Once again, Tofu spellcasting. Such pivotal factor.
Them being able to man. You have to. Like, he's just way too good.
3, 1, and 4. Pretty much the exact same start we saw from him in game 1. So he's going to be able to itemize accordingly with whatever is required out of him in this game.
Makoto at least is relishing this small amount of time that he's got solo in the mid lane. To put a little bit of pressure on that tier 1 tower as well.
This is a gigantic kill. I think he does, especially with Ola here. That is a much needed kill. Savage able to bring down Ace, who was off to an incredible start this game on the offlane Spirit Breaker.
Just slow him down whenever possible. It really feels like it's about the time that he's going to start becoming a bit more of a menace, right? You can look to play a little bit more team fight oriented now on the Spirit Breaker, considering you've finished up that Midas. You're always going to have that little bit of a recovery mechanism and just target Makoto, basically. Like, he does not have his Blink Dagger yet. He's still running around, not too much active net worth that he's looking to play around with. And if you can just look to hinder that further and further, it means that the Faceless Void gets more usages out of the Midas. The Faceless Void gets to start building into his farm. I've seen that's exactly where the targets are coming mid once again.
There's a double LSA, and now they're going to get Makoto as well.
Yep.
And it's the same recipe always. Gladiators, so much emphasis on securing power runes. Talon only bring 2. And they're going to be punished for that. If you're going to go for these runes, you need to bring more members.
Yeah. Tale as old as time. Gaimin Gladiators playing around those power runes, and for a good reason. We saw, granted, he's got the hero for it, but Quinn able to outskill Makoto in the laning stage. And, really, they're just doing everything to make sure that that continues into this early mid-game. 4K net worth advantage. Savage, at least, has been given the role to be able to carry this game with this late pick Morphling, but I'm still a little scared about their prospects moving forward. You need that initiation. You need that damage output coming from Jabs, and he's gone a little bit more conservative with his items. Not the highest net worth, and just a couple of braces so that he at least survives that little bit further.
And that means he's going to have a difficult time at scaling, so we might not see like that Echo Saber Deso. Might have to look at the Blade Mail. There is a decent chunk of uncontrollable damage from Gladiators. See what the decision's going to be for the offlane Dawnbreaker. You need to also eventually consider about how you give Q a lane. So he's going to need a blink as well, only level 6, 13 minutes in.
Might be around the time that Makoto is looking to try and start making some of these plays, right? He's getting close towards the Blink Dagger for himself, 250 gold away. Maybe that's the sort of time that you, alongside the Shadow Demon with the Disseminate plus the Dawnbreaker, is able to make a lot of these kills happen.
Well, they will break the attempt. Replicating Gaimin Gladiators play. If they're not quick though, Dire's gonna smoke and go through the portal.
Yeah.
It has to be perfect because Dyrachio has the boys shortly, and if they group up for the chrono, this could be devastating. Jabs, he's just going to run up and meet them all, and you can't take a fight here, but the calling, it's going to be disastrous. They'll still try though. Tofu's falling low. All the AoE control proving to be an issue. Jabs tries to get the ultimate up, but just to no avail. And they just are all mincemeat running into the grinder as now Gaimin Gladiators. They'll find Ollie as well in no man's land. Savage considers about showing up, but he is far too late.
I feel like that's the sort of play that you make when you've got the 5k advantage, not when you're playing from behind, right? It just felt a little bit slow. You know how much emphasis Gaimin Gladiators put on specifically this twin gate area control. We saw it at 5 minutes in the laning stage, and we saw it right then. Really nice play, good coordination coming through. I'm a little surprised with how long Jabs was able to survive through that one, to be honest. Eventually started channeling the Solar Guardian, but ran out of juice at the very end.
Kodo again might die. Another strike to the face.
Got the Blink Dagger.
Such a delayed blink timing from Makoto. Again, this hero is so volatile. You see the Lina matchup, and you pick it right into it. You have the confidence to be able to pull it out, but 4 deaths to start the game. And this is a hero that you need to snowball. There is just no other way around it. If this hero is going to be able to scale, going to have a good mid game, you need to be getting kills. He has his blink now, so see what he can do with it though.
Q's fishes have been pretty on point as well. I mean, I think that's something that we do need to highlight from Talon's perspective, that they're doing the best with the situation that's been given to them, but it's just not enough, right? You need to give him a little bit of this extra farm, and I mean, he's getting it up on this top side. It's a ballsy play to be sitting that far forward, and someone needs to be given up for it, and it looks like it's going to be Ollie.
7,000 net worth lead at the 16-minute mark, and it is not going to stop anytime soon. Gaimin Gladiators firm control. Should set up whatever they would like it. Abilities at the ready just in case a fight breaks out for Talon. What is the play going to be? I mean, you've got a pretty nice ward deep inside the north jungle. Maybe you smoke, try and connect there.
Kodo gets lucky. The fact that there's a bounty rune up on this top-hand side, he should pop it. I mean, that's the difference between having and not having the Blink Dagger for Q. Speaking of Q, he's the one getting charged as it's about to flip it through to him. Yeah, coming through. Makoto could set up for it, and yeah, he's actually going to stop the charge anyway.
Double blink, you got to go. Savage probably going to look to get involved too.
Smoke as well.
Tofu's in such a good position with this invis. Oh my god, Tofu this game.
MVP by far.
Roger baiting? Can they pull him up 4-0? Let's see.
I don't know, man. Maybe if he continued to stay on that creep wave, there was a small possibility for it. Just using the dead shot to see if anyone was moving forward, and yeah, you're pretty capable of just getting your own farm with the calling as well. So that's the first smoke, ineffective by Talon. Also weren't farming during it all.
It's very interesting as well, the dynamic we're going to see out of these two offlaners. They both kind of play a very similar role, where Dawnbreaker plays away from the team and can sometimes have an advantage of being able to shove the map out. I mean, Spirit Breaker does the exact same thing of being able to connect globally. So I think maybe there's a little bit easier of a time for Dai to, because you also now have kill threat onto Dawn whenever he's doing that.
Yep, and you can see I was talking about those natural Yule Scepter builders. I mentioned the Dark Willow in the draft as a potential for Talon. They haven't ended up going for it, but they're still going the Yule Scepter on the Earthshaker. They realize how big of a threat the Spirit Breaker is going to be, and Spirit Breaker, Ace has recognized that he doesn't have anyone that's building any sort of percent base damage, so he knows that he can get away with going for something like this heart and be basically unkillable.
Yeah. What a wild hero. Very versatile in regards to the item build. Like you said, he's a very strong hero at the moment as well. We've seen a lot of people, in particular Claps, take over games with this or something teams are going to continue to put attention on as we get further into this tournament.
How can you be allowed to
go on
one-shot
Tofu
creepers at level 9, man? It's just not right. But they've got the stuff to be able to make a counter initiation happen. Duracio's not too far away.
Instant TPs.
Get one.
Oh, Quinn, that long range stun. Can he blow up Savage?
Duracio's still hungry for it, but doesn't look like they'll be able to convert. So waste some TPs, and of course we know that, you know, as soon as I saw that Dawnbreaker picked up, I was considering maybe they go for the silencer, but there's nothing really that's going to disrupt this Solar Guardian coming in. Jabs is the one that's had the biggest benefit of a lot of these aggressive plays.
Quinn, a little bit blocked from the fissure. This could be a pretty good opportunity. Oh, the Echo Slam though, just too late. Quinn slides out of trouble. The wards from Talon was a big opportunity to get a kill onto the Lina. Nonetheless, you got to use some ultimates, but when you're this far behind, you'll take it. 2 kills and maybe a tower just to slightly open up the map.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
Obviously,
attack.
could have been a lot better. That would have been not even a kill streak from Quinn, but the important thing is he's really starting to get a lot closer towards that Aghanim Scepter for himself. So much burst damage that you've got, and I mean, you've got great heroes to be playing in front of you as well. Both the Faceless Void and the Spirit Breaker just set up amazingly for this mid laner.
You want to bring it up with the item progression out of Makoto. I do really like this Midas. I mean, I think that's probably the only route you can really go for at this stage.
Hold on, I'm just having a quick look over at Q, making sure he's not going for a Midas again, but this isn't the game for the Shaker, I don't think.
Oh, you reckon? Midas Shaker?
Radiant's middle
You sure?
tower is under attack.
Seems pretty good, no?
I'm pretty sure. They're really right there to be able to instantly claim this Tormentor as well. They want to make sure that they can get the Demonic Cleanse pretty good against a Jakiro, against the Time Dilation, against the Silence coming through as well from the Muerta.
Can they do it without one person dying?
I think so.
Ooh, no.
Yeah, invulnerability. Okay.
It's a big one. He gets it, got Philosopher's Stone, but Network lead, it's slowly being clawed back, man. 6,000, but
Very
still,
slow.
Gaimin Gladiators like scale incredibly well. The Ratio's BKB, level 15. You almost have Heart on Ace.
It's level 16, man.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about Talon and seeing what they can do to get back in this game, but really, Dire are doing everything right to be able to just cement the lead and put themselves in a commanding position to be able to win that next fight and look for Roche or look for some tier 2 towers.
Yeah. No one hanging around to be able to secure the Wisdom Rune at 21 minutes. Love to be able to get that one over to Q, just get him some of those levels so that he's not tempted to go for the Midas once again. But and it is a big comeback that they're having to make happen. 5k net worth lead, so like you said, slowly shrinking, but I'm still not that concerned if I'm a Gaimin Gladiators fan, just with being able to farm multiple waves at once and securing a couple of bounty runes. And these guys are nerds, right? They'll know the angles of exactly when and where Ace needs to charge to get maximum benefit out of this Charge of Darkness.
I think this is going to be the ultimate test for Savage. His Morphling is very, very farmed, keeping up with the Ratio, but can he put the boys on his back and get them in position?
This is the perfect item for the Muerta to be able to make a lot of these plays. Love to be able to take out Jabs to be able to start things off similar to a Spectre, just go on them instead, but looks like it'll have to be Ollie. Yeah.
And the kill?
They can still just go. They can just queue.
Radiant's middle
Makoto.
tower is under attack.
Also get more
lot of
Fissure's
mana.
going to stop the charge.
All right, nicely done by Q. Still ends up costing them a couple, but could have been much worse.
But that is big now. Like, finally, you've been able to get the tower. Probably one of the weaknesses on Dire. Like, 1 point Liquid Fire. Their objective taking is not the greatest. But this tier 1 gives you so much more access inside Radiant's jungle and really just helping to continue to secure some of the power runes for Quinn. Double damage rune for the Lina. Very close to the Scepter.
Feels like they're wanting to be fighting pretty soon on Talon, I would imagine, right? You've nearly got the Manta style available for the Morphling. You're able to get that Aghanim Shard for the Tiny, and Jabs, I believe, has a BKB coming out to us, full BKB. So he can really look to be acting as that frontliner and set up for a lot of this teamfight disruption that's really going to enable this double Blink Dagger from Makoto and Q to really have the greatest amount of impact.
Have a pretty good ward that's scouting out multiple members on Die. I think they were just in range to see the smoke.
Yeah, they were indeed.
So everything is at the ready from Dire. Tofu and Ace going to lead the charge. Oli once again. Be able to pop this. Q will give him some separation. Should still be able to get the kill. Makoto with the counter over the Echo. It's a pretty good combo. Can they blow up Quinn? And they will. That is a great start to Archer. Can he find the angle for the chronosphere though? Over the right side, the waveform. Savage toying with Gaimin Gladiators. And now the fish on to 2. The perfect start is Makoto's going to jump over the top of the chain control. The Archer protected for the moment for the BKB, but they can continue to chase him down. Ace is going to charge through from downtown. You might need the Chrono protecting Duraccio. In fact, it won't be required, but Ace in some danger. In fact, it's actually Celery that is the one in trouble, and Talon somehow, some way, find a incredible team fight. They take 3, and that is all thanks to Oli's positioning.
Ollie's positioning and Q spell casting, that was perfect use out of that early Aghanim Shard, right? You get the Fissure to get the original block off, then you look to follow it up with just even further stuns. Make sure you delay the Shadow Demon's death for as long as possible. He had the Demonic Purge onto them as well, so they didn't really have that same level. And that was the disruption that I'm talking about, right? It allows you to come in with these heroes like the Earthshaker, like the Tiny, and really have that big teamfight impact.
And this got to give them a bit of a pep in their step now. The confidence for Talon. Incredible waveform from Savage to be able to dodge that time walk jump from Durachu when he was looking for the chrono. Just everyone playing the fights perfectly. But you are still not out of that dark territory just yet. Gaimin Gladiators with all the map control can continue to hunt. We are seeing this game slowly be clawed back.
I legitimately don't know how they kill Ace.
Yeah,
it's getting to that point. Maybe later on, if like Tiny gets giga farmed and he has, you know, Daedalus plus the tree volley.
Yep.
But I think you still need a spirit vessel on top of that.
I think Daedalus Savage as well. And until then, just have fun dealing with Ace, who is dude stupidly farmed.
Yeah.
Like, what is his net worth? Are you serious?
The Spirit Breaker thinks that's why I labeled him hero of the tournament.
Probably one of the more farm Spirit Breakers. I mean, I haven't really seen many others, at least that we were covering. I don't know, again, anyone's topping that at the moment. That is a ridiculous net worth that Ace is playing with, though. Dude, the fact that we actually have somewhat of an even game, like, you are getting value out of these Midas. It is stacking up. Makoto, Echo Saber into the BKB. And this scan as well, like, you're able to scout, potentially sniff out this movement down to the bottom, and they are stalling.
I think at 20 minutes, Ace had the highest net worth on Spirit Breaker in all games since TI5.
Okay. All right, very cool.
8 years. It's been that long. I guess there's more farm on the map. I'd probably say the TI5 one was a little more impressive. But anyway, he is playing a phenomenal game.
These wards from Talon.
Radiant's middle
Really good position. I mean, one will get dewarded inside the top jungle from Gladiators. We see they are really starting to huddle up together, though. Not playing as loosely as we saw before. What are some items we're getting out of them? Incineroar is Solar Crest, so they can definitely look for Roshan. You're going to need some kills, though, to be able to find that Tofu with the 8th lens, but of course they are still farming.
I mean, it's not just for the Roshan, right? It's also for the movement speed for the Spirit Breaker, make him deal even more damage. Speaking of SB, he's nearly got the Lincoln Sphere finished up as well, so that's really going to give you a solution to this damn Shadow Demon. So now it's a matter of, well, we're going to need to put some other spells, some priority on other heroes, and getting a lot of that targeted spells off. Ensure that the Spirit Breaker gets a little bit of safety. Who's getting charged?
They might get baited. Yeah, I mean, Ace going to stop it instantly.
Ooh.
They're coming, though. It's like they know there's a ward. Yep, Sentry already dropped. Ace going to be able to deal with it. And yeah, they're looking to try and control around Roche. Still a very scary position for Talon to be able to take a fight in this close proximity area.
Twin get control once again. That's all they really want. They want that close area. We know how effective a Muerta could be. We know how effective a Faceless Void and a Jakiro can be around those real choke points. But and again, I guess you could say the same for Talon.
Dire's middle tower is under Dire's middle
To take some of that map control. Net worth lead has shrunk from 8k down to 3. while all of these kill attempts are potentially happening. And well, they're choosing to commit right now. They do not have a scan available though.
Is this the fight you're wanting for Talon?
Oh,
A loss here could give a big opportunity. They got to go soon. This Roche is down to half health.
This would be such a big initiation if you're able to get all three.
They're clumping up for a potential echo. They need the vision. Shadow Team will provide that. Could Makoto lead the charge as well? Look at the calling. Tofu in a close area could be devastating. They're going to be able to get the jump in. Roche is down. Makoto gets the ages. It's a great start for Talon. Dyrachyo used an early BKB as well. Talon kiting over to the right side. Okay, momentarily. We need to see what Dyrachyo can do with his ulti. Is Savage. He's going to charge over the north side. Dyrachyo doesn't even get to play this team fight. As Talon now can potentially get some more kills. Makoto stops the charge. Ace, 4,200 health. But when he has no heroes to play around him, it doesn't matter how long it takes to kill him off. As Talon, somehow they've got the net worth lead. They were down 7,000, but they are back in this game and in a commanding position.
How did they do it, man? I do not know. Ollie was just able to kite out that giga farm Spirit Breaker, so the net worth lead, in all reality, was absolutely nothing because they weren't able to get kills off that initiation. They got a great usage out of the spells early on into the piece so they could break that Lincoln Sphere, and it just enabled that little bit of a delay coming through from Ollie. Now with that, with the Philosopher's Stone as well, I mean, that's not even to mention the Age of Steel as well, which he's still holding on to here on Makoto. Needed to pop that BKB super early just to survive Dyrachyo, so you can't really fault him too much for that, but it really is the fight for 23 Savage, wasn't it?
Dude, the positioning and the spell casting, the in and out for Talon, just everyone playing for each other. It's, you had to play nothing but flawless to get back to this position. And now this could be a repeat. Previous game, we saw Gladiators, they had the lead. All of a sudden, Talon's the one there. Again, I'm mentioning it a lot at Riyadh. We went the distance in that series with Talon knocking out Gladiators. That could be a repeat as well. Like, how do you settle yourselves now for Dire?
It's a good question, and now Makoto is going to be doing a good amount of right-click damage as well. I mean, he's got the BKB finished up, he's got an Echo Saber finished, he's got, I believe, a tier 3 neutral item and level 18 to be able to play around with as well. So that is a lot of additional bonus burst damage as well as sustained from the right-clicks coming through, and a lot of instant prioritization towards the Tormentors as well. Sure, it's great for all the reasons that we mentioned, both for Q on his Earthshaker getting it originally. Now Ollie's got that extra demonic cleanse, that extra layer of survivability against a lot of the silences and slows that they have on Gaimin Gladiators. But if you can get away with not having to have Makoto buy an Aghanim Shard, that's really significant. Just giving him that extra little bit of farm so that you can turn into this legitimate second hard carry effectively.
We've spoken a lot about what Talon needed to do to get back into this game. Now the topic needs to flip.
Done it.
What do we look for Gladiators? Like, I suppose in these fights, we should say, how do you start for them? Who is that prime target that needs to go?
To me, it's still Ollie, right? Like, if Ollie is not alive, then Ace's game is freed up so much. You know, once he gets into this Aghanim Scepter, he's going to have that debuff immunity during the Charge of Darkness. He's already got the Octarine core, so he's just going to be charging left, right, center, everywhere. And the only hero that stops it is the Shadow Demon. Ollie's positioning has been pretty good so far, and he's got the Blink Dagger to be able to help with that. But maybe you need to commit, for example, on Quinn with the Flame Cloak to go for a little bit of a wraparound and just burst him with the Laguna Blade.
Very interesting decision as well. We're getting a Wind Waker, dude, from Q. So this is your very expensive luxury item to deal with the Chrono. There could be an argument. Late game jabs, considering something like a Scepter. He's got a Lincoln's currently queued up. We don't really see you buying a Scepter, but hopefully late game he can get lucky with Roche. This is the first real time that we've seen Talon actually entering Dire's side of the map off the back of a smoke.
With the Aegis, it gives you that confidence to be able to make these sorts of plays, maybe thinking that he's a little safe here, Dyrachyo on the right-hand side. Kodo careful not to pop his smoke on the towers, and ooh, how quick is he on the BKB? Yeah, still pretty satisfied with that though.
They're really split. They're going for their own kill. Jabs is isolated. Gonna be able to blink closer back to the T2 tower. Meanwhile, I mean, there's a straight chrono as well, so everyone else is stuck from being able to join, and Duracho just gets the time walk away. Savage wants to jump on forward, though, but the BKB stops the dead shot. Has he got the damage? He does. Waveform to confirm the kill, and Savage is not done just yet. Your high ground will not stop me. The Savage finds a double further to the south. Ace is isolated. We saw prior when he doesn't have any boys to play with. He can be vulnerable. Quinn's gonna TP in, has to jump over the right side as the Acro Slam Ace. He'll find an opportunity to charge away, but Quinn, he doesn't have the same capability. Tries to fly up to the high ground, but he's gonna be cut down. Just what is going on? Gaimin, Gladiators, they are crumbling.
They are indeed. They won't be able to take any towers off the back of it. Ace immediately looking to shove out that mid wave in the bottom lane off the back of that previous gank attempt onto Jabs. He's not really in a position to be able to take tier 2 towers, but this is what we were waiting to see from the SEA crowd. They were really wanting that Morphling from 23 Savage's most comfortable hero by far, and well, they're even going to yoink away even more of that control. I think the big difference that I'm really seeing from Gaimin Gladiators is that previously they prioritized buying a really early gem, and I feel like Talon have gotten away with a lot of additional vision on the map that they just didn't have prior. Here we go. Another tier 2 tower going down right before that that Wisdom Rune is about to spawn as well. Extra value. Tofu moving forward just to try and remove a lot of that vision. Again, they don't have the Chronosphere though to be able to make these sorts of plays, and looks like they'll be able to still at least get the deny, but they'll get a tier 2 tower, so some more map control for Talon.
It looks like they're just going to go back and try and farm this side of the map as well. Wind Waker, Lincoln's completed. Really, really big items. It's crazy the fact that 23 Savage has somehow usurped Ace in the net worth. Again, we're saying that this Spirit Breaker might be the most farmed in quite some time, but Savage, a Morphling that we do not see often. His best here without a doubt. He had to put the team on the back. He's done that 9, 2, and 3. You could not have asked for a better performance from him, and he's in a position to get them over the finish line and put themselves in the upper bracket.
He was the only one left alone, pretty much, at the start of all of that. And, well, there's little silver linings coming through from Gaimin Gladiators, right? You've got Quinn, who's level 20 now. Big damage buff coming through for this Magic Lina. 11% spell amplification coming through. I believe Ace has the Shadow Blade completed, so it's another thing that's just going to enable to...
They see Tofu.
He shows himself, yep.
Simultaneous jumps to the right and left. Both supports blown up from 4 to 0. They're not messing around, Talon. They're looking for more as well. But under the cover of the Shadow Blade, Ace is going to charge into the middle as well. You still have the Chronosphere. Savage with the Replicate's going to be able to prevent Duracho. They split away. Duracho doesn't have a good opportunity for his ultimate. Will finally use it, but it's a wasted Chrono. He'll get no value out of it. And now Makoto can hum. Tofu stuck in no man's land. As Talon just have their number, Gladiators cannot take these fights anymore.
Man, I was watching 23 that entire time. He's using those zoomer reflexes to perfection. He was still like full Agibop, and until he sees the Faceless Void actually use the animation of the Chronosphere, he stays there. He stays a legitimate threat. As soon as he starts to do the animation, that's when he starts morphing, and even the Spirit Vessel isn't enough to be able to get the full effectiveness out of it. At least they get the Courier, but it's a full lane of Rax gone, and potentially 2.
Wow. They will look for the hold, of course. Charge in. They're going to try and take a fight 3v5s. You got the buyback out of Quinn. Ace might get blown up with the crit, so they've got to be cautious. A lot of damage onto the Morphling. Savage is in some danger. Finds the waveform out of the base, and what's the call from Talon? He looks to retreat. Maybe set a formation up. They won't even double back. They're happy with that. Somehow, they'll find a way to retreat without losing anyone.
You're over the moon about this. I mean, the tier 3 tower is basically dead as well. And a buyback being expended from Quinn means it's going to be so much longer. We talked about that big power spike coming from the level 20. It's really the E-Blade that he was waiting for, both for safety, if you ever do get caught by, you know, the right-clicking 23 Savage, but also just for your own burst potential. And now it's going to be so much later that it comes online.
Is Observerwood still up down bottom, which they killed Jabs with prior? And they are starting...
Respawn. Jabs is a lot tankier as well. He's 23 as the KB as well.
They don't have the Chrono to stop those TPs, which you saw prior.
Oh,
the Starbreak! Oh my god! That timing.
Oh, instant use of the voice line.
Sometimes it is just your lucky day.
Just can't wait for him to get to the neutral camp, I guess.
And this is going to give Talon now an opportunity to set up around this top side. Instant jump. Chrono's still on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Tofu gets blown up without remorse. Duracho is going to try and put a little bit of damage into Makoto. Charge from the other side of the map as well. Ace going to try and deal with Ollie. Once again, 23 Savage looking to try and play around with the Spirit Breaker replicate. Ace is in some danger with the Purge. Great reaction out of the BKB from the Morphling, and again, Duracho will have 0 damage inside the bubble. It is an all-out retreat. They've got to cut their losses. Quinn will juke up to the north. TP's still down for a couple of seconds. Looks like he'll be okay.
Yeah, they'll be able to get rid of this vision. That's 2 observer wards that they've removed now. Quinn, this would be a dieback.
Dude.
Who ended up going down, and he just ends up getting away. Or does he? Gonna hunt for a little bit more. Again, you've got that invisibility on the Tiny from the Silver Edge, but they're just going to be looking to play around that Roshan, one would assume. Maybe they think they're confident enough to be able to go up onto this high ground. It goes away from the steady, composed Talon that we know. Maybe even looking to try and find a quick pick off onto Duracho here. They've got the Solar Guardian available. What a pick this would be.
Dire's top tower.
Hunting.
Oh, they're even TPing into the outpost. They look to find it. Doesn't look like they'll be able to do so. What a comeback.
Oh my god, just saw the banishment again. Are you serious?
Yep.
Dude, Ollie's SD. The value that you are getting out of this hero. The purges, the banishments. This is one of the better supports. If you're able to get net worth, you can create so much chaos in these late game fights. He has to go. There is probably no other more valuable member out of Talon that needs to be killed first.
I've been stating it like a broken record, man, but they just can't do it, man. His positioning is just way too good. He's got tanky heroes to be able to play in front of him, so he can afford to be sitting that far back. And we saw there Quinn trying to go for that kill attempt, but it just took him way too long. That the team fight was basically done by that stage. 23 Savage had done all the jobs that he could have possibly wanted, just taking out multiple heroes.
What happens if we get one good chrono out of Duracho? Just one. 1 to 2, potentially 3. Still down 19,000 gold, maybe 4, who knows, maybe all 5, but let's just say 2. One good chrono with a Macropie, with Lena on the outside, even down 19k gold. Is that all they need on Dial?
I don't think that's all they need. I think they need like that into a Roshan that ends up giving them a really highly valuable thing like an Aghanim Scepter or a Refresher, right? Like imagine having 2 Chronospheres, for example, if they're able to secure top Roshan after this one goes down.
They will smoke up. It's gonna be too late though.
And Makoto is level 25 as well. He's got the Aghanim Shard as well, so I was talking about that threat of being a legitimate right-clicker. Well, Makoto's reached that point.
Smoke on smoke.
Harpoon as well. Doesn't want to let them get away, particularly Quinn. He's been pretty sneaky with that
Savage,
play.
Savage. See how True Shift to be able to work with. Not going to be able to blow him up from 40-0. Ace spies the Shadow Demon, but doesn't commit with the charge.
Got the Purge.
Going to be cautious. They group up instantly. They split away once again. Duracho doesn't find an opportunity for the corner, but everyone is isolated. Makoto's away from the boys. They're going to need to find some way to protect him in the corner. This time will clip 2 heroes, and that gives him the opportunity to kill off Jabs as well. Savage against the world. Can he do it with the instant buybacks? Solar Guardian back into the middle. Savage, of course, has that second life. Down to the southern side though, Ace gets some time to charge away, but the fissure stops him from escaping. Duracho gets blown up as well, and now Quinn looking like it might be a dieback, finds the blink at the last second. Gaimin Gladiators not done. A Celery will also be killed off inside the river as up the high ground Savage goes.
He knows that there's no backdoor protection. He knows that you're going to need to use a buyback for this, otherwise you're losing your entire base. But with no Chronosphere to be able to play around, can they 100-0 him?
I don't think you can. 3,500 health, and you got the Wind Waker out of Q, and now Quinn as well. Jumped on the back left from Makoto, tossed into the double fissure. Quinn's down for over 2 minutes. And now the building's under siege. No chrono for the defense. They can go for the end if they want. Talon knocking one of the favorites down to start in the lower bracket.
Top tower is under
More
attack.
buybacks being used. They don't want to give this one up without a fight. This is starting in that lower bracket. A single series enough to be able to wipe you out. They would love to be able to pick up Arachio here.
Arachio, Savage, refresher used for the double waveform. That
They still can't
is
get rolling.
all she wrote. Talon and Savage, take a freaking bow. What a comeback performance from the Southeast Asian boys. They are never out of any game.
And they are into the upper bracket as well. Can the real 23 Savage please stand up? Because he was the reason that Talon were able to get back into this game and then get across the line. What a way to be able to finish off this last day of day one of the playoffs.
What a performance, and I want to see the reactions out of Talon. Let's throw it over to Sax to see how they are.